The girl who is loved by all the boys in school confessed her love to me. But while trying to save a girl, I was hit by a truck on a rainy night. When I woke up, I found myself back in 16 years, my senior year of high school. I wanted to quietly make up for the regrets of the past, but I didn't expect that on the first day, she hugged me and cried in front of the whole class. The whole class was in an uproar, and the teacher yelled at me, "Kevin, how dare you flirt with a female classmate in public? Stand outside and be punished." I want to protest my injustice, but who would believe that a cool and aloof school beauty would do such a thing? I can only swallow the bitter fruit of social death in the arms of the school beauty. I wanted to keep a low profile in my new life, but the school beauty's offensive became more and more crazy. "Do you want to be my boyfriend? Call me sister first." Chapter 1. Kevin never thought that fate would play such a trick on him. Kevin opened his eyes and found himself back in the summer of 2007, back to the familiar yet unfamiliar high school classroom, the senior year of Yunnan Middle School. He was hit by a truck the first second he met his high school beauty Sophia again. After my rebirth, my heart was filled with astonishment and emotion about what had happened, but more of it was an inexplicable excitement and hope. He realized that this was an opportunity given to him by God to make up for his regrets and reshape his life. He looked at the seat next to him and suddenly remembered that his deskmate was Sophia, the cold school beauty who once made his heart beat, but he never dared to approach. In the past, he was that ordinary student with an introverted personality and mediocre grades, and he hardly had the courage to talk to her. After sitting at the same table for 3 years, they had almost no interactions, let alone any deep interactions. They never met again until they graduated. Who would have thought that on the first day after his rebirth, he would sit next to her? At that moment, Kevin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. However, rebirth is not a simple escape, but a challenge. Although he saved her life, he did not expect Sophia to change her attitude towards him because of this favor. The iceberg school beauty, once the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, could not be easily melted. However, fate is always unexpected. When he met Sophia's eyes again, her reaction shocked him. Sophia's eyes instantly turned into shock. She subconsciously opened her mouth, her eyes quickly turned red, and tears accumulated in her eye sockets. It was obvious that she could not hide the emotional fluctuations in her heart. Kevin was totally unpredictable about what happened next. Sophia suddenly opened her arms, rushed over, and hugged him tightly. The whole class was stunned, the head teacher was dumbfounded, but Kevin was deeply shocked by this scene. "I found you," she said with a sob, and that trembling whisper was like a sharp blade, cutting through all the doubts and confusion in Kevin's heart. Sophia had a dream. In the dream, she was 34 years old, successful in her career, and worth billions. She had always been single, devoted to her work, and her life was busy and fulfilling. Until that rainy night, the headlights of a heavy truck penetrated the rain and cut through the night sky. She reacted slowly, almost resigned to her fate, and waited for the end. Suddenly, a figure swooped over and pushed her away. That was the first and last time she saw his face clearly. A man of the same age as her, with a faint sense of familiarity under his handsome face. At the funeral, the man's parents were almost heartbroken. She turned down all her work and took on all the funeral affairs with endless grief. After the funeral, she sent the man's parents back to the hotel, knelt down and kowtowed to her benefactor, and vowed to take care of them like her own family from then on. Surprisingly, Kevin, a strange name, was from the same hometown as her. She ignored her parents' dissuasion and continued to take on the responsibility of taking care of them. Arriving at Kevin's house, she unexpectedly walked into his old room. It was a place full of memories, with awards and photos hanging on the walls, one of which was a graduation photo that made her eyes go dark. She found her 18-year-old self, looking cold and arrogant, appearing in the same photo with the shy older boy standing in the corner. At that moment, a flood of memories came flooding back. It turned out that this lifesaver was her high school deskmate. Fate arranged for her to meet him again many years later, but before they could reminisce about the past, he saved her with his own life. She opened Kevin's diary, and every page recorded his joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. She immersed herself in it and felt his inner world. Unexpectedly, she discovered that Kevin had secretly liked her, and this introverted boy even wrote her name in his diary. One night, in Kevin's bed, she fell into a dream. In the darkness, she reached out her hand, trying to catch the vague figure in the distance. The pain and regret almost suffocated her, but she refused to give up. Finally, she grabbed the hand. The darkness began to collapse, and the light gradually illuminated the surroundings. She suddenly woke up from her dream and found herself back in the familiar classroom, with her high school desk mate, Kevin, beside her. She rushed towards him excitedly, her eyes blurred by tears. Kevin was stunned, confused. What the hell? What's going on? His head was full of question marks. Kevin's brain crashed. 1 second ago, he had just celebrated his 34th birthday, risked his life to save someone on the road, but was hit by a truck. The next second, he was reborn and returned to the high school classroom 16 years ago. Before he could figure out what was going on, the school beauty sitting next to him suddenly cried and rushed to him, hugging him. A thought flashed through Kevin's mind. What kind of script is this? A honey trap? Before he could react, the head teacher, William, had already shouted angrily, "Kevin, it's bad enough that you slept in class. You even flirted with your desk mate." The whole class looked at him with anger. Kevin hurriedly pushed the school beauty away from him. "Teacher, it's a misunderstanding." William was so angry that his voice trembled. "What misunderstanding? Why did you force Sue to hug him?" Kevin was devastated. "Teacher, is there something wrong with your eyes? I am the victim." At this moment, the head teacher suddenly noticed that Sophia's eyes were red from crying, and she looked like a tearful girl. She was angry and a little anxious. You made classmates Sue cry?" Kevin almost cried. "I really didn't." The classroom was in chaos. Sophia finally recovered from her excitement, and her memories came back like a tide. She was reborn and returned to high school in 2007. Kevin, the benefactor who once sacrificed his life for her, now sat next to her and became her desk mate. "That's enough, Kevin. Stand outside for half an hour." William roared, ready to make the final judgment. "Wait." Sophia stood up, her eyes red, but her face calm. She looked towards the podium and said calmly, "Teacher, you misunderstood." The head teacher was stunned. "Misunderstanding?" "I took the initiative to hug Kevin." The classroom was silent, and then an even bigger uproar broke out. "Sophia actually took the initiative to hug him? Impossible." William couldn't believe it. "You took the initiative?" "Sophia, you don't have to cover for Kevin. Tell the truth. The teacher will help you to do justice." Sophia said coldly, "I had a nightmare and was scared. It's not Kevin's fault." "Nightmare?" The classmates immediately understood. It turned out that school beauty Sue had a nightmare and woke up, so she picked up a toy to relieve her boredom. Everyone's attitude changed instantly, and they all expressed envy and jealousy. "Kevin is so lucky. Why not me?" The head teacher's anger also eased a little. "Sit down first." "Kevin, forget it this time. Don't mess around again." Kevin nodded silently. After the storm, the classroom returned to calm. The head teacher continued the class, and Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. Sophia beside him still leaned slightly sideways, holding her chin with one hand, and looked at him intently. Kevin felt something was wrong and turned his head suddenly. "What are you looking at?" Sophia smiled, her eyes thoughtful. "What are you looking at?" Kevin asked in confusion. His voice was not loud, but the head teacher had good ears. He stared at him sternly in an instant. "Kevin, what are you doing again?" "Teacher, I know." A classmate raised his hand quickly. Kevin was staring at Sue just now. Kevin exploded instantly. "What is the second reversal of Tiangang?" The whole class burst into laughter. Kevin was going crazy. What was going on? He was innocent, but now the whole class looked at him like a pervert. He was misunderstood again. What a disaster. Kevin almost had to swear to convince his head teacher, William, that he didn't flirt with the school beauty Sophia. He was relieved to be spared. He turned to look at the culprit next to him. Sophia had already returned to her cool and proud self and was listening attentively. Was it really an illusion? Kevin muttered to himself. Maybe it was because his brain was overloaded with information that he saw that seductive smile. Sophia was an iceberg goddess, always aloof. How could she suddenly be interested in him? However, Sophia's heart was completely different. She pretended to be calm, but in fact she was secretly observing the boy beside her, feeling extremely satisfied. After her rebirth, she knew everything about Kevin better than before and even read his diary and the award certificate in his bedroom. Now, the former benefactor appears beside her again, and her heart is filled with mixed emotions. The more she looks at him, the more she likes him. She licked her lips lightly, revealing a hint of flirtation. The boys in the classroom almost fell down when they saw this scene, which immediately caused an uproar, and the head teacher, William, severely reprimanded her. Sophia immediately returned to her indifferent look as if nothing had happened. But her eyes once again secretly turned to Kevin, and she had an urge to know more about him. At this moment, a little person in her heart began to cheer. He is so cute. I want to rub his head and pinch his face. Kevin felt more and more that something was wrong, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Whenever he turned his head to look at Sophia, she would quickly regain her composure, as if she didn't care about him at all. But when he looked away, her eyes would quietly return to him. Kevin, who couldn't stand it any longer, finally picked up the note and pushed it over. Sister, what on earth do you want to do? Sophia glanced at the note and responded coldly, don't pass notes in class. Her handwriting exuded a sense of coldness that kept strangers away. Kevin, Sophia, all this was just like a game. She laughed in her heart. Seeing Kevin's confusion, she felt a long-lost pleasure. But she didn't show it immediately and continued to maintain a cold attitude. The bell rang. Kevin quickly fled the classroom and finally breathed fresh air. His mind was confused, and he still couldn't understand today's abnormal experience. The boy next to him, Ethan, came over and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Ran, you took advantage of the school beauty, Sue. Awesome. Kevin's expression was complicated. I really didn't mean that. Ethan seemed to understand. Understand. After all, she is the recognized campus beauty with many suitors. It's normal to feel that you are not worthy of her. But being her desk mate is better than being Olivia's lapdog, right? Kevin pretended not to hear and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled his high school relationship, and his face became a little heavy. At this moment, a familiar and delicate voice came from behind. Kevin. Kevin turned around and saw a pretty girl in a summer school uniform and a knee-length skirt walking towards him lightly, with another girl beside her. She was Olivia, who had been Kevin's ultimate emotional puzzle. Olivia looked sweet and lovely, and her delicate shoulder-length hair and pink bow make her stand out in the crowd. Once, she captured Kevin's heart with this appearance, but she didn't expect that there was an unfathomable calculation hidden behind it. I like the way you like me so much. She had teased him like this with a smiling face, but the trap had already been laid. Kevin had paid countless tributes to her, but in return he was played with by her. It was not until the betrayal on his birthday that he fully understood that his role was just that of a puppet. Now that he is reborn, Kevin will never be her tool again. Olivia and her bestie Ava walked up to him, smiling like innocent angels. Kevin, go buy some ice cream. We're starving. Kevin's eyes were cold, and his heart would not be shaken by this simple request. He only saw their self-righteous look, and they were no longer the boy who blindly gave. Ethan next to him couldn't help but scold. Don't you think it's too much? The store is so far away. There's no way we can make it in time. Olivia just smiled, pinched her lips, and said in a provocative tone, just because you can't do it doesn't mean Kevin can't do it, right? There was an imperceptible ambiguity in her words. Kevin at this moment was no longer the soft-hearted boy. He sneered and responded coldly. Are you not sick? Olivia was stunned, and Ava also looked a little surprised. Kevin continued. If you're not sick, why don't you just buy it yourself? Olivia immediately pretended to be pitiful. But I can't run. That's your business, Kevin said indifferently. Seeing this, Olivia wanted to fight back, but Kevin glanced at her calves and said, nice legs. She tightened her legs proudly and pretended to be shy. Kevin responded coldly. With such good legs, he must be able to run very fast. Olivia was completely stunned. The smug expression on her face froze. She had never expected Kevin to fight back like this. Ava was anxious. Kevin, stop talking nonsense. Are you going or not? There are only 5 minutes left. Olivia gritted her teeth and decided to use her last trick. Okay, go buy some ice cream. I promise you, I'll have lunch with you at noon today. She thought this move would be enough to make Kevin happy, but Kevin just looked at her with a cold expression. You still want to use my lunch money? Olivia's face changed, and she suddenly stopped. Kevin's reaction was totally beyond her expectations. She thought her words were enough to make him run errands, but she found that he didn't seem to care at all and even thanked her. In the corridor, the students who were watching also began to notice this scene, their eyes full of curiosity and questions. Olivia was anxious and wanted to threaten him. If you don't go, my promise to hold your hand will be invalid, and there will never be another chance. At this moment, Kevin's mind suddenly became clear. He suddenly remembered that he had given so much to Olivia, but never received anything in return. Her so-called hand-holding was just to make him willing to be her tool. Olivia looked at Kevin's reaction and a smug smile appeared on her face, thinking that this killer move would definitely work. However, Kevin remained unshakable. Don't worry, I won't go. The air froze instantly, and Olivia was stunned. She had never expected Kevin to reject her. Don't you really understand? If you don't go, you will never have the chance to hold my hand in your life. Olivia shouted angrily. Kevin nodded without hesitation. It's a deal. We will never hold hands. As the atmosphere became more tense, Ava also became anxious and started shouting. Olivia means that if you don't buy ice cream, you will never have another chance in your life. All eyes in the corridor were instantly focused on them. Almost all the students looked at Kevin, their eyes full of sympathy and pity. How could Kevin offend Goddess Shun again and be scolded in public? At this moment, a cold voice broke the silence. Of course he understands. Sophia appeared like a gust of cold wind and walked directly in from the back door. Her tall figure and cold temperament immediately attracted everyone's attention. Olivia and Ava with firm steps and said lightly, Kevin said that he is not interested in you. This sentence was like thunder, shaking everyone in the corridor. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe their ears. Sophia was actually standing up for Kevin? She actually took the initiative to stand up and defend him? Sophia looked at Olivia coldly and raised her chin slightly. You are still pestering here, don't you feel ashamed? Her words were cold and powerful, which instantly made Olivia feel ashamed. The students around were whispering to each other, and the atmosphere in the entire corridor became extremely tense. Sophia, the campus beauty in the senior year, in amazement. She stood by Kevin without hesitation and defended his dignity. There was a cold light in Sophia's eyes. Thinking back to all the harm Kevin had suffered because of Olivia, the anger in her heart grew. She knew that Kevin had recorded his feelings for Olivia in her diary, and that pain was intolerable to her. At this moment, a strong anger rose in her heart. How could she let others trample on the man she liked? Kevin was stunned, his mind went blank. What's going on? As a school beauty, Sophia has always been cold and aloof, and no one dares to approach her easily. But at this moment, she actually stood up, stood in front of Kevin, and confronted Olivia. Kevin thought quickly, and an idea flashed through his mind. She has a grudge against Olivia? Olivia and Ava were both stunned by the situation. The school beauty Sophia had a strong aura, and her appearance and temperament made them feel a little intimidated. Olivia tried to remain calm. Sophia, don't mind our business with Kevin. Ava was not to be outdone. Yeah. What is your relationship with Kevin? Faced with the question, Sophia looked calm and responded calmly. I am his desk mate. The boys in the corridor breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they were just desk mates, and it was no big deal. Olivia's heart tightened, and she blurted out in panic. Kevin and I are good friends. Ava added. Yes, the kind where there's a chance to hold hands. Their smug smiles were obvious. Sophia's eyes were sharp, and she smiled coldly. In order to hold hands, you have to ask him to run errands? Olivia's face changed, and she was furious. He did it voluntarily. Sophia turned to Kevin and said calmly and firmly, Be careful in the future and don't make friends with people like this. She paused, as if she suddenly remembered something, and added lightly, I really want to hold your hand. Hold my hand. These words exploded in the corridor like thunder, and everyone was stunned. At that moment, the entire corridor fell silent. Sophia stretched out her fair hand, gently placed it in Kevin's hand, and held it instantly. This scene shocked everyone. The cold and aloof school beauty took the initiative to hold hands, as if it was an agreement between a princess and a knight. The scene seemed to be frozen. Kevin was stunned for a moment, and his palm felt cold and soft. Before he could react, Sophia had already pulled him towards the classroom. The class bell rang suddenly, breaking the tense silence. The students rushed back to the classroom, leaving only Ethan and a few others who were still in shock. Ethan exclaimed in a low voice, Fuck, this is too awesome. In high school, the slightest contact between a man and a woman would cause laughter. Holding hands in public was unthinkable. That scene where Sophia suddenly took Kevin's hand happened in the corridor of Class 10, which quickly caused an uproar on campus and stirred up great waves in the hearts of many people. However, when the bell rang, the two returned to the back row of the classroom as if nothing had happened. Kevin looked at Sophia, hesitant to speak. He hadn't recovered from what had just happened. What on earth had happened? Sophia said calmly, Don't get me wrong, I just can't stand those two girls taking advantage of me. She explained lightly, but in her heart she was celebrating. I successfully held my desk mate's hand. This time I won. Kevin thought for a moment, then wondered, Can you let go of your hands? Sophia smiled calmly and let go of his hand, but she felt a pang of regret in her heart. Oh, I wanted to hold your hand for a while longer. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was full of doubts. The bell rang and the history class began. The history teacher lectured without much energy, and the students were all doing their own things. Kevin thought to himself that since Sophia had helped him, he should thank her, so he wrote a note. Thank you. Sophia glanced at the note, came back to her senses, and wrote with a pen. How to thank you? Kevin was stunned and speechless. In my last life, I gave you my life. Why don't you think about how I should thank you? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved and wrote, How do you want to thank me? Seeing the contents of the note, Sophia's mouth curled up slightly, and she wrote, Call me sister. Kevin. He looked up at her, still with that calm expression. How could such an icy school beauty say such a thing? Kevin was confused, but he thought to himself, Sister? Impossible. He continued writing the note. No, change it. Sophia quickly wrote down, Then treat me to lunch. Kevin looked at the note and felt bitter. It seems like I've been tricked. Sophia raised her lips slightly and said, Little thing, can't I control you? At the end of the history class, the old man was talking with great interest, and the class went on for too long. In the classroom, the students were eager to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Kevin arrived at the back door. Ethan jumped up and approached him with an attentive look on his face. Brother Rand, let's go and have dinner. You are so lucky today. The school beauty hugged you and held your hand. We have to celebrate. Ethan looked at the scene of Kevin and Sophia holding hands and was immediately relieved after being shocked. But this is the first time that a school beauty is so close to you. He laughed and joked. If she had dinner with you, I would really believe that you two were together. At this time, Sophia appeared at the door. She walked over, her fragrance filling the air. Her eyes swept from Ethan to Kevin. Let's go eat. 3 words, short but enough to petrify Ethan. Ethan said he'll treat us. Kevin pointed at Ethan and thought to himself, I only have $100 a week for food, so I'll save as much as I can. Sophia looked at Ethan coldly. You treat? Ethan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, afraid of offending the school beauty, and quickly changed his words. No, I won't invite you, Rand. You guys go. I have something to do at home. Kevin looked at Ethan as changes and was surprised. This guy is really a top chameleon. The light bulb disappeared. Sophia withdrew her gaze with satisfaction and looked at Kevin again. Her cold expression returned to normal. Let's go eat. Kevin sighed and turned around resigned to his fate. Let's go. At the corner of the corridor, Ethan peeked at Kevin and Sophia's backs and murmured, No way. Are they really dating? The cafeteria was crowded with people. Kevin and Sophia walked through the bustling students and arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Kevin thought to himself that there were too many people in the cafeteria and there might not be any seats left, so he suggested, Let's eat at the school gate. Sophia nodded slightly. Okay. She casually smoothed her hair, and the action was casual, but it made the boys around her stare at her, and some even stopped. Kevin almost lost control and quickly looked away. Sophia noticed Kevin's gaze, raised her eyebrows slightly, and raised the corners of her lips. Want to hold hands? Kevin was stunned for a moment and quickly shook his head. No. On the first day of his rebirth, he didn't want to be beaten up by his classmates. He turned around quickly and ran towards the school gate. Sophia looked at Kevin's hurried back, smiled softly, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. My little desk mate, you are still too shy. She smiled softly and quickly followed him, thinking to herself, it's quite fun to tease him. Allen Restaurant at the school gate serves a variety of rice dishes with generous portions. The prices are a bit high, and the students who often come here have good living expenses. Kevin is a poor boy who lives on $100 a week. He feels invisible pressure when he enters a restaurant. After being reborn, his body becomes younger, but his wallet still shrinks. Sophia was in a good mood. She looked around the restaurant's decoration as if she had regained her familiar memories and was completely unaware of Kevin's embarrassment. The two found an empty table and sat down. Kevin saw the prices on the menu and thought to himself, too expensive. Sophia easily ordered a bowl of stir-fried lamb with green onions and rice for 14 yuan, then turned to Kevin and asked, What do you want to eat? Kevin gritted his teeth. Tomatoes, scrambled eggs with rice, the cheapest. Sophia frowned slightly. So vegetarian? You don't eat meat? Kevin quickly responded, I'm allergic to meat. Inner thoughts. Allergic to expensive. Sophia saw through his excuses and directly helped him change the potato beef rice bowl and ordered iced sour plum soup. She said coldly, "Eat more meat so you can have strength to study." Kevin was speechless. Even if I don't spend her money, I still feel a pain in my heart. Kevin drank the sour plum soup and calmed down a little. At this time, Sophia suddenly asked, "Do you spend most of your weekly living expenses on Olivia?" Kevin almost choked to death. "How do you know?" "In my mind. You must have read my diary," Sophia said calmly. "Everyone in the school knows about it." "I heard it." Kevin slammed his head on the table, feeling depressed. "My story of being a bootlicker has spread everywhere." Sophia frowned and looked at Kevin without saying anything. She thought he was still thinking about Olivia and was unhappy. "No, she can't kidnap the man I found." She quickly made up her mind and began to educate Kevin. "At your age, it is normal to have some desire for the opposite sex, but the world of love is dangerous. Don't be easily fooled." Kevin was stunned. Why is this school beauty classmate suddenly teaching me about relationship issues? Seeing Kevin's confusion, Sophia thought he was unconvinced and chuckled. "Do you think you are smart and will not be fooled?" Kevin thought to himself, "I am a reborn person. How could I be fooled?" But before he could open his mouth, Sophia continued. "When you were in the first year of high school, you spent a month's living expenses on buying records for Olivia. Last winter vacation, she said, 'Kevin and our family,' and you sent her breakfast for half a month. This New Year's Day, she said, 'I'm considering holding hands,' and you paid for 2 months' worth of food." Kevin was petrified, thinking to himself, "What the hell? She knows so much." Sophia smiled slightly. "There are many more." Kevin was speechless, with only 2 words in his mind. "Fuck." Looking at Kevin's dazed look, Sophia's cold face flashed a smile, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "There are many more. Should I continue?" He picked up the straw and took a sip of the sour plum soup leisurely and calmly. The campus beauty of Su Jun University is calm and composed. Nothing else. I have only read someone's entire diary. What's more terrifying than a dark history is someone revisiting your dark history in front of you. Kevin lowered his head and slammed it into the table in shame. "First day of rebirth, top social death." He screamed in his heart. "Are you convinced?" Sophia glanced at him coldly. Kevin looked up, puzzled. "How do you know so clearly?" "I heard it from someone," Sophia replied calmly without changing her expression. Kevin hit his head again. "Good boy. Second time, social death." Seeing Kevin's petrified look, Sophia smiled and her expression returned to calm. "Now you know, don't you? Don't be fooled by those girls anymore. Stay away from them." Kevin nodded, feeling bitter. It's a must. He wished he could move up the date of his rebirth and erase all that dark history. Sophia continued to press on. "Boys your age should focus on their studies and work hard to get into a good university." "You're right. So, if Olivia comes to you again, ignore her." "Good. If other girls want to play with you, you have to learn to say no." Become. If someone asks you to have dinner like me, firmly refuse." Ugh. Kevin was suddenly stunned. "Why am I the only one who can't accept other girls' invitations to dinner? Why are you different?" "I'm the class monitor," Sophia replied calmly, "and it's my responsibility to supervise my classmates' studies." Kevin was stunned and doubted again. "Then it's normal for us to eat together?" Sophia continued calmly. "We are desk mates." Kevin was confused. Is there such a saying? Gradually, he began to believe it. After all, the school beauty's desk mate was aloof, and there was no need for him to lie about such a thing. He smiled calmly. "Thank you." Inwardly, he also thanked me. Sophia nodded slightly, looking calm. "You're welcome." "Then how do you plan to thank me?" she said in a relaxed tone. Kevin was stunned. "How do you want to thank me?" Sophia said nonchalantly. "Call me sister." Kevin frowned. "Again? Can't call. I can't scream no matter what." "Then I'll pay for the meal." "Sister." Kevin finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke with a deep and affectionate tone, as if they were siblings who had been separated for many years. Sophia just nodded calmly and ruffled Kevin's hair as she stood up. "Be good." She turned around to pay the bill, picked up the $100 bill, and left in style. Kevin stood there, looking at her back, and couldn't help but be stunned. "She rubbed my head just now?" Inner thoughts. "I succeeded and got the upper hand. I'm happy." Sophia was secretly happy and walked out the door. Kevin followed her out, but the two did not go back to school directly. At the entrance of the small supermarket next door, Sophia told Kevin to wait for her for a while she went in to buy something. "It's normal for my desk mate to accompany me to the supermarket to buy things." Her explanation sounded reasonable. Kevin was skeptical, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, Sophia couldn't lie to him. Just as he was standing at the door waiting, a familiar, delicate female voice came from behind him. Kevin. Kevin turned around and saw Olivia coming out of the noodle shop, standing on the steps, looking down at him. Have you decided to apologize to me? Olivia stood at the bottom of the stairs with her arms folded across her chest, staring at Kevin, feeling slightly proud. She recalled what she had just seen at the back door of Class 10's classroom. Sophia actually took the initiative to hold Kevin's hand, which shocked her. The cold school beauty actually stood up for a boy. I couldn't believe it. But soon, she calmed down and made a decision in her heart. A guy like Kevin would never have anything to do with Sophia. She guessed that it was just a misunderstanding and Sophia was just standing up to help her deskmate, perhaps out of sympathy for Kevin. Olivia's best friend, Ava, also quickly analyzed the situation. He is deliberately making you jealous and upset. Olivia nodded with a sneer on her face. This Kevin is such a scheming man. Sure enough, when Olivia came out of the noodle shop at the school gate after eating, she saw Kevin standing at the door of the small supermarket waiting for her, and she was sure of her judgment. I'm telling you, if you want me to forgive you, it's not enough to just give me a few gifts. Olivia said in a domineering tone. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Kevin looked puzzled. You usually eat in the cafeteria? Why are you waiting for me here today? Just to see me, right? Olivia said with a provocative smile. Kevin couldn't help but laugh. I'm not waiting for you. Olivia didn't believe it and continued to be aggressive. You want me to be jealous? Do you want Sophia to help you put on a show? Olivia's tone hardened. I've seen through this trick a long time ago. When Sophia was mentioned, Kevin's mind suddenly flashed back to the dark history that had just been listed in Alan's restaurant. The embarrassing scene made him frown and feel a little annoyed. Okay, you win, he said perfunctorily, his eyes cold. Olivia didn't expect Kevin to be so indifferent. She was stunned and angry. What do you mean? Kevin smiled coldly. My deskmate told me to study hard and not to deal with people like you. I'm not a decent person. Olivia was so angry that she almost exploded. How dare you say that to me? It wasn't me who said that. It was my deskmate who said that. Kevin looked at her with mockery in his eyes. She told me not to talk too much with people like you. Olivia was furious. Do you listen to everything your deskmate says? My deskmate is the school beauty. She is pretty, tall, and speaks well. Why don't you listen to her? Kevin said disdainfully. And you? Olivia was so angry that she could hardly speak. Kevin was merciless. You are short and you don't look that good. You really don't look that good. The short words pierced Olivia's heart. She was stunned. Her face turned pale instantly, and tears were about to overflow. I will never forgive you again. She gritted her teeth and ran away without looking back. Kevin stood there, and the students around him cast doubtful glances at him. Some people were whispering, wondering if he was the legendary scumbag who bullied the girl. But Kevin didn't care. He knew that what he said just now was not an exaggeration. His relationship with Olivia was completely different from the previous life, and what she did in front of Sophia was nothing. There were footsteps coming from behind. Kevin turned around and saw Sophia walking out of the supermarket with wet wipes and a few fruit candies in her hands. She glanced at him and casually handed over the candies. It's the change, try it. Kevin took the candy, tore open the candy wrapper, and put it in his mouth, laughing in his heart. He already knew what she was thinking, and she obviously heard what she said just now. Kevin was feeling sleepy after dinner, so he lay down without hesitation, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. Sophia, who was sitting next to him, put a candy into her mouth, turned her head slightly to look at him, a slight smile on her face and a hint of sweetness in her eyes. She thought to herself, this fool is so absorbed in watching this. The classroom was filled with a deep sense of sleepiness until the bell rang at 1:40 p.m., waking everyone up from their dreams. The students got up from their desks, sighed, and tried to sit up straight, preparing for the afternoon classes. Kevin's Class 30 is a liberal arts class. After the division of liberal arts and science, physics and chemistry were removed, and the two science courses left were Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, and geography. The first class in the afternoon is geography, followed by politics. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, we have already entered the review stage. The course content is mainly based on memorization, and the monsoons, ocean currents, and mountain terrain in the scenic area are simply dizzying. Although everyone was a little drowsy, only a few top students were still at ease in the face of such complex content, taking notes quickly and looking energetic. Sophia not only consistently ranks among the top students in her grade, but also won the city's first place in liberal arts with a high score of 658 in last year's college entrance examination. Kevin quietly turned his head and looked at Sophia, who was listening to the class attentively. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl is so outstanding. Compared with her, he was always busy with love affairs when he was in school. His grades were always at the bottom of the class, and he almost failed to get into a second-tier university in the college entrance examination. However, in this life, he is no longer the unmotivated young man. He raised his eyebrows slightly, a confident smile on his lips. Just as Kevin was immersed in his own thoughts, a note was quietly pushed over to him. He looked down and saw Sophia's beautiful handwriting. Don't giggle. Concentrate on the class. Kevin was stunned, looked up at her, and found that she was still cold and focused, with her eyes completely on the podium. He turned his head away awkwardly, no longer looking at her, and began to listen carefully. However, Sophia smiled slightly inadvertently, and when she saw Kevin finally put away his silly smile, she thought to herself, "Little idiot, he was so engrossed in watching." Her heart was filled with pride, and a smile gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth. The last class in the afternoon is a class meeting. William, the homeroom teacher, stood on the podium and announced with a straight face, "Next week is the mock exam. Everyone, review well and prepare for the challenge." Our class's last mock exam score dropped to the second-to-last place. How embarrassing. This time, don't let our class be at the bottom of the grade again. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, even breathing carefully for fear of being called by the teacher. Kevin listened and sneered in his heart. In his previous life, his class grades were not that good, and he was always at the bottom of the 6 liberal arts classes. The head teacher was linked to performance appraisal, which led to the teacher's anxiety. Just as he was immersed in his own thoughts, a roar suddenly came. "Kevin, get up." Kevin was stunned for a moment, stood up quickly, and looked at the head teacher in panic. William glared at him angrily and slammed the table. "How dare you be distracted? Do you know how many points you got in the last mock exam? How many points did you get in the last mock test?" Kevin smiled bitterly. After his rebirth, he had long forgotten his past achievements. Before he could recall, William's voice rang out. "Math 71, Chinese 82, English 74, liberal arts 143. The total score is too low to even pass. There are 49 people in the class, and you are ranked 44th. William's face was filled with anger as he stared at Kevin, who was sitting in the last row. He was obviously extremely disappointed in him. Kevin remembered that he could at least rank around 30th in his freshman year, but since his sophomore year, his grades had been declining and he was about to fall to the bottom of the class. William was extremely anxious, and his class grades directly affected his performance and welfare, which made him very angry. "You must improve your score by at least 20 points in the second mock exam. Otherwise, I will call your parents." William angrily issued an ultimatum. Laughter rang out in the classroom, and a boy said jokingly, "Teacher, 20 points is too difficult for Kevin. He is busy chasing the class beauty of Class 7. How can he have time to review?" As soon as the words came out, the laughter got louder. William glared at Kevin. "What class beauty? Stop messing around with this. Improve your score by 20 points. Several students with excellent grades showed vigilant eyes and began to distance themselves from Kevin. If he really asked them to tutor, their review time would be delayed. Kevin didn't take it seriously, as he was used to this kind of malice. He smiled and said, "Teacher, it's okay. I'll just review by myself, not drag the class down, and try to improve my score by 200 points. The whole class burst into laughter, and the mocking boy almost laughed out loud. 200 points? If you can raise it by 2 points, it's good. The boy turned to William and said, "Teacher, Kevin is quite self-aware. He knows that no one is willing to tutor him, so he won't bother anyone." William frowned, not satisfied, but he also knew that Kevin's grades were indeed a headache. He obviously didn't take the statement of improving 200 points seriously, thinking that Kevin was just bragging. "Forget it. Review on your own, and come to me if you have any questions," William said with a frown. However, the next moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the classroom. "No need to find anyone else. I will tutor him." The whole class was silent. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Sophia stood up in the last row, walked to Kevin's side, and glanced coldly at the whole class. She said calmly, "I will tutor Kevin." This sentence was like a bomb, and the classroom exploded instantly. The whole class was in shock, and almost everyone's eyes were focused on Kevin and Sophia. Kevin himself was also stunned. Originally, he was full of confidence, ready to make a big splash with the advantage of his rebirth. But he didn't expect that just when he was about to make a splash, Sophia stood up and stole all his limelight. The classroom was filled with whispers, and the students couldn't believe their eyes. Sophia, the iceberg school beauty, was usually cold and aloof. She never approaches anyone, and even girls find it hard to get close to her. She has excellent grades, but she always keeps to herself and focuses on her studies. But now, she is willing to personally tutor Kevin, who is at the bottom of the class. No, no. The boy in the front row was the first to react. He said in a hurried tone, his voice full of sarcasm, "Teacher, Sue has good grades, but she still has to strive for our class to be the first in the grade this time. We can't let Kevin hold us back." William was also shocked by Sophia's sudden action. He frowned and thought about it, obviously unwilling to accept this proposal. "Yeah, that makes sense," William said hesitantly, obviously thinking about whether he should let Sophia tutor Kevin. "I think I'd better forget it." However, before he could finish his words, Sophia's voice interrupted him. "Teacher, it's okay," she said calmly. "As the class monitor, it is my job to help my classmates. Tutoring Kevin did not affect my grades, but helped me understand the knowledge better." She spoke confidently and in a cold, yet impeccable tone. William couldn't help but nod after hearing this, as if he thought it made sense, and finally made up his mind. "Okay, then Kevin's tutoring will be left to you." He took a deep breath, turned to Kevin, and his tone immediately became stern. "Kevin, you must cherish this opportunity and ask Sophia for advice. If you don't study hard and affect Sophia, don't blame me for making trouble for you." "Understood," Kevin responded in a low voice. Although he didn't feel the need to rely on Sophia's guidance, he decided to keep a low profile and maintain a calm attitude at this moment. The two of them sat back in their seats, and William continued to arrange other class tasks. Kevin secretly glanced at Sophia next to him and said in a low voice, "Actually, there's no need to bother. I can do it myself." Sophia replied calmly, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to help you." Her tone was cold and emotionless. "This is my duty as a monitor." "Oh, thank you," Kevin had to respond. But in fact, Sophia's heart was already surging with emotions. When she saw those people in the class laughing and mocking Kevin, her anger was quietly rising. Without any hesitation, she stood up to stand up for Kevin and fight for his sake. She glanced coldly at the whole class, thinking to herself, "You don't want to tutor my cute little desk mate? Then let me do it." Sophia didn't care how others viewed her. She just wanted to fight for a fair opportunity for Kevin. However, Sophia was not just trying to stand up for Kevin. She was also secretly thinking, "This is a chance to get in touch with Kevin." She couldn't help but feel a little excited, and she chuckled as she imagined the scene of them tutoring together. After the class meeting, the bell rang, and everyone rushed to the cafeteria. Sophia was called away by a few female classmates, leaving Kevin alone, and he went to the cafeteria to eat with his best friend Ethan. "Brother Ren, you are so awesome," Ethan said excitedly while eating. "Forget about lunch. You actually got the school beauty, Sue, to tutor you personally. She has never tutored anyone before, but today she gave it to you." Kevin rolled his eyes helplessly. "Who said I would fail the exam?" He didn't care what others said. Anyway, he knew in his heart that his strength after rebirth was enough to turn everything around. Ethan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kevin in confusion. "You only scored 370 last time. How is it possible to improve by 200 points this time?" He shook his head. "Most people can't do that." Kevin showed a mysterious smile on his face. "How about we make a bet?" Ethan's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest generously. "Okay. If you can improve by 200 points, I'll take off my clothes and do 3 handstands on the playground." Kevin was shocked. "Fuck, how dare you?" Ethan smiled proudly and said, "Yes. If I lose, I will take off my clothes and run 3 laps around the playground. It's fair and above board, and no one dares to say anything to me." Kevin nodded. "Okay, to be fair, let me ask one more question. What if I lose?" Ethan immediately put on a righteous look. "If you lose, I won't punish you with anything else." He paused, then moved forward again, and spoke with a hint of expectation. "But can you tell me how you got the school beauty, Sue, to agree to tutor you?" Kevin was stunned for a moment. Question mark. Ethan looked honest. I also want to know, can you open a class to teach me how to get close to the school beauty, Sue?" Kevin was amused by Ethan's tone. "You kid, you have a nice idea." He smiled slightly and thought to himself, although he is a trump card, he doesn't want to tell others casually. In the restaurant, Sophia sat with a few girls to eat. Although the atmosphere was relaxed, their eyes were always on her, and they asked some curious questions from time to time. They were all waiting for Sophia to give an answer, especially about why she suddenly took the initiative to tutor Kevin. Lily spoke first, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Sophia, why did you suddenly agree to tutor Kevin? This is the first time I see you taking the initiative to tutor someone. Her words made the other two girls nod slightly, and it was obvious that everyone was very interested in this topic. Sophia smiled faintly, her expression calm, and answered without any panic. Nothing. I'm the class monitor, and it's my duty to help my classmates. Although her tone was relaxed, her words were full of official tone. Lily frowned, not quite believing it. I haven't seen you help other people before, especially boys. Sophia continued to remain calm, her eyes not fluctuating at all. It's just a coincidence. He is my desk mate, and tutoring him is just a matter of convenience. After she finished speaking, there was a smile in the corner of her eyes, as if nothing mattered. Seeing that she spoke so naturally, the girls next to her did not ask any more questions. However, they began to speculate in their hearts. Could it be that this recognized iceberg goddess really had some unknown relationship with the last-place boy? While they were still speculating, one of the girls suddenly mentioned what happened in the morning. Then you took the initiative to hug him. During the break, I heard that you held Kevin's hand in front of Olivia in class 7. What's going on? As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Sophia still looked normal and glanced at them lightly. It's just a coincidence. She spoke lightly and even asked back, do you think I like him? After hearing this, the three girls suddenly understood, as if their hearts were instantly untied by her words. Yes. How is it possible? You're the campus belle of Yunnan. How could you fall for that kind of boy? They all agreed and were immediately relieved. However, Sophia was secretly proud of herself. She cleverly turned the situation around, not only maintaining her image, but also successfully covering up her relationship with Kevin. She secretly laughed in her heart. These little tricks allowed her to easily maintain her current iceberg goddess persona. However, her mood did not last long. Almost as soon as they breathed a sigh of relief, the topic began to turn to another direction. But speaking of it, Kevin is actually not bad. He must have his merits for being favored by Olivia. Lily's eyes sparkled, and she continued excitedly. Besides, he looks quite handsome today, like a good little brother. At this point, she seemed to be a little interested. How about I try? Huh? Sophia slammed her chopsticks on the table with a crisp sound. Her reaction shocked the girls around her, and they all turned around to look at her. She swept her cold eyes over them. The second mock exam is coming soon. Study hard and stop thinking about other things. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The three girls quickly put away their joking thoughts, nodded obediently, and lowered their heads to continue eating. Sophia was relieved. Fortunately, these bad women didn't set their sights on her bowl. The boy was still her treasure. She had her own plans and was not in a hurry to reveal the truth. After dinner, Kevin and Ethan returned to the classroom together. The sunset outside the window was still burning in the sky, as if adding a layer of romance to everything. Not long after sitting down, Sophia brought her three girls back to the classroom. Kevin noticed that the three girls seemed to always be looking at him secretly and whispering something. After a while, Sophia returned to the seat next to Kevin, and her cold voice came slowly. Get ready. Which subject do you want to tutor first? Kevin was a little stunned. He originally thought she was just talking, but he didn't expect her to actually arrange tutoring. Forget it. I can learn by myself. Kevin said a little uneasily. However, Sophia did not let him go and asked coldly, Are you sure you can do it? Kevin nodded, but he didn't expect her to start searching in the desk drawer. After a few seconds, she took out 2 test papers and handed them to Kevin. Take these 2 closed tests. If you make fewer than 8 mistakes, I believe you can do it. Kevin took a look at the test paper and couldn't help but think. Okay. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still began to do the questions seriously. However, 20 minutes later, Sophia quickly scanned the standard answers. Her expression instantly changed from calm to astonished. 2 closed tests, all correct. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sophia carefully checked the test paper against the standard answers again. When she confirmed that everything was correct, she could not hide her shock. The Shuren Middle School and Yunnan Middle School next door are both provincial key schools, and the difficulty of the test papers is almost the same. But even for her, whose grades are usually in the top 3, it is inevitable that she made mistakes in these 2 test papers. And Kevin in front of him, he got all the questions right. She was stunned. This result was not right. Kevin's grades used to be the worst in the class, and his English score was barely around 80. How could he get all the answers right this time? And it only took him 20 minutes? She couldn't understand it. Kevin was not nervous at all, and even looked at her with a smile on his face. Do you believe it now? This was the first time he took the initiative in front of her, and a small sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Hearing this, Sophia's eyes turned cold, and the spirit of not admitting defeat in her heart returned. She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and glanced at Kevin. Come again. She pulled out a competition paper from her textbook, quickly covered the answers with tape, and handed it to Kevin. She raised her eyebrows. Try this again. Kevin smiled and said, no problem. He put down his pen and started to do the questions quickly. 10 minutes later, he handed the test paper back to Sophia calmly. Sophia pretended to be indifferent and said, so fast, check it carefully before handing it in. Before she finished speaking, she quickly tore off the tape and checked the answers. As a result, she was shocked again. She got all the answers right. The second time, she got all the answers right. This time, it was a difficult competition paper. Even she made a few mistakes. Other students with good grades definitely could not get all the answers right. She took a deep breath. What was going on? Was this Kevin in front of her really the last place guy she knew? How had he suddenly become so outstanding? Kevin actually has his own secrets. He doesn't know that Sophia has read his diary and learned about his past lows. But he knows that today's performance is the result of his hard work after rebirth. His hard work in college and his work experience in education and training institutions have shaped his current foundation. Returning to high school and facing these exams was simply an easy dimensionality reduction attack. He didn't know that his performance today had completely overturned Sophia's perception of him. She had never thought that this former stupid classmate actually had such a profound knowledge background. Kevin quickly finished the test papers in various subjects, including English, Chinese, mathematics, politics, history, and geography, and passed them all successfully. He could even recite the ancient Chinese poems that were required to be memorized in high school fluently. And although mathematics was a little more difficult, he was able to easily solve the difficult questions at the end. The three subjects of liberal arts, politics, history, and geography were all handled with ease. Sophia's eyes lit up. This is wrong. The answer is wrong. Kevin glanced at the answer easily and said casually. Sophia looked again and found that the answer was wrong. She widened her eyes and was puzzled. Kevin, this classmate who always had poor grades, how could he suddenly be so outstanding? Kevin leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked calm, as if everything was under control. His 3 years of teaching experience made it easy for him to face these exam questions. To him, these exams were like old friends, and he could break through all the difficulties with one sword. Sophia looked at Kevin silently, and her heart was stirred. She didn't show it immediately, but just asked calmly, why did you suddenly become so nice? Actually, I've been secretly studying hard to amaze everyone in the second mock exam. Kevin answered with a smile and a confident tone. Sophia was skeptical and looked him up and down. She had read Kevin's diary and knew that he didn't have any secret efforts. She thought about it, but finally accepted this reason. Kevin looked at her and chuckled. Then I won't bother you with the review. I'll do it myself. Sophia felt mixed emotions. On the one hand, she was relieved that her future with Kevin would not be separated by the difference in grades. On the other hand, she was a little disappointed that she had originally wanted to increase her chances of contact with him through tutoring, but in the end, everything went smoothly. But soon, Sophia calmed down again, her eyes lit up, and she had a new plan in mind. During the evening self-study, Kevin was flipping through the history textbook and occasionally taking some notes on it. At this time, Sophia quietly approached and whispered, "Are you busy? Help me with this question." Kevin was stunned. She actually came to him for help? This was something he had never expected. After all, her grades were always top of the class, and he had never thought that he was qualified to solve her problems. I'm not sure about this one. Sophia's tone was calm, as if she didn't care about the question she didn't understand. Kevin looked at the reading comprehension question she handed over in confusion. It was just an ordinary question that many people in the class could solve. But looking at Sophia's expression, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Did he overlook something? He reviewed the question again, but still felt it was not difficult. Looking at Sophia, he asked softly, "You don't know how to do this?" Sophia nodded calmly, looking normal. Kevin was even more confused. Did he underestimate this question? He decided to take a closer look and try to find the trap. At this time, Sophia secretly observed Kevin's focused look, and the mini-man in her heart was already excited. I failed to tutor him, and instead let him tutor me. Isn't this also a clever way to overtake? She smiled secretly in her heart, and still maintained a calm expression on her face. Kevin didn't want to cause trouble for his classmate, but trouble had obviously found him. Kevin, I don't know how to do this. Can you help me with the subjective history questions when you have time? Is this a polyphone? I forgot. Why choose C? It was troublesome enough to give her answers, but every time he analyzed the test for her, he always felt that her eyes were not on the test paper. Those beautiful eyes would scan his face from time to time, and every time he looked up suddenly, the school beauty deskmate would look cold and focused, as if she didn't realize he was looking at her at all. It felt like I was being spied on. Every time I looked up, I could almost hear her faint gaze wandering across my face. What's wrong? Don't you want to continue? She looked at him, her eyes calm and innocent. It's okay. Kevin was stunned for a moment and then returned to normal. But this weird atmosphere lasted the whole night, and the school beauty deskmate kept handing him test papers. Kevin, look at this. Look at this again. And this. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Kevin pointed angrily at the student ID column on the test paper. This is the student ID column. How dare you ask that? Oh, I read it wrong. Sophia didn't show any anger, quickly turned over the test paper, and pointed to another question. Then look at this. Kevin's face darkened instantly. He reluctantly picked up the pen and prepared to continue tutoring. Just as he reached out to take the pen, Sophia, his hand also reached out, and their fingers accidentally touched. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and Kevin looked down at his caught fingers, stunned. You caught the wrong person. I wanted to give you the pen, she said calmly. Then let go. Okay. She let go casually, as if nothing had happened. Kevin was completely speechless, but his heart was already stirred. Was this a coincidence or intentional? Kevin spent almost the entire self-study class tutoring Sophia. He was sweating profusely and finally breathed a sigh of relief when the school bell rang. The school beauty deskmate seemed unsatisfied and turned around to take out another real test paper. By the way, take a look at this. School is over. Kevin jumped up almost like a spring, quickly swept his textbooks and homework into his school bag, quickly put on his school bag, and even turned his chair over to the desk. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, barely giving Sophia time to react. The school beauty deskmate was stunned, watching him run away as if he was running for his life, and almost laughed out loud. Little idiot, why are you running so fast? She had just packed her bag and was about to catch up when someone called out from behind. Student Sue, wait a minute. She frowned, stopped, and turned around to see that it was David, the boy who laughed at Kevin that afternoon. Sophia's expression turned cold. What's the matter? David smiled and said with a hint of pride. I think that although the head teacher asked you to tutor Kevin, his grades are too poor to be worth wasting time on. If you continue to tutor him, it will affect your own review. Sophia frowned slightly, feeling a little complicated, and her face gradually turned cold. Am I familiar with you? David was stunned for a moment. She interrupted him, her tone cold as ice. It was not assigned by the class teacher. I took the initiative to ask for it. David coldly. It's none of your business to interfere in my affairs. You're just a classmate. Remember your duty. I don't want to hear it a second time. After saying that, Sophia ignored him and walked out of the classroom with her school bag on her back. David was ignored and became angry. Aren't you and Kevin just classmates? Sophia paused, turned around and looked back at him, her eyes cold. It's different. He and I are desk mates. Chapter 20. Mom and Dad, I can't see you getting old. It takes about 10 minutes to ride a bike from school to home. Kevin's home is on the 13th floor. When he was in the elevator, he couldn't help feeling inexplicably nervous. The elevator door opened, and I walked through the corridor toward my front door. I looked at the shoe cabinets and sundries placed in front of the corridor, the extremely familiar furnishings, and the familiar aroma of food that seemed to be drifting along the corridor. Kevin's mood suddenly became relaxed again. Walk to the door of your home. Take out the key, put into the door lock, and turn it. He took a deep breath and opened the door. What caught my eye was the living room that I once knew so well and loved. Under the dim and soft light, the simple furnishings and decoration of the house were clearly visible. A middle-aged woman was bending over and sweeping the floor with a broom. Kevin shouted, Mom! Hearing the call, Mother Zhao Shuqin raised her head and saw Kevin standing at the entrance. She immediately smiled in surprise. Kevin is back. Then the mother turned to the kitchen and shouted, Lao Lin, my son is back. Then I heard hurried footsteps coming from the kitchen. Lin Guozheng, wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand, walked out quickly. When he saw Kevin, he immediately smiled and greeted him warmly. Are you back? Hurry up and change your shoes and come in. Dad made a midnight snack for you. Then he turned to look at his wife and complained. What do you mean your son? Isn't he my son too? The mother said confidently. Kevin is so handsome because of me, of course he is my son. What? Lin Guozheng, do you have any objection? She glanced at her husband sideways when she said the last sentence. Comrade Lao Lin, who was used to being dominated by his wife, was immediately defeated by his wife's gaze and raised his hands in surrender. No problem, no problem. Your son, your son. Looking at the familiar scene of parents bickering in front of me. Long time no see. At this moment, Kevin couldn't help wanting to laugh, but his nose inexplicably felt a little sour, and he remembered many things in a trance. In his previous life, he failed the college entrance examination and barely made it to a second-tier university. Instead of blaming him, his parents sacrificed their reputation, tried every possible way to ask for help from others through their connections, and finally worked hard to scrape together the family's few savings and did their best to send him to the best university possible. He still remembers that late night, when his parents came back from visiting their contacts, sweating profusely, unable to hide their tiredness, but still trying to smile cheerfully and optimistically, and told him, "It's done. With this score, I can at least get into Donghai University of Technology. Your parents can only help you get here, but going to college depends on your own efforts." But that night, he accidentally heard his parents whispering in the bedroom. I heard that the son of Mr. Zhou next door didn't get as high a score as Kevin, but he knew the vice president of the college at Donghai University and managed to get his son in. Kevin is such a smart kid, but he just didn't do well in the college entrance exam. He could have gone to a better university. Silence. Finally, he heard a faint sigh from his father Lin Guozheng in the bedroom. We, as parents, are incompetent. Another thing, inspired by what happened late that night, he indeed turned over a new leaf and worked hard after entering college. I ranked high in academic performance and kept receiving scholarships. While studying, I worked part-time to earn living expenses. After graduation, I found a job and worked tirelessly. Later, his work gradually improved. The career is on the right track, but has also become busier. His parents, who were far away in his hometown, often called him. He talked endlessly about his work progress on the phone. His parents listened quietly and patiently, and were happy for him, but at the end of each call they were more worried and warned him. Don't work too hard. You can make endless money. Resist and take care of your body. When I have time, I'll go home once in a while. But because he was immersed in work, he rarely went back in the next 10 years. When he returned home many years later, his parents were so happy that they were nearly 60 years old and their hair was gray. But his father was still excited and couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves and go to the kitchen to cook a sumptuous meal for him. He sat on a sofa with his mother, who happily took out her phone and asked him to teach her how to use some new apps. Your aunt's son's daughter next door is teaching her mother how to play TikTok. Any other special effects? You also teach me how to use it. When he opened the mobile phone software and demonstrated several special effects to his mother, when he used one of the aging effects, he suddenly turned into a little old man in the mobile phone camera. A little funny, but his mother was very happy to see it and excitedly asked him to take a few more photos with this special effect. Clap again. Leave it in the photo album so I can show it to your dad too. Then, as if by accident, he said, otherwise, Mom and Dad wouldn't be able to see you grow old. Just one sentence. Looking back now, suddenly, Kevin's eyes turned red. In the previous life, I was unable to provide for my parents in their old age and in their lives, and even ended up having to wait until the old to see them off. It is extremely unfilial. Looking at the parents in front of me who are still young and healthy. Kevin suddenly walked up quickly and hugged his parents tightly. Lin Guozheng and Zhao Shuqin were both caught off guard and panicked. What's wrong? Were you bullied at school? Kevin raised his head, tried his best to calm down, and smiled. It's all right. I just missed you guys. After a moment, a family of 3 sat at the dining table having a midnight snack. The midnight snack is not very rich, but it has a familiar taste. Kevin picked up his bowl and chopsticks and ate heartily. His food tasted so delicious that his parents sitting opposite him couldn't help laughing. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. It's like a wild boar reincarnated. It's not afraid of being laughed at. While watching their son eating supper, the parents chatted casually. And soon, the content of the conversation attracted Kevin's attention. Mother, how is your factory doing lately? Lao Lin. Father, Not very good. Just make do with it. How about you? Our factory is not doing well either. Recently, there have been rumors that we may have to lay off employees. At this point, Mother Zhao Shuqin frowned slightly, revealing a distressed look. I'm also annoyed. If you leave now, you can get a resettlement fee. If you stay, your salary will have to be cut even further. I don't know how to choose. Chapter 21. Trouble at the School Gate. Olivia's Revenge. Hearing this, Kevin remembered. In his previous life, he had also experienced this scene. In 2007, when he was in his second year of high school, the state-owned factory where his mother worked was indeed not doing well and began to lay off employees. His mother eventually chose to take a pay cut to stay, but after a year or two, the factory went bankrupt and was sold off directly. In the end, my mother couldn't escape being laid off. But in fact, when faced with the decision, my mother also hesitated. Kevin remembers clearly that although his mother worked in a state-owned factory, she actually always had her own ideas and ambitions, and she always dreamed of opening her own shop and doing business. Only, on the one hand, influenced by traditional concepts, people subconsciously seek stability and dare not take risks easily. On the other hand, the problem actually lies with me as a son. Let's just forget it. My father shook his head when he heard this. With our limited abilities, how can we start a business? Besides, Kevin is currently in the critical stage of preparing for the college entrance examination. You work in the factory, so at least you have time to look after the family. If I really go out to do business, I won't be able to take care of him. Mother Zhao Shuqin was actually a little unconvinced when she heard the first half of the sentence. But I heard my husband mention his son in the second half of the sentence. She was convinced immediately. Although she still felt somewhat unwilling and regretful, the mother nodded seriously. That's right. Then I'll go talk to the director and ask him to lower my salary so that I can stay here. Listening to the conversation between his parents, Kevin felt warm but also guilty. If it weren't for myself, perhaps parents would not need to have so many concerns, and the mother would have the opportunity to pursue her career dreams. But since I'm reborn, in this life, we should make some changes so that we will not have any regrets, and we should not leave any regrets for our parents either. After thinking for a while, Kevin looked up at his parents and said, I think Mom should just quit her job. It's good to start a business. Mom, think about it. Your factory's current profits are already very poor. Even if you reduce your salary and stay, you may not be able to hold on for a few years. If the factory goes bankrupt, you will still be laid off. It's better to take the resettlement money and come out early to give it a try. Besides, if your business succeeds and you make a lot of money, when I go to college and live in a big city, you can help me buy a house to live in, right? What you said makes sense. And the last sentence, which seemed like a joke, made Zhao Shuqin even more excited. That's not wrong. Besides, Kevin will go to college in the future. If he can get a house earlier, it will be much more stable. Lin Guozheng thought it made sense, but he still frowned. But with your studies now, someone has to take care of your family. Kevin laughed. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I can handle studying on my own. Zhao Shuqin curled her lips when she heard this. You're just bragging. If it's really like what you said, then you would have ranked more than 40th in the class in the last mock exam. How can your father and I be at ease? Kevin said without blinking. That was because I didn't use my full strength before. It's different now. The second mock test will be next week. I'll show you two of my skills then. It'll be easy to get into the top 10 in the grade. Top 10 in the year group. Zhao Shuqin and Lin Guozheng looked at each other and laughed immediately. Don't brag without thinking. Okay, don't even mention being in the top 10 in your grade. If you can get into the top 10 in your class in this second mock test, your mom will listen to you and quit your job to try your luck. Kevin was waiting for this sentence and immediately stretched out his hand. Is it a deal? Mother Zhao Shuqin also stretched out her hand and happily high-fived her son, looking quite heroic. It's a deal. Had a midnight snack with my parents. After washing up in the bathroom, Kevin returned to his room. Before I went back to my room and closed the door, I could vaguely hear my parents talking quietly in the living room while they were cleaning up the dishes. Lao Lin, did you notice that Kevin seems to be a little different after coming back today? You think so too? He hugged me when we met, which almost scared me. And then there were all those things he told you during the analysis. It was so confusing. I thought it was rare for him to be so motivated, and he even promised us that he could get into the top 10. Do you think your son will do well in the mock exam this time? It's not that easy to be in the top 10. Wait, why is he my son now? In the end, it turned into a joke between an old couple. It has coziness and warmth. Kevin smiled slightly and closed the door quietly. After returning to his bedroom, He did not rush to bed, but sat down at the desk. Take out the textbooks and test papers from the school bag. Take a deep breath. I am trying hard to get back the feeling of working like a teacher in my previous life, doing exercises like crazy. Let's get started. Early morning. The bright sunshine came into the room through the window and fell on the bed. Kevin rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and yawned loudly. I was too focused on studying last night. In addition to the basic homework, I also did an extra history and English paper and stayed up until 2:30. I don't know what time it is now when I woke up. Wait a moment. Kevin's eyes suddenly widened. What time is it? Kevin hurriedly put on his clothes and packed a school bag. Without even bothering to wash up, rushed out of the room, said hello to his parents who were having breakfast in the living room, and rushed out the door and downstairs in a hurry. Get on your bike. Rushing all the way to school. I didn't expect that on the second day of my rebirth, I would be in danger of being late for class because I stayed up late to prepare for the test the night before. I thought of the gloomy face of our class teacher, old Lou. Kevin, who was riding the bicycle, couldn't help but shudder and immediately increased his horsepower and speed to sprint forward. It was originally a journey of more than 10 minutes. It was directly shortened to 7 minutes. Kill to the school gate. Kevin got out of the car in a handsome and cool manner and immediately pushed the car towards the school gate. Just at this moment, a shout suddenly came from behind. Kevin, stop! Kevin stopped suddenly and subconsciously turned around to look in the direction of the sound. But I only saw Olivia, her best friend Ava, and 2 other girls walking towards this side. Ava, who just called him out. Kevin saw these people. He immediately turned around and left. My buddy is in a hurry to attend morning self-study, so he doesn't have time to chat with you guys. But at this time, several girls had already walked up quickly. Ava saw Kevin turning around and pushing the cart away. She immediately shouted even more angrily. Stop! Don't go! The sound was a bit loud, attracting the attention of many other students around the school gate. Kevin looked at the other party speechlessly. What's up? Seeing Kevin's impatient look, Ava's face became even angrier. How dare you say that? Tell me yourself. How did you bully our Lingshan yesterday? Why don't you apologize to her? The other 2 girls from class 7, who were probably Olivia and Ava's best friends, chimed in. That's it, apologize. Grown men bully little girls. Aren't you ashamed? When several close friends came to her aid and blamed Kevin. Olivia, the person involved, did not say anything. She just stood there timidly with red eyes and a look of great injustice. It looks pitiful. Suddenly, many students from other classes and grades looked at Kevin with unfriendly eyes. This boy bullies beautiful girls. It's really not a good thing. Olivia could hear the whispers and discussions around her. On the surface, she still looked aggrieved and pitiful, but at the same time, she was secretly looking at Kevin, feeling proud in her heart. This was originally discussed between her and her best friend Ava. I suffered such a great humiliation yesterday. At the school gate today. Kevin must look good. Chapter 22, the school beauty holds Kevin's hand and goes through the level with domineering power. Olivia felt that she had Kevin in her grasp. No matter what happened to this dog who used to follow her around and do whatever she called, he suddenly became so rude to her. But in her opinion, all this was just Kevin's trick. He thought that by ignoring him and retreating to advance, he could increase his status and weight in his heart. That's totally wrong. Olivia sneered in her heart. Not only could she see through the other party's childish tricks at a glance, and the other party must first pay the price for yesterday's attitude. No one has ever been so cold and rude to Olivia or said such excessive words. She had deliberately chosen this time today in this specific location at the school gate. She brought Ava and 2 other close friends from her class here specifically to intercept Kevin. She knew Kevin had always been thin-skinned and introverted. Then today, we must put pressure on the other party right here at the school gate, in front of everyone. Force him to bow his head and apologize to himself. As long as this time, I can break the other person's seemingly upright, ridiculous self-esteem and backbone. After, Kevin can only continue to be obedient and serve as Olivia, as licking dog. Apologize. You must apologize. Ava and 2 other girls from class 7 beside him continued to put pressure on Kevin, and their attitudes became more and more aggressive. Several girls gathered together and almost surrounded the person, accusing and scolding him. This pressure, if it were any other ordinary 18-year-old boy, he would probably be overwhelmed and give up. But here comes Kevin. But someone seemed not to be affected at all, looking at the indignant girls from class 7 in front of him. Oh, and then just ignore it. If you continue, You have to push the bicycle and leave. It was as if these people's accusations and persecution had nothing to do with Kevin at all. Completely treat the other person as air and nothing. This almost made the three girls, led by Ava, so angry that they felt suffocated in their chests and vomited blood. Ava immediately stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the front of Kevin's bike and said loudly, "Don't leave." The other two girls from Class 7 also followed immediately, standing on the left and right of Ava, blocking Kevin's way. "Yes, you can't leave until you apologize." "Apologize." Olivia, who was standing aside, continued to look pitiful with red eyes. But I was becoming more and more proud in my heart. The benefit of her bringing Ava and two other close friends along. You don't have to do it yourself. Just play the role of the pitiful victim. But Ava and the other two were famous for quarreling and sharp tongues in their grade. With them stopping Kevin, there was no way Kevin would not apologize to them today. This moment, Olivia continued to act as if she was about to cry with her head down, looking pitiful. But he glanced at Kevin from the corner of his eyes, with a hint of mockery and playfulness like a cat playing with a mouse. "Now, whilst you have, the situation seems to have really come to a standstill." Ava grabbed the front of Kevin's bicycle and wouldn't let go. Three girls stood in a row in front of him, blocking his way, unscrupulous and aggressive. He looked as if he would not give up until someone apologized today. Change to anyone else. At this point, everyone would probably give in. Ava's eyes flashed with pride. Olivia even stood up slightly straighter, reserved and ready to accept the apology in advance. However, the next moment, but Kevin just turned his head. Facing the right side of the school gate, he shouted with full energy, "Teacher, they wouldn't let me go to class." A moment. Ava and her two female companions were stunned. Olivia also suddenly raised her head and looked at Kevin in amazement, almost unable to believe her ears. They had imagined countless ways Kevin would react and behave. But I never expected this scene before my eyes. "Kevin, you are a grown man, but you were stopped by a few little girls and chose. Tell the teacher." Just at this moment, the middle-aged teacher who was standing next to several students on duty on the right side of the school gate was looking over here with a frown. Ava felt uneasy and quickly let go of Kevin's bicycle handlebars. The other two girls from Class 7 also hurriedly made way and stepped aside. I was afraid that the middle-aged teacher would come over and question me. A seemingly unsolvable problem. It was cracked in the simplest and most efficient way. Kevin pushed his bicycle leisurely past Olivia, Ava, and other girls and walked into the school gate. Watching Kevin walk away in such a swagger, Ava felt a surge of resignation and anger in her heart, and she couldn't help but loudly accuse him. "What kind of man are you, Kevin? You won't even apologize. You are so stingy. Which girl would like you?" Such words are more like an outburst of annoyed emotion. However, it was just such a sentence when the voice fell. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. "I can." Suddenly, the engine roared softly. A Maybach 6.0T sedan, all black with smooth curves, came speeding and stopped steadily in front of the gate of Yunnan Middle School. The car door opened. A tall, slender, and beautiful figure got down from the back seat, attracting the attention of almost everyone at the school gate. Sophia strode towards the front of the car with her long legs. Each step was light, yet powerful, as if she was stepping on the hearts of all the students watching. As cool and bright as ever. Full aura. Coming in front of Kevin, the campus beauty of Su Jun University spoke calmly. "I'm going to be late. Let's go." After saying that, almost everyone took a deep breath and looked at him in shock and disbelief. The cold and beautiful schoolgirl from Yunnan Middle School raised her arm and took Kevin's left hand. Then, as if no one is around, Olivia and the other four girls who looked extremely shocked and embarrassed and entered the campus openly. It's like a couple of gods walking hand in hand. Chapter 23. The school beauty bought too much breakfast and didn't want to waste it. Boys and girls walked side by side, holding hands. I walked all the way to the fork in the road near the underground garage on campus before I stopped. Kevin turned to look at Sophia. "Thanks for just now." Although in fact my tell the teacher has basically solved the problem. But the school beauty's desk mate showed up in a luxury car to support him and slap him in the face. Especially looking at Olivia, Ava, and the other two girls from Class 7, their expressions were as shocked as if they had eaten shit. This feeling is actually quite refreshing. Hearing Kevin's thanks, the Su Jun University beauty remained calm and composed. "Nothing. It's just helping each other between classmates. It's what we should do. You helped me with my homework yesterday. I'm just doing a little to repay you. Don't get me wrong." Of course, misunderstandings are not misunderstandings. But then again, Kevin looked at his left hand, which was still being held by his school beauty deskmate. Can you let go of this hand? Oh, the school beauty, sitting on the table, did not change her expression and finally let go of my hand as if nothing had happened. Sorry, I forgot. Kevin felt as if he had been pardoned. He said hello and goodbye to the school beauty and his deskmate, then hurriedly pushed his bicycle to the underground garage. If it's any later, you'll be late. Seeing the figure pushing the cart away, Sophia, as pretended indifference, suddenly disappeared. She lowered her head to look at her fair hands and curled her lips slightly. Little Kevin, why are you so anxious to let go? Isn't it hard to hold my sister's hand? But then she couldn't help but smile happily. Forget it. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to hold the hand of my deskmate when I entered the school gate early in the morning. It's a good deal. It was all thanks to that Shinlucha who caused trouble. It gave me a legitimate reason to hold hands with my deskmate. Thinking of this, Sophia turned her head and looked in the direction of the school gate where she had just come from, smiling and expressing her gratitude to Olivia from a distance. Thank you. At this time, Olivia at the school gate suddenly shuddered, vaguely feeling that she had been tricked by some nine-tailed fox again. And at this moment, the campus beauty of Soochow University was already walking towards the classroom with her hands behind her back, humming a tune and walking briskly. Park your bicycle in the school's underground garage. Kevin ran all the way through the teaching building, climbing up 3 flights of stairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and finally arrived at the back door of Class 10 before the morning bell rang. I just happened to meet my best friend Ethan coming out of the back door to go to the bathroom. Meet Kevin. Ethan's eyes lit up immediately, and he pulled her back, excitedly lowering his voice to share gossip. Brother Rand, big news. Have you heard? Just now, when the school beauty, Sue, got out of her Maybach at the school gate, she took the initiative to walk in hand with a boy. A buddy from the class next to mine saw it and just texted me about it. I heard that several classes downstairs were going crazy about it. While excitedly sharing gossip, Ethan secretly glanced at Kevin to observe his expression, with a hint of showing off in his heart. After all, as a close friend, I still felt a little jealous and unconvinced when I saw someone having several intimate interactions with school beauty, Sue, yesterday. Now that's better. The school beauty, Sue, took the initiative to hold hands with other boys in public at the school gate and walked into the school together. Compared to this, the interaction between your brother Rand and school beauty, Sue, yesterday was actually nothing. Ethan thought about it. He felt more balanced and relieved. Sometimes, as a close friend, you worry that your friend will eat grass, but you also worry that your friend will live too well. It's just this kind of complicated feeling. Kevin was now concentrating on getting back to his seat in the classroom as soon as possible, trying not to get caught by his teacher, William. So I didn't have time to chat anymore with Ethan. Simply throw down a sentence. Oh, I know. That person is me. Then he hurriedly walked past Ethan and ran into the classroom. Ethan was left standing there in a daze, his head buzzing. What the hell? After coming to my senses, Ethan felt like the sky was falling. Oh shit, it's him again. Regardless of how messed up Ethan's mind is right now, Kevin finally returned to his window seat in the last row of the 4th group and sat down next to the school beauty's deskmate. He hurriedly put down his school bag and took out his textbook. Only then did I feel relieved. Ding-ling-ling. The morning bell rang on time, and at the front door of the classroom, the head teacher, William, had already walked into class 10 on time with a stern face. This morning's morning reading content is Chinese. Seeing the teacher coming in to inspect, the students of Class 10 who were sitting under the podium quickly took out their Chinese textbooks and began to read aloud in unison. The late emperor died before he could even begin to build his business. Today the world is divided into 3 parts, and Ijo is exhausted. This is truly a critical moment for survival. The sound of reading can be heard loudly, and a group of students are holding their textbooks and nodding their heads. Seeing this scene, old Lu showed a slightly satisfied look, nodded, walked down with a dignified manner, took a round inspection, and finally left leisurely from the back door of the classroom. And wait until the old teacher leaves. The sound of reading in the classroom suddenly seemed to have loosened its string and immediately became scattered from its previous uniformity. Many students took out soy milk, fried dough sticks, buns, rice balls, and wraps for breakfast from their school bags and pockets, and began to wolf them down with great relish. In order not to be late for morning reading, they have not had time to eat breakfast, and they habitually wait until this time to fill their stomachs. In the classroom, the aroma of various breakfast foods suddenly filled the air. The back seat here. Kevin's stomach rumbled involuntarily. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he smelled the food and watched other students eating with gusto. This morning was too rushed. He didn't even bother to bring his own breakfast. Now I'm really hungry, but I guess I'll just have to bear it for now. Wait until the morning exercise break after the second class, and then go to the school store to buy some food to satisfy my hunger. Kevin was thinking this in his mind. Sudden, but I only saw a white and slender hand holding a rice ball and soy milk, handing it over from the side. Kevin was stunned for a moment. I turned my head subconsciously. What greeted him was the beautiful face of the school beauty sitting next to him, with a cold and indifferent expression, and he spoke without any worldly airs. I bought too much breakfast. I'll give you some. I don't want it to be wasted. Chapter 24. Kevin copied his homework from School Beauty Sue, listening to the school beauty's calm and composed explanation. Kevin looked at the breakfast placed in front of him, then looked at the school beauty sitting next to him, with a look of suspicion on his face. Bought too much. Can you make just one more portion? I haven't heard that my school beauty desk mate usually eats 2 cups of soy milk and 2 servings of rice balls for breakfast. Kevin couldn't help but look at the breakfast on the desk in front of him. The soy milk in the disposable plastic cup is fresh and hot. The rice balls are generously stuffed with tenderloin, sausage, shredded potatoes, and fried eggs, and coated with a thick layer of salty sauce. It looks mouth-watering. Someone swallowed his saliva in frustration. Thank you. The school beauty's desk mate was still cold and indifferent. She had already turned around and picked up the Chinese textbook to continue reading the text. You're welcome. It's what a desk mate should do. Here, Kevin couldn't wait to start enjoying his breakfast and was enjoying it very much. Naturally, he didn't notice that the school beauty classmate next to him had her face half hidden behind the Chinese textbook with a faint smile on her lips. The little man in Sophia's heart smiled with eyes curved, quite proud. Oh my! The first time I fed my little classmate, it was a success. In the last row of seats in the 4th group of the classroom, the boy was eating his breakfast contentedly. The girl next to him was holding her textbook and concentrating on her morning reading. From time to time, she would secretly glance at the boy from the corner of her eye, and she couldn't stop smiling. The bright morning light shines through the window, reflecting such a picture. Harmonious and warm. But I don't know. At this moment, somewhere in the classroom, a pair of eyes with cold and jealousy were watching this scene. The first class on Wednesday morning is English class. Towards the end of morning reading, the groups began to collect the English homework from the previous day. The leaders of each group collected the students' homework one by one from the front to the back, while David, the class representative of English, stood in front of the podium and walked down slowly. When all the English homework papers of the 4 groups were collected and submitted, David casually flipped through the stack of test papers in his hand, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. I found one of them. Glancing over the contents on the test paper, David's eyes flashed with a hint of cold pride, and then his gaze swept across the classroom and landed on the last row of the 4th group. David held the pile of test papers and walked straight towards Kevin and Sophia. Come to the last row of seats. It just so happened that the team leader of the 4th group was about to return to his seat from the last row. David approaching, the team leader was stunned, thinking he was looking for him. What's wrong? Is our group complete? David nodded without comment. Yes, they're all collected. It has nothing to do with you. Go back. Just like the attitude of a superior towards his subordinates in the workplace, the tone is full of arrogance and domineering. The team leader left with a puzzled look on his face. Only David was left standing in front of Kevin and Sophia in the last row of the 4th group. Sophia raised her head and looked calmly at the English class representative whom she had taught a lesson yesterday. What's up? David gave Sophia an elegant smile that he thought was a gentleman. Don't worry, Sue. It has nothing to do with you. Your homework is fine. Immediately, his eyes fell on Kevin beside Sophia, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. But the person next to you, this is a big problem. The voice also became louder, attracting the attention of many students who had finished their morning reading. Looking at David, Sophia's eyes flashed coldly, and she felt a little angry. She didn't even need the experience and vision of being the female president of a listed group in her previous life to see the malicious intentions of David in front of her. Without waiting for her to speak again, Kevin, who was sitting next to him, asked first with a puzzled look on his face. What's my problem? Kevin was also a little unhappy. His buddy stayed up late last night to review and do the exercises. He did not complete the homework too seriously. He got all the answers on the English test correct. Even his handwriting was so neat and beautiful that he almost moved himself. What would be wrong with this? David seemed to be waiting for Kevin to say this. He immediately sneered and took out Kevin's homework paper. In front of the whole classroom, he slammed it on the desk in front of Kevin. Your paper? It's copied. Bang! The sound of test papers slamming heavily on the table, accompanied by David's sudden and sharp accusation. With great force, all of a sudden, more students in the classroom couldn't help but turn their heads and look over. After hearing David's words clearly, they couldn't help but be moved. Copy homework? Is that Kevin? This guy's grades are indeed always at the bottom, but he is introverted and honest, and he doesn't look like someone who would do such a thing. Is this the legendary knowing a person's face, but not his heart? Kevin looked at the test paper on the desk, then glanced at David, who had a proud look on his face. Copy. Do you have any evidence? David looked at Kevin with a look of pity on his face, as if he had seen through someone's tricks. Kevin, stop being so stubborn. As the class representative, I got the standard answers for this test paper in advance. I've looked at your test paper, and you got all the answers right, from the multiple choice questions to the closed questions to the reading comprehension questions. Not counting the essay, I got full marks for the objective questions. This is the final exam paper for the number 2 high school next door. It's very difficult. Even the top students in the key classes of number 2 high school got at least 3 or 4 questions wrong after finishing it. You're right about all of them? Who do you think you are? At this point, David smiled like a winner and made a proud conclusion. So, there's only one possibility. Your test paper was copied from classmate Sue's. After the classmates understood the situation, they all looked enlightened. I see. Makes sense. They also did yesterday's English test homework. It was indeed quite difficult, and it was impossible for most people to get all the answers right. Only a top academic master like Su Jun can do this. Kevin himself was a last-place student, and the only explanation for getting all the correct answers on the English test was that he copied the homework of the school beauty Sue. Bang! He put the textbook in his hand down heavily. At this moment, Sophia's face was as cold as frost, and she looked at David coldly. Who told you? Kevin copied my homework. Chapter 25. This move, combined with the husband and wife, kills the scheming man. Yesterday, at the evening study session, I witnessed Kevin's ability to easily sweep through the test papers of various subjects and even ace the competition questions. So now Sophia knows better than anyone what the academic level of her little classmate has actually reached. At this moment, I heard David slandering me in public like this. She was really a little angry. Just hearing Sophia actively defending Kevin and making excuses for him, David's eyes flashed with jealousy, but he smiled awkwardly. Student Sue, please stop speaking for Kevin. I know you two are desk mates and have a pretty good relationship, and you promised the teacher that you would help Kevin with his homework. But homework is homework, and rules are rules. Kevin, who was the last one in the class, suddenly managed to get almost full marks on the objective questions in such a difficult English test. This is not something that can be achieved by just giving some tutoring in one night. A few words. What he said seems to make sense. The classmates in the class couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement after hearing this. Feeling the approving gazes from other students around him, David straightened his back even more, revealing a righteous look. As the English class representative, I have to be responsible for my position, the English teacher, and the whole class. Other students work so hard to do their own homework. But Kevin easily got a perfect score and handed it in. It's not fair to everyone in the class. David was more and more proud of what he said. He looked at Kevin with a proud attitude. Kevin, tell me yourself, is there anything wrong with what I just said? Everyone is watching us. I'm a class representative. Is there any reason for me to deliberately target you? At the end, David's tone became more playful, like a cat playing with a mouse. He felt he had Kevin in his grasp. It's like this. The purpose is to embarrass this guy in public and make him unable to raise his head in front of his classmates. As the object being targeted, someone at this moment seemed to be unaware of it. There was no sign of anger or grievance at being slandered on his face. Quite the contrary. Listening to David's joking question, Kevin seemed to think seriously for a moment, then looked at David and said suddenly, I heard that you liked classmate Sue, but was rejected by him. Then she was unwilling to be jealous of me, sitting at the same table with her. So you're targeting me? So blunt as to be brutal. There is no euphemism at all. It was like a sudden explosion from out of nowhere. The atmosphere in the entire class 10 classroom instantly became dead silent. The air froze for a moment. David had just shown froze on his face. He just... Say what? All the students in the class were suddenly stunned. Reaction came back to his senses. Then the whole classroom was shaken with shock. David also came back to his senses, and his face instantly turned red, almost bleeding. "What the hell are you talking about?" Kevin repeated with a righteous look on his face. "I said you like." David was so frightened that he almost lost his soul and almost rushed over to cover Kevin's mouth in fear. "Shut up. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." At this moment, David almost went crazy. Bastard. Is Kevin playing completely out of the ordinary? The moment before, he was clearly still the cold and vicious mastermind hiding behind the scenes, with the overall situation in control. As a result, the other party said something completely unreasonable and directly tore off his fig leaf in public. Right? He liked Sophia. He was jealous of Kevin, and that's why he was picking on him. But these things can be directly put on the table. The relationship between men and women in high school should be an ambiguous gray area that is shrouded in secrecy and where the only means of communication is eye contact. You just move it directly into the scorching sun and expose it completely. This is not. Chun wants to make people socially dead. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the entire classroom changed. No one cares anymore whether Kevin really copied the homework of the campus beauty of Su Jun University. The classmates all looked at David with ambiguous looks. So that's how it is. David actually secretly likes the school beauty, Sue. Still being disliked. Big news and big gossip. Looking at the English class representative in front of me, he looked anxious and frightened, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Kevin, the culprit, looked calm and indifferent. It's just jealousy between high school boys. This kind of little trick is too easy to see through for an old man like him who has the soul of a 30-year-old hidden in his body. Dealing with the cracking is just as easy. As long as you expose other people's little thoughts, they will be thrown into chaos. Kevin shook his head repeatedly as he looked at David, who was panicking and at a loss as to what to do. "Take a look. It's just that I like a girl. How can you possibly chase someone when you're so shy after your little tricks are exposed?" Suddenly, there was the sound of a chair being pushed away. Kevin turned around and saw that his school beauty desk mate had stood up. He looked at all the classmates with a cold and indifferent look. "Let me clarify one thing. Did you make her unhappy by talking about your school beauty desk mate?" This thought came to Kevin's mind. David was so excited that he almost cried. Yes, Sue. Please help me clarify this. You are worthy of being my goddess. I really didn't like the wrong person. The result is the next second. But I heard the school beauty desk mate speak without any fireworks. Kevin said there was a rumor that David liked me, but I rejected it. Let me clarify. This is not a rumor. The air was quiet for a moment. Immediately, the classroom was in an uproar. Wow. Amidst the huge uproar, David's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. Sophia had already calmly returned to her seat, her expression still cool and indifferent. He just tilted his head slightly, as if inadvertently. His eyes met Kevin's. Kevin didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the school beauty classmate slightly raised her eyebrows at him, and there seemed to be a hint of smile in her cold eyes. This move, it's called a perfect match between husband and wife. Kill the clown, scheming man. Just at this moment, as the bell rang, a middle-aged male English teacher in his early 40s walked in from the front door of the classroom, holding textbooks and handouts. Seeing the noisy scene in the class, the English teacher was curious. What's going on in such a bustle? David seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and suddenly showed an excited and ecstatic expression and shouted loudly, "Teacher, I want to file a complaint." Chapter 26, get out of the way, Buddy is going to show off. The English teacher of class 30 is a middle-aged man in his early 40s. His surname is Kai. His classmates privately nicknamed him Lao Kai. She is easy to talk to, a little bit feminine, and likes to lift her index finger occasionally. However, he has strong professional teaching ability and has studied in Europe for many years. Compared with other English teachers in the school, he has an authentic London accent and is quite charming when reading the text. And at this moment, Lao Kai's arrival became David's life-saving straw. It was like seeing a savior. David was so excited that he almost cried. He complained loudly. "Teacher, Kevin got all the objective questions correct on his English test, which is impossible given his academic level. So he must have copied Sophia's homework. Even after I pointed it out, he still denied it. In such a rage, he even started to hate the campus beauty of Su University. He used to call her student Sue, but now he just calls her by her full name." Old Kai was a little confused. His eyes fell on Kevin and Sophia. "What's going on?" Kevin stood up and pointed at David with a straight face. Oh, he liked classmate Sue and was rejected. David was so angry that he was about to go crazy. I'm not. I didn't. You, what nonsense are you talking about? The teacher didn't ask you that. If killing was not illegal, he would have wanted to rush up and strangle Kevin to death. Sophia looked at the English teacher at the podium and spoke calmly. Teacher, that's not the case. It's David himself who's talking nonsense. Kevin wrote his own exam assignments and did not plagiarize at all. I can vouch for him. David sneered angrily. He copied your homework. What's the point of you testifying for him? Do you think the teacher will believe it? The words haven't finished yet. Old Kai on the podium already had a look of realization on his face and clapped his hands. So that's how it is. Since classmate Sue has testified, it must be correct. As he spoke, Old Kai raised his finger in joy as usual and looked at Kevin with a little more admiration. Yesterday's test was quite difficult. If he can get all the objective questions right, then it seems like there's a new talent in our class. Kevin, you made great progress. Keep up the good work. Kevin looked humble. Thank you, teacher. I will try my best. The teacher and the student went back and forth like this. David, standing next to him, was stunned on the spot. No, this is different from what he thought. Teacher, I am your English class representative. Shouldn't you support me? Why should Sophia just speak up and testify? You just believed it unconditionally? The incident was solved so simply. Satisfied with his quick and swift handling, the English teacher raised the textbook in his hand. Okay, let's go to class. Everyone, take out your textbooks. We will review the next unit today. There was the rustling sound of pages turning under the podium. Only David was left standing in the back aisle, unable to accept this reality. Kevin sat down. He looked at the English class representative and kindly said, "Go back quickly, or Batman will come to catch you." David, Mr. Kai, the English teacher of Class 10, has his own teaching methods. In addition to the basic review of vocabulary and analysis of parts of speech and grammar, his teaching has one more step, which is to play the text recording at the end for everyone to follow along. Not only must you learn to write, you must also learn to read. Although we are reviewing for the exam now, I also hope that everyone will remember, English is an applied skill and cannot remain on paper. Old Kai said this with certainty. After reading it aloud, he glanced at the students in the audience and raised his charming orchid finger, as usual. Next, I'll ask the classmate to stand up and read it to everyone. As soon as these words came out, most of the students in the classroom immediately lowered their heads, especially those who have poor grades or poor oral English. They would like to bury their heads under textbooks or put them in desk drawers. Lao Kai was somewhat dissatisfied and pointed out the name directly. Class representative, you demonstrate. David, who was called, stood up confidently. As a class representative, his oral ability is among the best in the class. Moreover, he had done his homework and made adequate preparations in advance, just waiting to be called upon to be in the spotlight today. So in front of the whole class, David held the textbook and began to read the text aloud confidently. Objectively speaking, he read very smoothly and fluently, and his spoken English imitated the British accent deliberately, which showed that he had worked hard. Although it sounded a bit artificial to professionals, his level was much higher than that of most ordinary students. After finishing the text, David sat down with a smug look on his face, obviously very proud and satisfied with his performance. Old Kai also nodded approvingly. Good. Then he continued to scan the students in the audience. Who else is coming next? There was still absolute silence. The class representatives had all read it, and no one thought they could do better, so naturally they didn't want to stand up and embarrass themselves. And just at this moment, suddenly a voice was heard. Teacher, I suggest letting Kevin come. The students looked in surprise and found that it was David again who was speaking. David was looking towards Kevin's seat with a sneer in his eyes, with a cold and vicious light flashing. Since he can easily complete such a difficult English test paper, I suppose reading a text shouldn't be a problem, right? Old Kai also thought it made sense and nodded happily. Okowo. Then come on, Kevin. Kevin, who was called, stood up obediently in front of everyone. At this time, David was so proud and excited that he wanted Kevin to be humiliated to death on the spot. So he stabbed Kevin again with an extremely vicious and sinister look. Kevin, you can't just read it casually. You managed to get full marks on the objective questions in such a difficult English test. With such a high level, your spoken English should be in standard British accent, right? Kevin looked at David and gave him a kind word of advice. British or American accents are not that important. As long as you can speak fluently and people can understand you, that's enough. Do I need your useless education as I am a class representative? David sneered. Stop making excuses for yourself. If you ask me, you can't even read a complete sentence, haha. As he said this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kevin smiled as well. Then, he picked up the textbook and read the text slowly. When the first few words are spoken, old Kai on the podium's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked excited and surprised. When the first sentence of the text is read, Sophia suddenly turned her head to look at someone next to her. She was so surprised that all the coldness on her face disappeared, and she couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. The student read the entire text from beginning to end in one breath with an extremely strong and pure British London accent at an extremely fluent speed. David's laughter had long since stopped. But inside the classroom, the atmosphere was boiling like a tide. Chapter 27, The School Beauty is Proud. Little thing, I can't stop charming you. During my 4 years in college, I went to the park every morning to listen to English radio broadcasts and read aloud. Engaged in teaching and training for 3 years to further improve spoken English. For this reason, I even became good friends with a foreign teacher from London in the institution, hanging out with her all day long, and we were roommates for 2 years. It really doesn't matter whether it's British or American pronunciation, as long as you're fluent enough you can communicate. But it does not prevent someone from learning the best he can based on the principle that more skills are better than less. So, he was kindly educating David at the moment. It didn't stop him from showing off the next second. Finished reading a text. The whole classroom was in an uproar as if the tide was boiling. The whole class was going crazy. Countless classmates stared at Kevin in amazement, as if he were a god. Although they were not professionals, they had good hearing and could tell the quality of the performance. Kevin's pronunciation seems to be almost as good as that of Lao Kai, who studied abroad for many years, and it even seems to be more standard. David was completely confused. My mind went blank, and I couldn't believe what I just heard. Only one thought remains. How is it possible? Not him. On what basis? When old Kai on the podium came to his senses, he was so overjoyed that he looked at Kevin as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. You speak so fluently. Specially trained? No. This isn't something that can be acquired through practice. Have you ever studied in London in elementary and middle school? This London accent is so authentic. Locals. Old Kai was so excited that he was waving his orchid finger so hard that it almost left an afterimage. Student Lin, are you interested in participating in an oral competition? At the end of this month, there will be a special oral speech competition in Nam Province, and our Yunnan Middle School has 2 places. I'll get one for you. With your level, you will definitely win a special prize. You may even get extra points for certain schools in the college entrance exam. Someone is still modest. Teacher, you are too kind. I just learned it randomly on my own. He's still a little worse than our class representative. Excessive modesty can be more hurtful. Bang! David's face suddenly turned red again, almost bleeding. It was like an invisible slap in the face. It hurt so much. When Kevin leisurely sat back in his seat, the classmates were still excited and surprised, whispering and discussing endlessly. Many of them couldn't help but secretly glance towards the seats in the last row of the 4th group. He gave Kevin was filled with genuine wonder and admiration, as well as a bit of disbelief. The last one in this class, a guy who has always been shy and introverted. There's actually such a hidden side. Sophia, who was sitting at the same table, tried hard to regain her cool self, but she couldn't help glancing at Kevin from the corner of her eye. I also felt it was incredible. My little desk mate, do you still have this skill? I read someone's thick stack of student diaries. She had never seen this matter mentioned in her diary. Although she was puzzled, the Soochow University beauty soon became happy again. This is a good thing anyway. The fact that her little classmate has such amazing abilities proves that Sophia's vision is absolutely correct. This little Kevin is simply a treasure boy. The deeper she digs, the more surprises she will find. Who knows, there may be other secrets waiting for her to discover in the future. Thinking of this, the little man in Sophia's heart also smiled with eyes curved. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. After the English class, many students came over to Kevin, surrounded him, and actively and humbly wanted to ask him for advice on how to practice speaking. There were even several girls among them. They surrounded Kevin with chirping sounds, and each of them blinked their big black eyes and looked at Kevin with a bit of admiration and worship. How can this be possible? Unable to sit still, the campus beauty of Soochow University immediately frowned and showed the cold and majestic dignity of a class monitor. Okay, if you want to practice speaking, go find a teacher or read along with a tape. Kevin still has to learn himself. The class monitor's attitude was still somewhat intimidating, and the female classmates left reluctantly and regretfully. The Soochow University beauty turned around and looked at Kevin, still with a cold and indifferent look. Don't get me wrong. The second mock test will be coming soon. I just don't want them to disturb your review. The straight-minded man didn't notice anything wrong and nodded humbly. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. The campus beauty of Soochow University turned her head calmly. At the same time, he glanced at the girls' backs as they left, and the little man in his heart snorted and crossed his arms. My little desk mate is mine. No one can grab it. Wait until the second get out of class in the morning is over. Then it was time for morning exercises. The passionate athletes' march, with a strong sense of rhythm, resounded throughout the campus through the loudspeakers, as if activating and awakening the entire Yunnan Middle School. On the playground, students from each class in the 3 grade levels lined up in an orderly manner. The bright sunshine of early summer in May falls. It reflects a vibrant vitality. National Middle School students radio gymnastics, dancing youth. As the music plays, morning exercises begin one by one. The students in the queue kept stretching their arms and legs, shaking their heads and arms to the music. Looking around, the entire playground was like the wind blowing through a wheat field, rising and falling like waves. This is the team of Class 10. Kevin and Sophia are both taller and stood at the end of the line. The campus beauty of Soochow University was doing morning exercises carefully and meticulously following the music, her posture relaxed, elegant, and calm. The sunlight falling on her face is breathtakingly beautiful, like an ideal in the world. Her long legs still show slender and moving curves even wrapped in school pants. Many boys nearby, and even in the next class, couldn't help looking over here, and were almost stunned by the sight of the campus beauty of Soochow University doing morning exercises. Even Kevin is not immune. I couldn't help but take a few more glances at the school beauty classmate in the queue next to me. It is so beautiful that it is in a completely different style from others. Just at this time, Sophia turned her head and glanced over casually. The boys who were peeking at her turned their heads away hurriedly like thieves, not daring to look at the school beauty. Sophia glanced at Kevin. He just happened to catch someone's gaze on him. Their eyes met in the air. Kevin also quickly turned his head away, feeling a little guilty. Sophia's expression remained unchanged. She calmly withdrew her gaze, looked straight ahead again, and continued doing her morning exercises. The corners of his mouth once again raised a proud arc of victory. Little things. I can't stop charming you. Chapter 28. 100 Tips for School Beauties to Seduce You. There is a 20-minute break after the second class in the morning. So after morning exercises, there is still some time left. The students on the playground dispersed. Many people rushed towards the convenience store. A scene full of people. As an adult with a soul in his 30s, Kevin naturally had no interest in joining the crowd at this time. Just then, his best friend Ethan came over and greeted him warmly. Brother Ran, let's go back to the classroom. There are too many people in the canteen. Only a fool would squeeze in with them. Kevin nodded happily and turned around to go back to the classroom with Ethan. But he was stopped by a cold and pleasant voice. Kevin. Kevin turned around when he heard the voice and saw the school beauty desk mate walking towards him. He wondered, what's the matter? The school beauty's desk mate looked at Kevin, pointed in the direction of the canteen, and said concisely, accompany me to the store. His tone was still calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that was taken for granted. Just hearing this, Ethan beside him retreated silently and consciously. The lesson of yesterday is still fresh in my mind. He didn't want to offend the campus beauty of Soochow University again, especially when I think of Sophia's gaze that was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze someone to death. His desire to survive suddenly became very strong. The best friend left, and Kevin was confused. Why do you want me to accompany you? You want to go to the convenience store, but I don't want to go. A top straight guy who was a bachelor in his previous life thought so. The school beauty remained calm on the table and pointed at the huge crowd on the way to the canteen. There are too many people. I can't squeeze through. Kevin burst out laughing. You can't squeeze through, so it's useless to include me. The words haven't finished yet. Kevin leisurely, and her tone was cold and calm. So, hold me. If you hold hands, with one person leading the way in front and the other being pulled from behind, you can indeed squeeze through the crowd. The method is good. Kevin was stunned for a moment, a little alert. Holding hands? That's not a good idea. Holding hands with the school beauty and my desk, made in public, with so many people watching, I felt like my life was in danger. Speaking of which, why does my desk mate seem to be finding excuses to hold my hand every day recently? Is it an illusion? The campus beauty of Su Jun University remained calm and composed. Nothing bad. We are desk mates, and it is reasonable for desk mates to help hold hands. As he said this, he stretched out his hand towards Kevin, as if signaling someone to hold it quickly. Kevin looked at the school beauty sitting next to him. Seeing the other person's generous and frank expression, it seems as if he has no intention to hide it all. He thought about it and realized that was right. It was just a normal thing for his desk mate to hold hands and help clear the way. Even the school beauty desk mate was so calm about it, so he didn't have much to think about. Reasonable. So Kevin stopped hesitating and reached out to hold the hand of the school beauty's desk mate. He held the school beauty's fair and tender little hand in his palm. The touch and taste made even the mature soul of a man in his 30s feel slightly moved. Kevin quickly calmed himself down. Don't think too much. They're just normal classmates holding hands. Very simple. Then he took the hand of the school beauty and his desk mate and led the way forward to squeeze into the crowd. At the same time, follow Kevin. Let your hand be held in the other person's palm. Feel the warmth coming from your palms. The little man in Sophia's heart smiled at Kevin, who was trying to squeeze through the crowd in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Holding my desk mate's hand again. Sophia, you are so smart. I finally managed to fight my way out of the crowd. When Kevin finally arrived at the entrance of the canteen with his school beauty, he was sweating profusely. It's so fucking difficult. Even the young body of an 18-year-old boy could hardly withstand such a surging crowd. Being a desk mate with a school beauty is not a job that most people can do. For Kevin, holding his hand and squeezing through the crowd in front of him, the campus beauty of Su Jun University looked calm and composed at the moment, and even seemed to be in a good mood. He walked into the store briskly with his hands behind his back and began to pick snacks and drinks from the rows of shelves. I bought the things quickly. After paying at the counter, Sophia walked up to Kevin carrying a bag of red stew-flavored potato chips and 2 bottles of Ice Sprite. She handed one of the bottles to Kevin, looking calm and composed. Your remuneration. Kevin took it without hesitation and said, Brother, I was almost exhausted just now. It's not too much to drink a bottle of Sprite from your school beauty desk mate. Of course, he never thought about the treatment he just received. If it were other boys, they would probably be so envious that their eyes would turn green with envy. Not to mention the reward, they would probably want to pay money just for a chance to hold hands. Some people even looked at the bag of potato chips in the school beauty's desk mate's hand, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Why don't you buy 2 bags of potato chips too? There is no such thing as too much reward. The campus beauty of Su Jun University raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a calm voice, If you want to eat, we can eat together when we get back. 2 people share a bag of potato chips. When they each put their hands into the bag, it is inevitable that some ambiguous physical contact will occur, which will make people's heart beat faster. 100 Smart Tips to Improve Interaction with Your Desk Mate. Written by the scheming Iceberg School Beauty. The 2 of them drank Sprite and walked out of the canteen side by side, getting ready to go back to the classroom. Before he had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard a voice. Sophia. Following the sound, I looked. I saw a tall, handsome, sunny, and handsome boy, accompanied by a few followers, walking towards this side with a look of surprise on his face. The boy walked closer, ignoring the person next to Sophia, and spoke to Sophia with a smile on his face and a familiar tone. Are you here to buy snacks too? That's great. It saves me from going to class 10 to look for you. Are you free at noon? Let's have a meal together. I'll treat you. The words fell. The boy did not wait for a response from Sophia, but then a voice rang out beside Sophia. Excuse me. As the voice was spoken, a figure suddenly took a step forward and stood right in front of Sophia, blocking the tall and handsome boy's view. Protecting the school beauty and his desk mate behind him, Kevin looked at the tall boy and smiled. She's not available. Chapter 29, He is My Flower Guardian. The tall boy who asked Sophia out for dinner was named Su Jun, from class 33 of senior high school. He is considered a prominent figure in Yunnan Middle School. He is 1.82 meters tall and plays for the school basketball team. He has outstanding athletic talent. He is also a student of liberal arts and has excellent academic performance. In every monthly, midterm, and final exam, he ranks among the top 5 or even top 3 in the liberal arts class of his grade. He has the nickname of a handsome academic tyrant. It can be said that he is a master of both literature and art. In school, not only his peers, but also a lot of younger and older classmates were his fans and admirers. But what really made this guy more famous It is said that on the eve of his graduation from high school, he had an ambiguous relationship with a girl of the same grade, and even had an intimate relationship with her. As a result, this guy took advantage of the situation and walked away without admitting his mistake. When the girl was looking forward to officially announcing her relationship with him, his attitude towards her suddenly became cold and distant. The girl was heartbroken and took the initiative to muster up the courage to question Su Jun's feelings, but was coldly denied. "We're just friends having fun. Why are you so serious?" Finally, the girl couldn't stand the rumors from her classmates behind her back. She was so sad and desperate that she chose to commit suicide. He jumped from the school administration building. It became a tragedy. This incident even caused quite a stir in the entire Yunnan County, and several school leaders and education bureau leaders were dismissed. But Su Jun, the culprit, seemed to be unaffected and escaped quietly. In short, this guy is not a good person. Kevin saw the other person. These things came to his mind. In his previous life, he had been desk mate with the school beauty. He had also heard that Su Jun had actively pursued Sophia. But fortunately, the school beauty's desk mate was always aloof, and he didn't act too hypocritically toward her. In theory, there is no need to worry too much. But it's better to be safe than sorry. This kind of scumbag would think that any school beauty or classmate who has anything to do with him is dirty. What's more, Kevin thought about it and considered that after he was reborn in this life, his school beauty deskmate also did many things that she had never done in her previous life, and her personality seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. It is inevitable that when facing Su Jun, my attitude towards him will change from that in the previous life. As a deskmate, Kevin felt that it was his responsibility to help the campus beauty of Soochow University avoid such possible risks and troubles. So, when the other party opens his mouth, he invited the school beauty to have lunch with him in a familiar manner. He stood up, protected the school beauty and his deskmate, smiled at Su Jun, and said, "Excuse me, she's not available." Sophia also recognized Su Jun's identity at the first moment. Same, as a reborn. She also quickly recalled the disgusting and dirty deeds related to Su Jun beneath the glamorous surface. But it is the ugly inside that is disgusting and nauseating. Sophia's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although she did not accept Su Jun's pursuit and advances in her previous life, she still had some appreciation for Su Jun at first. But after being reborn in this life, I know the other person's true ugly face in advance. Nature. It will be impossible to give the other party any good face or chance. But she didn't expect that before she could even open her mouth, a figure suddenly stepped forward from the side and stood in front of her to protect her. Listening to the calm and composed words coming from the front, not only the other students around them, but also Sophia herself, the person involved, was a little stunned. The anger that had just arisen because of Su Jun was suddenly interrupted and dissipated a little. Sophia couldn't help but look up and down at Kevin's back. The little man in my heart also looked surprised and confused. "What's going on, my little classmate? Sudden change of sex?" He acted like a straight man at first and was not interested in my various teasing and intimacy attempts. Now he actually stepped forward on his own initiative to help block the way. Su Jun and several of his followers were stunned for a moment. He took a look at this annoying little character in front of him who suddenly appeared from nowhere. I've never heard of such a person in school. So, Su Jun seemed too lazy to waste his words here, and looked straight past Kevin and looked at Sophia, smiling slightly in what he thought was a gentlemanly way. "Sophia, who is this?" Kevin turned sideways and continued to block Su Jun's sight of the school beauty deskmate, as if he was playing a nonchalant game. He met her gaze calmly and smiled. "My name is Kevin. It's classmate Su's." Having said this, he paused, as if thinking about it, and then smiled brightly at Su Jun. "Flower protector." The words fell. The space in front of the convenience store suddenly became quiet. Even the campus beauty of Su University, who was protected behind someone, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly in surprise, and there was even a blush on her cold and pretty face that she didn't even notice. Wait until everyone present gradually reacted and came to their senses. The followers around Su Jun were the first to burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what the hell? Flower protector? Dude, you've read too many novels, haven't you? You're so immature. You're still protecting the flowers. Are you worthy of it?" Su Jun couldn't help but reveal a mocking and teasing expression on his face. "Brother, if you want to protect a flower, you have to have real skills. Besides, you said you wanted to protect a flower, but have you asked the person concerned for his or her opinion?" As he spoke, Su Jun's eyes once again passed Kevin and fell on Sophia, and he continued to maintain that gentlemanly and polite smile. Sophia, is this guy bothering you? Do you want me to help you get rid of him? The tone is understated and extremely casual. At the same time, he seemed calm and composed, as if he had the overall situation under control. In the eyes of ordinary girls, such a posture coupled with such a figure and appearance is absolutely full of charm, enough to make people's eyes pop out and become crazy about her. Su Jun was also confident in the posture he presented. However, but I didn't expect it. What I got in return was just a cold refusal. No need. As she spoke, Sophia stepped out from behind Kevin in full view of everyone. Ignoring the handsome scholar who was good at both literature and sports and the school basketball player, the Soochow University beauty turned around and smiled at her little desk mate. He is my flower protector. This smile, like ice melting and snow blooming. Chapter 30. Boys are so cute when they become stubborn. The air in front of the convenience store was as quiet as death. Flower guardian? When this word was first uttered by someone, everyone thought it was a joke. But when the well-deserved iceberg school beauty of Nan Middle School admitted it again in person, no one could laugh anymore. Su Jun's face suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. This seemingly inconspicuous boy. Why does he do that? At this time, one of Su Jun's followers looked at Kevin and seemed to suddenly think of something and shouted loudly with a look of realization. I know him. This guy is Kevin. He's the last one in class 10. Olivia, the beauty in class 7. After saying this, many other people around also remembered. Oh yeah, there's such a guy. He's Olivia's bootlicker in class 7. He goes to the canteen every day to buy snacks for his goddess. I'm just a tool for running errands. Listening to the chatter of his followers around him, Su Jun suddenly understood. Then he looked at Kevin, and his contemptuous look reappeared. So that's how it is. Kevin, right? He's the worst student in the class, but he still acts like a bootlicker for other girls. With your character, you still want to be Sophia's protector. Do you think you are worthy of it? After these words were spoken, not only the followers beside Su Jun, but also many passers-by and classmates who were watching the fun around them could not help but nod in agreement. One is the one who ranks last in academic performance and acts as a bootlicker for other girls. The other is a handsome and smart guy who is good at both literature and sports, and a prominent figure in Yunnan Middle School. I really have to say who is more qualified to be the guardian angel for Su Xiaojia. It's crystal clear. But this time, he didn't wait for Kevin to speak. Sophia took another step forward and took the initiative to protect Kevin behind her. She met Su Jun's gaze with a cold look. Whether it's suitable or not is up to me, and it's not up to others to tell me what to do. Besides, Sophia paused and tilted her head slightly to look at Kevin. What do you mean by being a tool for other girls? It's just a rumor. As for the last place in the results, thinking of someone's overwhelming performance on the test papers during the evening's self-study yesterday, and the pure and authentic London accent that amazed the whole class in English class this morning, Sophia couldn't help but smile again. I think he's got it. But he's better than you, Su Jun. He was spoiled since childhood and was a celebrity in school, admired and worshipped by countless people. Su Jun had never been treated with such contempt in public. And, in the comparison, she seemed to have lost to an ordinary and inconspicuous boy. Listening to Sophia's cool and calm words, I thought of the rare smiles that the campus beauty of Soochow University had just shown someone. This made Su Jun unable to hold back his jealousy. He suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to act calm, but when he looked at Kevin, he couldn't hide his cold and grim expression. Yeah, I can't believe Kevin is such a secretive guy. Then I'm curious and ask, what was your ranking in the last mock exam? As soon as the question was asked, the follower next to him couldn't wait to answer. Brother Jun, I know. Last time I went to the teacher's office, I happened to see the report card for class 10. There were more than 300 students in the arts class, and this kid ranked 280th. Chun Chun is at the bottom. Su Jun laughed when he heard this and looked at Kevin, mocking him openly. That's all the results? What confidence do you have to say that you are not the last one? Kevin looked calm and nonchalant. I didn't do well on the last test. It doesn't mean it's impossible for a lifetime. When Su Jun heard these words, he just thought they were just being tough. He immediately laughed mockingly and looked down at Kevin. Okay, then how about this? Let's make a bet. The second mock exam will be next week. As long as you can get into the top 10 in your grade, I will admit that you have the ability and give Sophia to you. How about that? Kevin looked at Su Jun and patiently taught him. Girls are to be pursued, not to be swung around as prizes. Does your mother know that you objectify women like this? Su Jun. Sophia, who was standing next to Kevin, couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. When Su Jun finally realized what was happening, he was completely furious and no longer behaved like a gentleman. Stop talking nonsense. Just ask if you dare. If you can get into the top 10, you don't even have to rank higher than me, and I will give up pursuing Sophia. But if you lose, Su Jun paused, his eyes fell on Kevin, and his tone suddenly became grim. I want you to take off your clothes, run naked in front of the school playground 3 times. Streaking again? Hearing Su Jun's words, Kevin immediately thought of his best friend. This guy and Ethan should have something in common. The people around who were watching the scene were already excited when they heard it, and couldn't help but start to make a noise. Su Jun's followers looked at Kevin and started shouting, "Boy, do you dare? If you're scared, just say it. Stay away from school beauty, Su from now on." Jealousy among high school students. So childish. The mature old man with a soul in his 30s sighed in his heart. Then Kevin nodded. "Okowo, make a deal. No other meaning, I mainly like to watch people streaking." Walking side by side on the way back to the classroom, Sophia walked with her hands behind her back, slightly sideways, to look at Kevin, a master at protecting flowers. What's the meaning? The tone was still light, but it couldn't hide the curiosity of the campus beauty of Soochow University. Of course, the truth could not be told to the school beauty deskmate. Kevin scratched his hair and just replied vaguely. Just said it casually. "I don't think that guy's a good person." Sophia nodded and said, "Oh," softly, as if she accepted the answer. However, the little man inside me is already smiling. Oh my, little Kevin is so stubborn. It's obvious that he is feeling a sense of crisis and is jealous. Still don't admit it. Boys are so cute when they are tough. Chapter 31, is it important to you that I stay away from him? Although my heart is filled with joy. But Sophia still had a cool and indifferent look on her face. This made Kevin a little worried again, fearing that the school beauty deskmate didn't take this matter to heart. So he deliberately added one more sentence. "So you'd better stay away from that Su Jun in the future." Hear this. Sophia's beautiful eyebrows were raised slightly, and her beautiful eyes swept over Kevin, as if she was thinking about something. "You want me to stay away from him?" Kevin nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes." The school beauty's deskmate's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it important to you that I stay away from him?" This is what I asked. Staying away from him is very important for yourself. Kevin felt that the question asked by the school beauty's deskmate was a bit strange, but in order to strengthen his persuasiveness, he nodded again. "Very important." The school beauty's deskmate said, "Oh," again, nodded slightly, and said in a light tone, "In that case, then for your sake, I will never talk to him again." After saying, the school beauty's deskmate put her hands behind her back and walked forward slowly, and her steps seemed to suddenly become lighter. Only Kevin was left behind, completely confused. What the hell? What do you mean you ignore him because of me? This matter has nothing to do with me. Kevin, who was lagging behind, couldn't see the face of the school beauty classmate who was walking in front. Naturally, he didn't know that the smile on the corner of the Soochow University beauty's mouth was about to reach the sky. My little deskmate suddenly became brave. This kind of words can almost be considered a confession. Sophia walked to the teaching building and climbed the stairs. She suddenly thought of something and became a little worried. She turned around and looked at Kevin beside her. "The bet between you and that Su Jun. Isn't that a bit reckless? No matter what Su Jun's character is, this guy is at least a genuine top student in the liberal arts class. In every major exam, no one in the entire liberal arts grade dares to say that they can outperform him except Sophia herself. It was precisely for this reason that he was fearless. When making the bet, he did not even require Kevin to perform better than him, as long as he could rank in the top 10 in the grade. As for Kevin, that top-notch speaking level with a London accent was of no use in the second mock exam. Although Sophia had seen Kevin do very well on the test papers last night, it seemed that he was still lacking in some basic knowledge points that required rote memorization. Therefore, if someone wants to make it into the top 10 in the grade in the second mock exam, it would be too difficult no matter how one thinks about it. Kevin just smiled calmly. When the school beauty is in front of her deskmate, she has to act cool and not lose face. Rest assured, no big deal. It's no big deal. In fact, Kevin also took it to heart. As a reborn person, I can't let myself down when I act cool and get embarrassed myself for the first time when I return to high school. Moreover, the results of the second mock exam were not just a dispute of personal feelings with Su Jun. It also concerns the safety of the school beauty's deskmate. It may even affect the future career planning decisions of parents at home. So, it really requires full effort and good preparation. After entering university in his previous life, Kevin developed a decisive character of acting immediately on his words. Once you have set a goal, be clear about it. Then, in the next few days, he immersed himself in a sea of books and questions, fighting with various test papers, in preparation for the upcoming Tuesday mock exam. Not only is he focused and listens carefully in class, even during the breaks, he continued to bury his head in front of his desk, doing exercises and studying review materials. Even during lunchtime and evening mealtime, he would often ask his best friend Ethan to get a box lunch from the school gate and bring it back to him. He would not waste any time and would continue to practice questions and memorize notes like crazy. This is a completely new attitude towards studying hard. This caught the attention of all the subject teachers in the class, especially the head teacher, William. I couldn't help but feel surprised and relieved. This Kevin, he really changed his personality all of a sudden and became hardworking and diligent. Even when I go home from school, every night before going to bed, Kevin would stay at his desk until at least 1 or 2 in the morning. The hard work of their son in studying was also seen by the parents who were observing secretly. The two elders felt both relieved and distressed. Back in the bedroom, the couple whispered before turning off the lights. Kevin has really become different lately, studying so hard. I'm worried that he might be exhausted. Lin Guozheng looked at his wife. Kevin is working so hard. Maybe it's all because of the promise we made to you, and he wants you to realize your entrepreneurial dream. Mother Zhao Shuqin smiled happily. Of course, he is my son. As she spoke, Zhao Shuqin also clenched her fists and showed her fighting spirit. My son has worked so hard for me. As a mother, I can't let you down. No matter what. Even if Kevin doesn't make the top 10 in the class this time, I'll go talk to our director and ask him to resign and start his own business. Not just teachers and parents. Even many of Kevin's classmates in Class 10 were curious and talked about Kevin's recent change in attitude towards studying. Kevin has been working really hard lately. Several teachers in the class have praised him. One day, in the school cafeteria, several girls from the class who were eating with Sophia couldn't help but talk about it. Lily, one of the top students in Class 10 and the Chinese class representative, looked at Sophia and smiled sweetly. I have heard that. Kevin has been working so hard recently. It seems like he made a bet with Su Jun from Class 13. And this bet is also related to Sophia. As soon as these words came out, the other two girls at the table also nodded. Yeah, I heard that too. It seems that Su Jun wanted to pursue Sophia, but was stopped by Kevin, and the two of them started to compete with each other. That's why they're comparing their second mock exam scores. Wow, this is so romantic. Sophia, who do you hope will win between Su Jun and Kevin? As soon as the question was asked, the three female companions, including Lily, all looked at the campus beauty of Soochow University without blinking, full of curiosity and expectation. Facing the inquiring gazes of several female companions, Sophia lowered her head and took a sip of the egg soup from the bowl, then put the bowl down and replied calmly, "What's the point of comparing? I think it's childish. Whoever loses wins. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 32. During evening study, the school beauty secretly pinched her face. He spoke calmly and indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with him. But actually, I just said it to a few female friends. Is it childish to compete with each other in test scores? In the eyes of the campus belle of Soochow University, Su Jun was not only childish, but also ridiculous. But when it comes to Kevin, in the eyes of the Soochow University campus beauty, she just thinks that her little desk mate is really considerate and cute. Does it matter who wins or loses? It really doesn't matter. Because no matter whether Su Jun wins or loses, she will never give the slightest bit of good face to this disgusting scumbag. As for Kevin, win or lose, none of this will affect her attitude towards her deskmate. It was Friday evening study day. The campus air was stuffy at night, and the classroom was quiet with only the sound of pens and the creaking of the electric fan on the ceiling. After working hard day and night for several days and battling with mountains of books and piles of homework, Kevin couldn't help feeling sleepy. I lay on the desk and took a short nap. Sophia, who was sitting nearby, turned her head inadvertently and saw someone sleeping soundly on his side. Someone seems to be sleeping soundly. Her fluffy, messy black hair fell lazily, with her bangs slightly covering her eyes. Half of his face was pressed on his arm, while the other half was facing the side where the school beauty's deskmate was. In the eyes of the campus beauty of Su Jun University, this sleeping appearance seemed somewhat cute. She couldn't help but feel a little distressed. I feel that my desk mate has been working so hard recently for his own benefit. She subconsciously held her breath, carefully and slowly moved closer. It was the first time she looked at a boy sleeping at such a close distance, and so unscrupulously. It turns out that my desk mate's eyelashes are so long. The nose is very straight. The lips are thin, but look soft. The fluffy hair is messy and looks like a bird's nest. It needs to be taken care of. This skin looks really good, though. Clean and tidy. Her face still seems soft. It makes people want to pinch it. Sophia was so fascinated by the scene that she couldn't help but feel moved. She stretched out her hand uncontrollably and reached it towards the other person's face. The slender, white, young fingers touched the boy's facial skin. Carefully, yet curiously, he poked the other's cheek. Take it back immediately, as if you feel guilty about doing something bad. Feel the soft and elastic touch just coming from your fingertips. The campus beauty of Su Jun University was still not satisfied. I couldn't help but reach out again. He leaned closer and poked the other person's face again with his finger. Then, it seems like I'm addicted to it. Poke the cheek, then poke the dimple, touch the nose, or even poke the other person's slightly pursed lips. For a while, the campus belle of Su Jun University was having so much fun that she completely forgot about her image as an icy campus belle and also forgot that she was still in the classroom for evening self-study. So she didn't notice. In other groups of seats in the classroom, other students were tired from doing their homework and stood up to stretch and loosen their stiff joints. Then I turned my head inadvertently and saw the scene in the last row of seats in the fourth group of the classroom. Wow. Several students who saw this scene were stunned and almost doubted whether there was something wrong with their eyes. They are the monitor of Class 10. They are the cold and beautiful schoolgirl of Union Middle School. What are you doing? Sophia didn't notice it either. At this moment, William, the head teacher nicknamed Iron Face Spring, walked in from the back door of the classroom with a stern face, as usual. Sophia wasn't even satisfied with poking Kevin's face almost everywhere with her fingers. Become more courageous. He reached out again, this time with two slender green jade fingers, pinching someone's face. He pinched it lightly. Then, there was no time to savor the touch from my fingertips. Then I heard a cough from behind. Cough! Sophia was startled, and before she could stop her hand, she turned around subconsciously and found that her teacher William had come to the desk without her noticing, and looked at his beloved student with a subtle and complicated expression. What are you doing? Kevin was sleeping on the desk. I vaguely felt as if something touched my face. It's icy cold. Then I was touched again and again. At first he subconsciously thought it was an illusion, until finally he seemed to be pinched by something on his face, and this neither light nor heavy feeling finally woke him up. I opened my eyes blearily. I found that my face was being pinched by two fingers of a white and slender hand, and the movement seemed frozen in time and had not been retracted. Kevin. A question mark popped up in my head. Then I looked forward subconsciously, and what caught my eye was the familiar figure of the school beauty in my desk mate, as well as a pair of middle-aged suit pants and a black belt. Slowly look upwards. The stern face of the homeroom teacher William came into view. Kevin. All the sleepiness is gone in an instant. Wake up instantly. Someone sat up straight. At this time, hearing the noise coming from the back row of the fourth group, all the classmates turned their heads to look over. Just then, everyone could clearly see the class teacher, Tai Mian Chun, standing in the aisle. In the last row of seats, the icy school beauty was pinching someone's face with two fingers. The whole class. The entire classroom and the entire class were watching. In front of William, the head teacher, Sophia looked calm and composed. She slowly withdrew her finger from someone's face, looked at the head teacher, and explained in a light and natural tone. Kevin has a mosquito on his face. I'll help him fight. The whole class, especially the boys, were filled with grief and indignation, and they shouted in their hearts. Damn mosquito. Even if it is a mosquito, is there a way to kill it like that? William had a complicated expression when he heard this. He looked at his beloved disciple and finally nodded slowly, speaking in a calm tone. You did the right thing then. Students should help each other. The whole class was stunned after hearing this, and their moods were like thousands of grass mud horses galloping past. What the hell are you doing, Taimianshin? How can you still praise and encourage Su Shaohua if you believe such nonsense? In the next moment, William turned his gaze to Kevin and instantly became stern. Kevin, do your own thing. Next time there's a mosquito, hit it yourself. Kevin. At this moment, someone felt like there were 10,000 question marks floating in his head. Chapter 33. In the starlight, I quietly watch you. I was so sleepy that I was scared to death. I watched the head teacher, Tai Minchun, finish his inspection of the class and walk out of the front door of the classroom. Kevin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and looked at the school beauty sitting next to him. However, the other party had already turned his head away as if it had nothing to do with him, but did not forget to say "you're welcome" in a cold tone. Kevin. There is simply no place to seek justice. He didn't feel any mosquitoes just now. But after all this commotion, people are completely refreshed. Kevin, who was no longer sleepy, simply got up from his seat and prepared to go to the bathroom. The men's and women's restrooms on each floor of Yushio building are at the right end of the corridor near the stairs. The back door of Class 30 is right next to the corridor. So normally when students in Class 10 go to the toilet, they just need to turn right after exiting the classroom through the back door. Very convenient. But Kevin is used to going the other way. Exit the back door of the classroom, turn left, walk all the way to the end of the corridor, and you will arrive at the administrative building connected to the Yushio teaching building. The two buildings are connected by a weatherproof corridor. There are fewer students coming to the toilet in the administrative building, so it seems quieter and more peaceful. After coming out of the men's restroom, Kevin did not rush back to the classroom. Instead, he stood in front of the guardrail of the administrative building and looked around. The administration building is 6.5 stories high. The interior of the building is in the shape of a tic-tac-toe. In addition to the administrative offices distributed in the corridors around the building, the middle is hollow. Looking up from the open space on the first floor, you can see the arc-shaped glass dome of the observatory all the way to the top. The top half floor with the glass dome is where the observatory of Yunnan Middle School is located. Kevin thought about it. Take a step forward. Start climbing the stairs of the administrative building. When we reached the top of the 6th floor staircase, the top half was blocked by an iron gate. Going up further is the observatory, which is usually not open to the public. Only on occasional activity days will teachers open the door and bring students up for a tour. But this iron gate couldn't stop Kevin. After looking around for a while, his eyes soon fixed on an abandoned flower pot in the corner of the corridor. I found a key from under the flower pot. He picked up the key and unlocked the door with familiarity. With a crisp click, the iron gate opened. Kevin laughed. If my memory serves me right, this key was placed here by old Joe from the school's logistics department for convenience, but it ended up being a bargain for himself. In his previous life, he accidentally found the key to the iron gate, and he felt like he had found a treasure. From then on, the observatory on the rooftop of the administrative building, which was considered a forbidden zone for others in the school, became his exclusive secret base. Push the door open and enter. Step onto the marble floor of the observatory. I randomly found a viewing step to sit down, looked up, and through the curved glass dome, I could see the vast night sky. The night sky is clear tonight, with no wind or clouds. There are bits of starlight falling from hundreds of thousands of light years away. The bright light is on your face. It makes people feel as if they are in a trance, forgetting the passage of time and immersed in it. Kevin looked up at the night sky above his head, a little absent-minded. In his previous life, he often came here. I used to be an introvert and had few friends in class. Whenever I was feeling depressed, I would come to the observatory alone and sit down to stare at the night sky. When I looked at the sky full of stars, it seemed as if I could slowly calm down. Reborn in this life. I wonder if I'm looking up at the same starry sky. But it's a different mood. Kevin smiled with a little emotion, feeling a little warmth and nostalgia in his heart. However, he did not notice that not far away, in the corner of the iron gate he had just come up, there was a slender figure standing quietly, silently taking in the scene in front of the observatory. You sit in front of the observatory and look at the stars. Someone is watching you quietly under the starry sky. Seeing someone in the classroom go into the bathroom and not coming back for a long time, Sophia guessed that Kevin would come here. In my previous life, when I was reading someone's diary, the diary mentioned the little secret of the observatory on the roof of the administrative building many times. Leaning against the iron gate, standing in the shadow of the corner, Sophia quietly looked at the young man sitting on the viewing steps not far away. Looking at the young man looking up at the sky in a daze. The campus beauty of Soochow University is famous for her cold and aloof nature. At this moment, the light in his eyes softened slightly. September 13th. Oh my God. Old Joe from the logistics department actually put the key to the observatory under the flower pot. From now on, The observatory is mine. Hiya hiya hiya. September 16th. I'm watching the stars alone at the observatory tonight. Wow, this treatment is unbeatable. September 19th. I continued to watch the stars at the observatory alone today. In one word, it was awesome. I'll ask Olivia to come with me next time. September 24th. I'm still alone at the observatory today. Olivia said she's busy, but she said she'll definitely meet up next time. Let's make an appointment next time. September 25th. Olivia has something else to do. It's okay. It's nice to look at the stars alone. October 11th. Watching the stars alone doesn't seem that fun. I won't come again. October 15th. Today, I am alone, looking at the stars. But there are no stars tonight. The contents of someone's diary that I read in my previous life. One article after another. Lines of text. It flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope. It was once just a pitiful boy that I imagined through words. And at this moment, there's a silly boy sitting in front of the viewing steps, not far away, under the cold starlight. The figures gradually overlapped. It makes people's hearts soften and feel a little distressed. Little fool. Sophia thought silently in her heart. Unconsciously, she spoke out loud. The sound is not loud, but in this empty and quiet observatory, it is eye-catching enough. In front of the viewing steps, Kevin was startled and immediately jumped up from the steps. Ooh! Then, a familiar cold and indifferent voice was heard. Following the sound, I looked. At the iron gate in the corner of the observatory, a slender and beautiful figure slowly walked out of the shadows. Under the cold starlight, it reflects that breathtakingly beautiful face. Kevin was stunned when he recognized his school beauty deskmate. Why are you here? Chapter 34. A hug witnessed by the stars, grand and romantic. Kevin was really shocked. He was the only one who knew where the key to the iron gate of the observatory was. In the eyes of other students, this place was a forbidden area, and it was impossible for them to even think of entering. I never saw anyone coming here in my previous life. Who knew that he would come here on a whim tonight to reminisce about the past? And his school beauty deskmate would also be there. Time Yinchuan just returned to the classroom. He saw that you were not there, so he asked me to come look for you. Obviously, she was discovered while secretly following someone, but the campus beauty of Su University remained calm and made up a lie without blinking. Is Time Yinchuan back again? Kevin's heart tightened and his scalp went numb when he heard this. Oh shit, I never expected that Time Mian-shun would come back with a surprise attack. This is a big problem. Seeing Kevin's nervous expression, Sophia waved her hand calmly. Fine, I helped you deal with it. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Thank you very much. The beauty of the Suchao University nodded without blushing or beating her heart. You're welcome. It's what a deskmate should do. Kevin didn't think that the school beauty classmate in front of him was lying. After all, it's impossible that the other person came here just for me. Problem solved. Sophia looked at Kevin, raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked back, But why are you here? Kevin scratched his head and looked around. I used to come to this place often, and I have quite some feelings for it. I'm about to graduate now, and I probably won't have the chance to come here again, so I thought I'd take a last look and reminisce. Sophia raised her eyebrows again and said calmly, You used to come here often? Kevin smiled nonchalantly. Since he was caught, he didn't intend to hide it from the school beauty and his deskmate. Old Joe from the logistics department left a key there, and I found it. I have been treating this place as a secret base ever since. I failed the exam, got scolded by the teacher, and failed to confess my love to Olivia. I accidentally said something, and someone suddenly realized that he seemed to have said too much, and immediately coughed awkwardly and quickly mumbled, Ahem. Anyway, it's when I'm in a bad mood. I just come here and sit, look at the stars, and daydream or something. It feels pretty good. Fraud. Sophia whispered in her heart. She knows. This doesn't feel good. In my previous life, I saw records about this observatory in someone's diary. There's loneliness and solitude in the words. A person feels aggrieved like an unwanted puppy drenched by heavy rain. December 31st. There are 382 stars in the sky tonight. I actually counted them. Ha ha ha, I'm so awesome. I remember there was such an entry in my diary, with the self-praise of a young boy. But what kind of loneliness would make a person leave alone on New Year's Eve or during the lively New Year's Eve party held by the school and sit alone in front of the observatory to count all the stars in the sky, under the seemingly optimistic surface? In her previous life, Sophia looked through the diary and only saw a young man who was trying hard to pretend to be optimistic. And at this moment, he stood in front of the owner of the diary, quietly watching the boy in front of him talking in a casual tone as if nothing had happened. But it only makes people. I feel even more distressed. Sophia suddenly wanted to hug the big boy in front of her. Then, she did just that. Kevin didn't even have time to react. Come suddenly. There's a faint fragrance on your face. Without any warning, the school beauty classmate took a step forward and passed her open arms under his armpits. Then tighten. Hold. At this moment, the endless light from the distant stars hundreds of thousands of light years away shines through the arched glass dome of the observatory and shines on the young boy and girl. It seemed as if it was coated with a layer of soft and sacred light. Quiet but magnificent. Romantic and magnificent. This moment is so romantic that it is almost enough to make readers who love romance novels bite the quilt and roll around in their beds and scream. A single man who has been single for 2 lifetimes and whose lines are as thick as steel bars and who is extremely unromantic is at a loss. No wait. What are you doing? Such moments. A thought that made him shudder with fear flashed through the mind of a certain handsome man. If Taimi, who came here to look for his students, saw this scene, is he finished, bro? At this moment, I feel warm and soft in my arms. The girl buried her head in her shoulder. The faint fragrance emanating from the black hair is so pleasant to the touch. Kevin's limbs were stiff, and he dared not move at all, fearing that if he offended anyone, he would be hung on the flagpole on the playground by the furious Taimi tomorrow. Feeling that his life was in danger, someone could only choose his words carefully. Why are you hugging me? This is a stupid question that is enough to make countless romance novel readers angry and flip the table again. What he got in return was a cold and indifferent reply from the girl in his arms. Nothing. Thanks to you, I can see the stars. Thank you. Someone was stunned and looked up at the night sky outside the glass dome. It was just a few stars. Was it necessary to thank them so solemnly? If I take her to see something else, won't she be willing to marry me? That school beauty's deskmate is pretty easy to deceive. Someone came to this conclusion in his mind. A moment of hug. They soon separated. Sophia took a step back and got out of Kevin's arms calmly. Let's go, it's time to go back. As she said this, she turned and walked towards the iron gate exit, but after a few steps she stopped, turned slightly sideways, and looked back at Kevin. I'll look at the stars next time. Don't be alone. Call me. Kevin was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, why? When I asked, the school beauty deskmate had already walked away again, leaving a sentence in a light tone. No reason. It makes sense for my deskmate to watch the stars together. Is it reasonable? Kevin had a question mark on his face, but he scratched his hair and followed. He didn't ask any further questions. She naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Why? Because when she was reading the diary in her previous life, she felt heartbroken when she saw this. Because she had seen a young boy in a diary, staring blankly at the observatory alone, she thought that if she could live her life over again, she would never let that stupid classmate be alone again. And now that I really have a second chance in life, I should make up for my regrets. A lonely man enjoying the night. How can we be together? Chapter 35. The driver's pupils trembled. The lady asked me to follow her. I came back from the observatory on the roof of the administrative building and sat down in the classroom not long ago. School is over after evening self-study. The quiet class 10 classroom suddenly became noisy and bustling. The slow students had just started packing their bags and homework and textbooks, while the quick students had already finished packing and quickly jumped over the desks to slip out of the classroom. This is the 4th group of back seats. Kevin and Sophia also lowered their heads to tidy up their desks and pack their bags. There was no further communication between them, and their relationship was so clear and distinct that they seemed like they were just a normal pair of classmates. It was as if the hug under the starlight at the observatory on the roof of the administrative building had never happened. Brother Ann, let's go back together. After packing his school bag, Ethan happily jumped over from the next group and greeted Kevin. Sophia, who was also packing her school bag and looking up. Ethan casually. Ethan's enthusiastic smile froze on his face instantly. One by one, to go back or not to go back. Kevin also glanced at his best friend, somewhat puzzled by his sudden strange tone and expression. Yes. Aren't we on the way? Ethan swallowed his saliva and ignored Kevin. He carefully looked at the monitor's face. Squad leader, what do you think? The tone was so humble that it was almost flattering. His clever survival instinct made him know very clearly who had the final say in this matter. The Soochow University beauty looked at Ethan and spoke calmly. You guys go back. It was like being pardoned. Ethan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, 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 let's go back, let's go back. Kevin looked at this scene. Question mark. I don't understand what's wrong with classmate Xiao Zhao's brain. Why are you coming home with me to ask the school beauty's desk mate for advice? She's not going the same way as us. After packing my bag, I followed Ethan out of the classroom. On the way to the underground bicycle garage, Ethan looked around, then approached Kevin stealthily and asked, "Did you and our Suchao University beauty go during the last self-study session?" Kevin looked calm. Nowhere. I went to the bathroom and came back late. So she came to find me on behalf of the teacher. Ethan was confused. Teacher? Didn't Taimi and Shin leave later? Or did I ask her to help find you? Then Ethan looked someone up and down, with a gossipy look on his face. Tell the truth. Did you and the monitor go on a secret date? Kevin burst out laughing. I think too much. She and I are just ordinary classmates. Where is all that mess? Ethan couldn't help but roll his eyes. How can an ordinary classmate go out to eat with a boy like you? How can an ordinary classmate bring breakfast for you? How can he go to a convenience store with you and hold your hand in public? Who would believe it? Talking incessantly and listing things without stopping. It was obvious that Ethan had been holding it in for too long and couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked at Kevin with a look of disappointment on his face. Just think about it. The class monitor is the school beauty of Yunnan. Iceberg goddess. This cold and beautiful lady who can only be admired from afar, but not touched, suddenly becomes so proactive and intimate with you. Don't you think it's wrong? Kevin thought about it and nodded naturally. She and I are desk mates. It's reasonable for classmates to help each other. Ethan almost vomited blood when he heard this. Reasonable your sister. I picked up the car from the underground garage. Kevin and Ethan rode their bicycles to join the large group of students riding bicycles home from school and slowly walked out of the school gate. When leaving the school, Ethan couldn't help muttering, "No. Anyway, I think there's something wrong with you too. I'm feeling so unbalanced. When we pass by a cold drink shop later, you have to buy me a glass of iced lemon tea so I can balance myself." At the same time, in the shadow of a corner at the school gate, the Maybach, completely black and seemingly blending into the night, was parked quietly. The rear door opened. Sophia got in the car and closed the door behind her. Kevin through the front windshield, who had just walked out of the school not far away. There seemed to be something else following someone. I didn't see clearly. Unimportant. The driver in the front seat was a calm man in his 40s. He was wearing a well-fitting black suit that didn't fit in with the simple style of the small county town of Yunnan, and even a pair of white gloves. He looked at Sophia, sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror, and spoke in a calm and respectful tone. "Ms. Su, go straight home as usual?" Sophia's father is the president of a well-known group in Southern Province. The Su family is even more wealthy. Su's father is usually busy with work and has little energy to take care of the family. So he hired a driver to work as a part-time bodyguard to escort Sophia to and from school. The driver's surname is Zhou. He is a retired Special Forces soldier. He is a calm and resolute character. He has been working as a driver for the Su family for many years. He has seen many storms and is proud enough to remain calm even when facing a disaster. If not, how could he take over the important task of protecting the Su family's daughter from President Su? Sophia, who was sitting in the back seat, did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked through the front windshield and quietly focused on the back of someone who was gradually moving away in front of her, as if she was thinking about something. Driver Zhou, Ms. Su. Sophia came back to her senses and spoke calmly. "No hurry. See that bicycle up ahead?" She stretched out her hand and pointed forward through the windshield with her slender jade fingers. Driver Zhou looked in the direction of Sophia's finger and saw that it seemed to be just an ordinary boy riding a bicycle. "Yes." Sophia raised her lips slightly and gave the order casually. "Follow him." In the front driver's seat, Driver Zhou's hand, which was as steady as a rock, suddenly shook. On the surface, he remained calm and responded calmly. "Yes." The Maybach started slowly, steadily, and smoothly, without any stagnation or pause, worthy of a veteran driver who had retired from the Special Forces with 20 years of driving experience. But if I could see the expression on his face at this moment, you will find that the pupils of Driver Zhou's eyes are shaking wildly. Driver Zhou. Oh my God, what's happening? Miss Su actually asked him to follow a boy. Chapter 36. Tracking? It's impossible to track. It's all an illusion. After 9:30 in the evening, Yunnan Avenue is basically always crowded with students from Yunnan Middle School who are going home after their evening self-study. Bicycles and cars run side by side. mighty, and powerful. In such dense traffic, even a black Maybach slowly following a target was not very eye-catching. Kevin and Ethan were still riding their bikes slowly on the road. Casual chat. Ethan still looked very excited. I heard that a new dessert shop has opened on Old Street Park Road. Some classmates from our class are planning to go there this weekend. Brother Ran, do you want to go? Kevin turned around and looked at Ethan in confusion. Since when did you become interested in desserts? Ethan said calmly. Isn't our Chinese class representative Lily going too? Got it. It turns out that the interest is not the dessert. The real intention lies elsewhere. Kevin remembered this matter. In his previous life, he remembered that his best friend seemed to have always had a crush on Lily. This time, when he had this opportunity, he naturally would not miss it. I think Lily is quite interested in me. When she was collecting Chinese homework this morning, she paused for at least 5 seconds after she received it from me. It's clear that your attitude towards me is different. Ethan's face lit up, and he turned to look at Kevin, hoping to seek his advice. So, do you think there's a chance for this, buddy? Kevin thought about it and tactfully replied, I'm afraid Batman will come to catch you too. Ethan. The light ahead turned green, and the traffic moved forward again. Kevin pedaled along and casually said, Go ahead if you want to. I still have to review at home. Ethan quickly pedaled to catch up. Still reviewing? No, brother Ran. Have you really changed recently? Are you working hard? As he said this, he suddenly realized, oh, that's right. A few days ago, you and Su Jun from class 13 made a bet to be in the top 10 of your grade. Brother Ran, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you were too careless about this. Ethan's tone was somewhat distressed. Even if you want to be a hero and save the beauty and act cool in front of our Soochow University beauty, you have to do it within your means. With your level, it will be extremely difficult for you to get into the top 10 in the second mock exam. Making a bet on the top 10, isn't this simply courting death? Kevin smiled and said lightly, It's all right. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Ethan sighed, That's right. It's too late to say anything now. Just review it. It'll be a little psychological comfort. After the topic was changed, the two continued to ride forward. When they arrived at the intersection and stopped to wait for the red light, Ethan seemed to have suddenly discovered something, showing a bit of doubt and uncertainty. He approached Kevin cautiously and lowered his voice to ask, Brother Ran, do you feel? It seems like we are being followed. Tracked. Kevin had a question mark on his face when he heard this. Ethan nodded vigorously and pointed behind him. Look, that's it. The black one. It's following behind us. Kevin looked back in the direction Ethan pointed, but saw a traffic jam and couldn't see anything clearly. He curled his lips. You must have watched too many spy movies. In the real world, who has the time to follow you? Ethan thought about it and nodded hesitantly. That's right. Maybe I was really wrong. The green light came on and the two continued riding forward. In the traffic behind, a black Maybach silently passed through the front row of vehicles and followed quietly. Ethan was still a little worried while riding his bike and couldn't help but look back. His eyes widened again. Oh my God, that's the one. Brother Ran, look. He's really following us. Kevin violently. Kevin had no choice but to turn around and look back. As a result, several other cars and bicycles came diagonally in, blocking the view, and the black Maybach once again quietly disappeared into the shadows of the back row. Kevin, which one? That's the one. Ethan was anxious to point it out, but when he looked again, it was gone. It's right behind. It's blocked. Kevin looked at his best friend and thought that young people should study hard and watch less nonsense movies. They are hallucinating. Ignore him and keep riding forward. Ethan was left looking for the car behind him. The car stuck behind him began to honk impatiently, so he was forced to pedal to catch up with Kevin. As he pedaled, he began to doubt himself. Is this really an illusion? In a moment, the black Maybach once again quietly passed through the traffic and caught up. Ethan turned around again inadvertently. His eyes widened again. Here we go again. He yanked Kevin again. Kevin had no choice but to turn his head back. The black Maybach even moved back a little without making a sound right under Ethan's nose and hid behind several cars quietly. Just happened to miss Kevin's sight perfectly. Kevin, no. Ethan was about to cry. It's true. He hid behind me. When they reached an intersection, they parked their bikes on the curb and bought drinks from a cold drink shop. Kevin treated them. While someone was paying, Ethan was drinking lemon tea with a straw in his mouth, looking back at the road ahead without giving up. Kevin glanced at his best friend, turned around, and continued to pay the bill, and said helplessly, I told you were hallucinating. Ethan's face was filled with grief and indignation. Absolutely not. I swear, There was a car following us just now. At this time, not far behind, the black Maybach was slowly approaching. Ethan was so excited that he reached out to Kevin's shoulder and slapped him without even turning his head. Here it comes. That's the one. Brother Ran, look. The words haven't finished yet. Suddenly recognizing the eye-catching Maybach logo on the front of the car, Ethan was startled as if a flash of lightning passed through his mind. The clever little brain quickly recalled and came up with some rather bad associations. Before the association is finished, the black Maybach not far away had already approached. In the back seat, the window slowly slid down, revealing a cool and moving face. The cold and beautiful schoolgirl sitting in the car had a blank expression on her face and glanced at Ethan indifferently. Ethan's voice stopped abruptly. No more words needed. The car window slowly closed. Just at this moment, someone paid the bill and turned around, looking helplessly at his best friend. "Where are you looking at?" Ethan's Adam's apple moved. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. No need to look at it. Hallucination. It's all an illusion. Ha ha ha. Chapter 37, School Beauty. He is the future son-in-law of the Su family. Kevin didn't understand either. It was just a time to have a cold drink, but Ethan's attitude suddenly changed. He swore in front that someone was following him. This time he turned around and categorically denied it and said that it was all an illusion. He looked so eager to prove it, as if he was afraid that Kevin would not believe it. Kevin didn't plan to investigate further and just thought that it was just his best friend's brain mess. But just as he got on his bike and prepared to continue on his way, Xiao Zhao suddenly made another turn. "What is that?" "Brother Ran, go back by yourself. I have something else to do suddenly, so I can't go with you." Kevin looked at Ethan in confusion. "Don't we have another leg to go?" The smile on Ethan's face seemed a little stiff at this moment. "Ah ha ha ha, really? You must have remembered it wrong. Anyway, I'm leaving first. My mom is giving birth to her second child. Bye. Leave a message." Get in the car immediately. He ran away at lightning speed, as if he was escaping for his life, as if staying for a few more seconds would cost his life. Looking at his best friend walking away, someone was filled with questions. Suddenly, I felt that this scene seemed a little familiar. There is no one to walk the same path with us anymore. I could still go home alone. Shaking his head, Kevin got on his bike, pedaled, and continued riding leisurely towards home. Without noticing, not far behind him, a black Maybach slowly started up and quietly followed. I rode all the way to the downstairs of my house, carried the bike up 2 steps, and prepared to take the elevator. Suddenly, Kevin stopped and subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. Behind him was a temporary parking lot on the ground, with cars parked quietly in groups of 3 or 4, without any movement. Kevin shook his head and laughed. He thought he had been infected by Ethan and was becoming a little suspicious. Tracking or something. How could this possibly happen in the real world? Then he turned around and pushed his bike towards the elevator. At the same moment, in a corner of this temporary parking lot, the black Maybach, which had just been shut down and its lights turned off a second earlier, quietly started up again. Inside the car, driver Zhou in the driver's seat breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little proud and smug in his heart. Do you understand the value of Special Forces retirement? When it comes to tracking, he's a pro, etc. Track? This word flashed through his mind, causing driver Zhou's eyelids to twitch slightly. Through the rearview mirror, he saw his own daughter sitting in the back seat. She was watching someone pushing a bicycle into the building through the car window with a focused expression, until the figure disappeared from sight. Sophia finally slowly withdrew her gaze and spoke in a calm tone. "Okay, Uncle Zhou, let's go back." Uncle Zhou responded calmly, started the engine, and the black Maybach drove out of the temporary parking space quietly like a ghost. On the way home, Uncle Zhou carefully looked at the daughter of the Su family sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror from time to time. The latter just turned her head slightly, quietly looking at the night scene speeding backwards outside the window, as if she was thinking about something. Due to the duties assigned by his boss, and because he couldn't help himself, Uncle Zhou carefully chose his words and said, "Ms. Su, who was that just now?" Sophia still looked out the window, without turning her head, and replied calmly, "Classmate." As she spoke, as if she had thought of something, the cold and aloof daughter of the school, who was widely known to the Su family, suddenly raised her lips slightly and added casually, "He is also the future son-in-law of the Su family." There was a sudden silence in the car. After a while, Uncle Zhou in the front driver's seat responded calmly and continued to drive faithfully without any disturbance. However, from a perspective that cannot be seen from the back row. The middle-aged retired special forces man holding the steering wheel had his pupils shaking violently again. Kevin returns home. I had another nourishing midnight snack at the invitation of my parents. Then I went back to the room, sat at the desk, and continued to review the questions. Even though it's the weekend, if it were any other student, they probably wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of taking a break. But for someone like Kevin, who had gone through such arduous and ascetic study and practice after college in his previous life, this temptation was not a problem at all. Easily resist. Concentrate on solving questions. At 12:30 in the morning, after finishing 2 test papers and a bunch of liberal arts knowledge test points, I went to bed on time. The next day was Saturday, and Kevin had his first good sleep since his rebirth. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when I woke up. Refreshed. After leaving the bedroom and washing up in the bathroom, I sat down at the dining table in the living room to have a hearty breakfast, and then went back to the house to fight the mountain of books and the sea of questions. I finished my weekend homework in the morning, had a simple lunch at noon, and continued to review and memorize knowledge points in the afternoon. A day passed quietly. At dinner time that night, at the table, the parents couldn't help but advise their son not to work too hard, saying that studying is important, but health is equally important. In particular, the mother vowed that she was ready to report to the factory director, no matter what her son's second model test results were, based on his hard-working attitude. She, as a mother, must muster up her fighting spirit and give it a try. So Kevin, don't try too hard. You should also take care of your health and combine work with rest. It's the weekend after all. Take a good rest tomorrow. Invite 2 classmates. Go out and have some fun and relax. What the 2 elders said was actually to reassure their son and tell him not to put too much pressure on himself to achieve the goal of being in the top 10 in the class. Kevin just smiled and agreed without any explanation. After all, it would be nice to give his parents a surprise when the results came out. But there's one thing my parents said that is true. Studying should combine work and rest. Anyway, I studied all day today and completed all the homework and review content successfully. Tomorrow is Sunday. You can consider relaxing. That night, Kevin went to the study, turned on the computer, and prepared to surf the internet to kill some time. I turned on my computer and opened the old version of IE browser, ready to surf the internet in 2007. But it turned out to be nothing interesting. There were only some forums asking for pictures of beautiful women. The online atmosphere in this era is quite good. Under the resource posts, there's a uniform polite reply of good people will have a peaceful life. But for a reborn person like Kevin, who has seen all kinds of TikTok videos and various beautiful internet celebrities more than 10 years in the future, looking at these outdated resource pictures now is really not attractive. Someone sneered and quietly saved a few resources to the study materials on Drive D. I went online for a while, opened another Penguin account. After logging in and scanning my friend list, I saw a special single-player group. Inside is Olivia's Penguin profile picture, which has been set as a special focus. Kevin's mouth twitched. Taishi is dead. Without thinking, I just deleted the friends and the group to quickly destroy the evidence of this social death. The world is finally quiet. Kevin was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when, at that moment, an avatar started flashing and lighting up in the friend list of his high school classmates. He looked closely and saw that the head was a little blue dolphin. Note name: School Beauty's deskmate. Chapter 38. On the weekend, the school beauty happened to come to the park. In my previous life, during the first semester of the first year of high school, some students in Class 10 took the initiative to create a class penguin group. The school beauty's deskmate was also added. Kevin tossed and turned at first and spent several days preparing himself mentally. Only after mustering up the courage did he finally send a friend request to his classmate, the school beauty. One day later, the application was approved. Kevin was so excited that he even spent his own money to treat his best friend, Ethan, to a meal to celebrate. However, when Ethan curiously asked him the reason, he hesitated and was too embarrassed to tell the truth. I can only happily write down this in my diary. October 13th. Today I sent a friend request to my school beauty deskmate, and it was approved. My school beauty deskmate is my penguin friend Hiya. When I think back to the contents of the diary now, I find it quite childish and makes me blush. Fortunately, even my parents have never read this diary. Not social death. But in fact, due to Kevin's introverted personality in his previous life, he didn't even have the courage to say a few words to the school beauty when they sat next to each other in the classroom. Even though Penguin added him as a friend, he hardly ever sent a message to him. It was only on New Year's Eve during the winter vacation of his first year in high school that he mustered up the courage and racked his brains to edit the text over and over again. In the end, he sent a message in the name of a group message, but in fact he only sent a message, Happy New Year to everyone, to the school beauty and his desk mate. He didn't even dare to show any expression, for fear of being an offense and blasphemy to the school beauty and desk mate. Finally, the school beauty's desk mate replied coldly, Let's have fun together. Someone in the previous life was so happy that he tossed and turned all night long, savoring this reply carefully, and fell asleep with a satisfied smile on his face. Later, my home computer broke down, and I asked someone to fix it. They just formatted it and reinstalled the system. As a result, all chat records of friends and Kevin Penguin account were completely cleared. That day, Kevin looked at the blank chat history between him and his school beauty desk mate and felt like the sky was falling. After that, anyway, I never mustered up the courage to do it a second time. Many years have passed. Time and space are reversed. Kevin, who has been reborn, did not expect that on such an ordinary night, when he logged into Penguin, he would unexpectedly receive a message from his school beauty desk mate. Move the mouse cursor and click. A chat window popped up. The message from the school beauty's desk mate was concise and to the point, just like her familiar cold expression. What are you doing? What are you doing? According to Kevin's analysis of many emotional bloggers he had seen online in his previous life, when a girl sends these 3 words to a boy, it means that the girl at least has a certain degree of affection for you. Kevin scoffed at this statement. Olivia had sent him this message as well. However, after posting the message, what are you doing? The next person will add something like, I want XXX, I want to eat XXXX, can you buy it for me, etc. Chun Chun just treats him as a tool and licks his boots. Of course, the school beauty's desk mate is not of this type. But sending this kind of message definitely doesn't mean that he has any ambiguous feelings towards me. First, he eliminated a wrong answer. Kevin used his clever little brain and quickly guessed what the school beauty's desk mate meant. The second mock exam is coming soon. This is probably because I'm worried about whether I will be lazy on the weekend and whether I have reviewed well. As expected of a squad leader, you are so dedicated to your duties. Kevin admired in his heart, and then quickly tapped the keyboard, confidently and calmly replying, Rest assured, I studied all day. Next Tuesday's model is guaranteed to be fine. At the same time, in a high-end villa community somewhere in Yunnan County. In her bedroom, Sophia sat at her desk, looking at the reply text that popped up in the chat window on her LCD computer screen. A question mark slowly popped up in her head. Question mark. She didn't ask that either. In my previous life, I had chatted with Kevin online. Sophia had no memory of this incident. After all, she was the aloof campus beauty, and that person was just an introverted and shy classmate who had no sense of existence sitting next to her. It was not until she went to Kevin's house and looked through his diary that Sophia realized that she and her desk mate had such a little story. Happy New Year, everyone. Have fun together. This chat record is now displayed on the LCD computer screen in front of Sophia. Look at these 2 simple lines of words. Thinking about the little thoughts described in someone's diary about the boy who racked his brains for this 6-word blessing, deliberately disguised it as a group message, and even wrote the word everyone. Sophia couldn't help but smile. Little fool dot. But, reborn, my little desk mate is probably still as shy as he was before. At this time, it is time for me, a mature older sister with a soul in her 30s, to take the initiative. The mini-man inside me starts to get ready and is full of fighting spirit. I typed quickly on the keyboard and sent a message. Studying all day? Kevin, exactly. Aren't you tired? Kevin, it's no big deal. The food at home is good. After eating, I have a lot of energy to do the questions. What did you have for lunch? Kevin, braised pork elbow, spare ribs and taro, stir-fried bamboo shoots, tomato, and egg soup. And at night? Kevin, leftovers from lunch with fried pork liver added. What are you having for breakfast tomorrow? Kevin, tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to continue typing, Kevin suddenly stopped and was confused. No, sister, are you checking the household registration or something else? Are you researching a recipe? Do you have to ask so specifically? Undo the text you just edited and directly send a question mark. Question mark. On the other side, Sophia couldn't help laughing so hard that her body shook. If her family or her subordinate from her previous life saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned and doubt their lives. The cold and aloof girl/boss who keeps strangers away from her can actually be so happy chatting with a boy. After thinking for a while, Sophia typed again. What are you going to do tomorrow? Kevin felt that this school beauty was a little too curious, but he still replied honestly. I'll learn it tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, I might go to Old Street Park Hill to relax and get some fresh air. After sending this message, I received a reply from the school beauty's desk mate after a while. Just one word. Oh. It seemed as if he had returned to his cool and indifferent appearance. And after replying to the message, the other person's profile picture went dark. Kevin originally wanted to ask politely, "What are you planning to do tomorrow?" But before he could send his message, the other person had already gone offline. Someone was full of questions again. He felt that it was a bit difficult to have a chat with the school beauty who was sitting next to him. He didn't know what was in the other person's head. He shook his head, not wanting to delve into it further, turned off the computer, and went back to his room to rest. Until the next day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The bright sunshine of early summer afternoon shines in front of the ticket office of Laojia Park Mountain. Kevin was stunned when he saw the school beauty who came unexpectedly. Why are you here too? The school beauty sat at the same table with no blushing or beating of the heart. She reached out and casually smoothed the hair under the brim of her hat with a calm expression. I'm coming to the park to get some fresh air too. It's just a coincidence. Chapter 39. When climbing a mountain, you have to hold hands. Coincidence? Kevin looked at the school beauty sitting next to him with a suspicious look on his face. Today's iceberg school beauty has changed her usual simple and plain school uniform and is going for a sporty style. She wore a white cartoon t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing a pair of long and tender legs that were so bright that it made people feel nervous. She wore a pink baseball cap and a simple ponytail swaying behind her head, looking pure, energetic, bright, and charming. If we say that the school beauty's desk mate usually has an icy and cold appearance, it is enough to make countless boys in the school sway their hearts. Then today's youthful and energetic outfit has increased its lethality exponentially. Those with weak immunity would probably have their noses bleed 3 meters away the first time they see this pair of breathtaking long legs. Kevin is certainly not an ordinary, innocent little boy who has never seen the world. The soul of a grown man in his 30s. He just took a quick glance at his school beauty desk mate. Then he glanced again. Then he glanced at the other person's long legs and the lower body. What did I want to say just now? Oh yes, what coincidence. This reason is too obvious, cough cough, too pale. Seeing someone in front of her looking at her stupidly and absent-mindedly, Sophia raised the corner of her mouth slightly. The little man in my heart has already been very satisfied. A pure little boy. My sister only needs to dress up a little. Isn't it easy to take down this little thing of yours? It took a long time for someone to come back to his senses, and he scratched his hair awkwardly, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. What did you just say? Sophia couldn't help but feel amused, but her expression remained calm and indifferent. I said I came to the park to get some fresh air, too. It was just a coincidence that I met you. Is there any such coincidence? Kevin just couldn't believe it. No matter how he thought about it, it was obviously him who brought up the matter last night, and then the school beauty classmate heard about it and followed him here today. Otherwise, could it be that I took the initiative to come here and wait for you? As if seeing through someone's thoughts, Sophia asked back in a calm tone. The little man in my heart is now wearing a feather fan and holding a military book, looking like a master who is planning a strategy. This move, retreat to advance. Kevin heard this. He thought it seemed to be true. My desk mate, the school beauty, is the ice goddess of Yunnan Middle School. She has many admirers. The queue for those who want to go on a date with her and go to the park together stretches from the cafeteria to outside the school gate. Why would I go to so much trouble for a nobody like me? What's the point? It's impossible for others to like me. Unless she was reborn too. If we rule out this impossible answer, then the coincidence mentioned by the school beauty's desk mate does make sense. After all, Yunnan County is only this big, and there are only so many places to visit. We just happen to think of the same thing, so it's nothing to come to this park mountain for a stroll. Reasonable. Kevin raised his head and looked at his school beauty desk mate. So let's go shopping together? The school beauty's desk mate raised her eyebrows slightly with a calm expression. All right. The so-called park mountain refers to an artificial forest park on the mountain, which is considered a small landmark in Yunnan County. Located on Park Road, this area belongs to the old city. At the foot of the mountain is an open square that is filled with various stalls at night. There's also a newly built cinema next to it. It is extremely lively every night. During the day, the mountain in the park is a place where many elderly people come to hang out and relax in the natural oxygen bar. Families also come here in groups during holidays. After summer, This lush environment is more suitable for cooling off. You don't need to buy tickets to Park Mountain on normal days. But recently I heard that there was a small zoo tour coming in temporarily, and it was set up on the mountain. So Kevin and Sophia paid a total of $20 for the tickets before they were allowed to enter by the ticket seller at the door. Kevin paid for it. A little bit of pain. But on the surface, you still have to behave like a man and act generous. You have to climb a short flight of stairs before going up the mountain. It rained a little last night, so the mountain steps are a little slippery. Kevin was walking in front, turned his head, and looked at his school beauty classmate who was carefully holding the railing of the mountain wall, and followed him up and kindly extended his hand. "Do you need help?" Kevin stretched out his hand. He suddenly realized that this seemed a bit rash. Given the school beauty's desk mate's cold personality, how could she accept intimate physical contact from a boy under normal circumstances? I was wondering whether to take my hand back. Unexpectedly, the school beauty desk mate had already taken the lead and stretched out her fair and slender hand to hold his hand very naturally, accompanied by a cold and indifferent thank you. "Thanks." The little hands are cool, soft, and smooth. Kevin's little heart beat a few more times. "Calm down quickly. Calm down. You're just ordinary classmates, and you're just helping out purely for the sake of kindness." Putting aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Kevin held the hand of the school beauty's desk mate, and the two continued to climb the stairs. After climbing this short flight of stairs quickly, the road ahead became flat again. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully completed the task, and was about to let go. "Let go, let go." It took a long time to loosen. Someone looked down with a puzzled look on his face and found that he had let go. But the slender white hand of the school beauty's desk mate was still holding his palm as if nothing had happened. Kevin looked up at his school beauty desk mate. Question mark. Sophia looked calm and composed. "There's another flight of stairs later. It still has to be held anyway. Then don't let go, to save trouble." Is there such a saying? Kevin felt as if he was reborn and learned many new and eye-opening skills from his school beauty desk mate. But if you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. If he doesn't even care about the school beauty and his desk mate, what does he have to be afraid of? Anyway, I'm a boy, so I won't suffer any loss. Pull. He held the hand of the school beauty and his desk mate again and continued walking forward. Sophia, who was being led forward by the hand and lagging behind by more than half a body length, walked while looking at the profile of someone in front of her. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and her face was full of smiles. 100 Tips for Holding Hands with Your Little Classmate, Part 2. Oh my, made money again. Chapter 40. The Other Side of the Mountain Road, the upcoming dramatic encounter. After walking a short distance further, I saw another flight of stairs going upwards. Kevin held the hand of the school beauty and his desk mate and continued to climb up carefully. At the same time, he found that this step was more worn than before and a little more slippery. He turned back and kindly reminded, "Be careful." The school beauty's desk mate at the back looked indifferent and replied coldly, "Hold tighter then." Kevin, when I think about it, it seems to be true. So he subconsciously held the school beauty's desk mate's hand in his hand a little tighter. Then turn around and concentrate on climbing the stairs. He had no idea that right behind him, the school beauty classmate's mouth was curled up to the sky. After climbing this section, the mountain road has almost reached the top. There are no more steps ahead, just an ordinary flat mountain road. Kevin was about to let go, but he found that the school beauty classmate seemed to inadvertently hold his hand a little tighter. Look up at the school beauty sitting next to me. The latter had a cold and indifferent expression on his face, without any sign of abnormality, and he never mentioned letting go. The girls didn't even mention it. Why should I be so pretentious? Just hold it. Anyway, being a boy myself doesn't mean I'll suffer any loss. Kevin felt relieved immediately after thinking about it. Besides, how could he have had such good fortune in his previous life to go hiking and visiting parks with the school beauty and desk mate, holding her hand and taking advantage of her for nothing? So on a mountain road, the young boy and the girl walked side by side holding hands. The bright sunlight fell and shone on the two of them. What a touching youthful landscape. There are 2 routes up Park Hill. Kevin and Sophia went through the main gate and spent 20 yuan to buy the tickets. There is another road that enters from the side door of Park Hill. The side door is the Youth Palace of Yunnan County. You can enter for free, then find a small door to go through, and then go into the park, saving some money. Kevin, who was reborn, this incident happened so long ago that he had long forgotten it. But for some high school students in Yunnan County, it is very familiar to them. For example, Ethan, come on this way. In front of the small door at the back of the youth palace, Ethan was greeting several other students with a serious look on his face, boasting proudly. Look, this little door leads directly to the park. It can save a lot of money on tickets. I won't tell anyone. There are 3 girls and 1 boy coming with Ethan today. All 4 of them are students of Union Middle School. 2 of the girls were from class 30 of senior high school. They were Lily, the Chinese class representative, and one of the most beautiful girls in class 10, and Su Jun, who used to eat with Sophia and Lily. The other boy and girl are from class 11 next door. The girl's name is Guo Xiaoqing. She is quite spoiled like a little princess, but her family conditions and academic performance are good, so she is capital to be proud of. The boy's name is Fong Tinga. He is the study committee member of class 11. His grades always rank among the top 10 in the liberal arts grade. In addition, he has a decent appearance and is a bit handsome, so he has quite a few female fans in the liberal arts class. The group first went to the newly opened dessert shop on the roadside at the foot of the park today and took a quick look around. I have nothing to do after I get out. Su Jun remembered that there seemed to be a small zoo touring on the mountain in the park recently, so she suggested that they go and see it together. Then Ethan volunteered to say there was a way to save money by not buying tickets. This is how the current situation came about. They are all ordinary high school students, and even girls don't have much pocket money. Of course, it is a good thing to save 10 yuan per person on tickets. Lily and Su Jun both thanked Ethan with a smile and praised him generously, almost making him so happy that his tail was lifted to the sky. But when it came to Guo Xiaoqing's turn, this proud little princess whose family was said to own a department store just curled her lips and showed a bit of disdain. The ticket is only a few dozen yuan. Why save so much? And you have to take the small path, which is full of mud. My skirt is a famous brand and costs more than 2,000 yuan. It was scratched by a branch. The money from your 10 or 20 tickets is not enough to compensate for it. The other top student, Fong Tinga, pushed his glasses up on his nose and smiled faintly. This is quite similar to the small farmer mentality. They lack vision and only care about the little gains in front of them. If you become complacent after gaining a little advantage, you're actually a bad person and are doomed to ignore the wider world. The words were spoken in a very literary way and seemed to make some far-fetched sense. Ethan was a little dumbfounded. No, he was kind enough to help save the ticket money. How did it suddenly become a small peasant mentality? Lily and Su Jun beside them could not help but frown. This Fong Tinga was indeed good-looking and had good grades. He made people somewhat fond of him at the beginning, but as soon as he opened his mouth, people felt uncomfortable, an inexplicable sense of superiority and self-righteousness. It is the biggest taboo for boys that is most likely to lose points in the eyes of girls. But apart from the 2 girls from class 10, Guo Xiaoqing on the side seemed to have great respect for Fong Tinga. After listening to these great truths, there were some little tricks in her eyes. Tiangu said it very well. That's what I mean. Oh, college nerds are different. Everything they say is so high level. His tone was so intimate that he didn't even call her by her last name, and it was obvious that he had a special liking for Fong Tinga. In the end, several people passed through this small door, saved $50 on ticket price. Walking slowly up from the other end of the mountain road, on the way to the zoo exhibition area at the top of the mountain, Guo Xiaoqing was still circling around Fong Tinga like a butterfly, chattering nonstop. Fong Tinga also enjoyed this feeling. Covet Lily, one of the golden flowers in class 10. He would talk to Lily from time to time and brag about his own achievements in his words. When Guo Xiaoqing saw her idol chatting up a girl from the next class, she couldn't help but feel jealous, so she rushed in to talk and tried to assert her sovereignty over her idol. And the topic started from here, and it got to our 2 protagonists. Tiangu ranked 9th in the liberal arts class in the last mock exam. I'm ranked 2nd among all the boys in the liberal arts class, second only to Su Jun from class 13. Guo Xiaoqing spoke in a boastful manner, as if such an outstanding Fong Tinga was already her boyfriend. Fong Tinga smiled reservedly, pretending to be modest. It's okay. Compared with Su Jun from class 13, I am still a little behind. I still need to learn from him and work harder. Guo Xiaoqing seemed to suddenly think of something. That's right. I heard that Su Jun seemed to have made a bet with someone recently to compare the ranking of the second mock exam results. It's quite a commotion. Have you heard of it? As soon as these words came out, Ethan, Lily, and Su Jun all looked strange and looked at each other. More than just heard. These 2 parties are very familiar with each other. Chapter 41. A blood-boiling, face-slapping encounter. Damn. Hearing Gua Xiaoqing say this, Fong Tinga's eyes lit up. Right? I heard that too. It seemed to be at the canteen after morning exercises a few days ago. Su Jun went to look for the school beauty Sophia, but was stopped by a boy who didn't know his place. They were fighting over the school beauty. Guo Xiaoqing was excited to have a common topic with her idol and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. It's for Sophia. The two of them made a bet. Su Jun said that as long as the guy could get into the top 10 in the second mock exam, he didn't have to score higher than him, and he would give up pursuing Sophia. This matter has spread all over the grade. I heard that the first and second grade students are also discussing it. Fong Tinga adjusted his glasses again and smiled calmly. Su Jun is just letting it go. With his ability level in the liberal arts class, he is the best boy and often ranks among the top 3. Even if I can't compare to her, other boys can forget about it. And for a girl of Su Xiaohua's level, only Su Jun is worthy of her. Speaking of this, Fong Tinga's tone was a little sad. Sophia, the school beauty goddess, is the white moonlight in the eyes of all the boys in Yunnan Middle School, but she is out of reach. Even he had fantasies about the campus beauty of Soochow University, but he never thought of overestimating his own abilities and pursuing her. Guo Xiaoqing seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Ethan, Lily, and Su Shanshan. That's right. Isn't Sophia also from your class, 10? You should know more about this matter. Who is the man who confronted Su Jun? Do you know him? Lily and Su Shanshan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. You really asked the right person. We do know each other. Besides, he is also from our class 10. After these words were spoken, Guo Xiaoqing and Fong Tinga both showed expressions of surprise and astonishment. Ethan couldn't wait to interrupt and patted his chest proudly. More than knowing each other. That guy's Kevin. That's our school beauty, Su's desk mate. It's my best friend. Best friend? Guo Xiaoqing and Fong Tinga were stunned again. But then Guo Xiaoqing looked Ethan up and down and couldn't help curling his lips. Are you and I best friends? I thought that the person who dared to challenge Su Jun had to be a powerful figure. Hearing you say that, I guess Kevin isn't that great. There was a clear hint of disdain in his tone. Fong Tinga on the side also smiled faintly and commented in a condescending manner. Really, birds of a feather flock together. As best friends, one has a small-time peasant mentality and the other does not know his own limitations. It makes sense for them to get together. Ethan's eyebrows went straight up when he heard this. Who are you calling overestimating your own abilities? It's fine if he was mocked in a sarcastic manner before. Speaking of his brother, he can't stand this. Fong Tinga smiled indifferently. Then I'll correct that. It's not that I overestimate my own abilities. Your best friend dared to challenge Su Jun for the campus beauty. To be more precise, it should be said that he is just dreaming. Ethan was really angry when he heard this. Although he couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Kevin and school beauty Su's intimate interactions before, he always thought that the two of them couldn't possibly. But as a brother, he can think about this. It's not okay if others look down on his brothers. Ethan immediately retorted angrily. Why is it just a foolish dream? You may not know this, but Kevin not only sits at the same table with the school beauty Su, but they are also very close to each other. School beauty Su even brought him breakfast, took the initiative to help him with his homework, and the two of them even went out to eat together alone. After school, school beauty Su even secretly followed our brother ran home. When they heard the first few sentences, Guo Xiaoqing and Fong Tinga were still a little surprised, but heard the last sentence. The two of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Guo Xiaoqing's face was full of sarcasm. Oh, I almost believed what you said before. Please, there is a limit to bragging, okay? Forget about tutoring and eating together. Sophia is a very pretty schoolgirl, and you said she was secretly following a boy after school? Have you watched too many spy movies? Fong Tinga, beside him, also laughed contemptuously, adjusted his glasses, and looked calm as if he had seen through the truth. Even if we really eat together and help each other with homework, it's nothing. It's just helping each other. I can only say that school beauty Su is a good person with a kind heart. She would probably give some money to beggars on the street if she saw them. If it's just a small matter, it's said that the relationship between the two people is so close and ambiguous. Then I can only say, Fong Tinga's eyes fell on Ethan with a bit of mockery and pity. Whether it's you or your best friend, you are all too self-indulgent and self-righteous. Ethan was so angry that his face turned red. You, Lily and Su Shanshan, who were standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and thought that Fong Tinga's words were too harsh. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. After all, as good friends, they also feel that there can't be any real close relationship between Sophia and Kevin. Lily reached out and pulled Ethan's sleeve. Never mind. Su Shanshan saw the opportunity quickly and laughed. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We're almost at the animal exhibition. Let's go over and take a look. We wanted to dissuade and smooth things over. On the other side, Fong Tinga and Guo Xiaoqing didn't seem to be willing to give up. Ethan, whose face turned red with anger. Fong Tinga laughed again, his tone mocking. Why? You're not convinced, and you still want to speak for your best friend? If Kevin really has something going on with the school beauty Sue, he should at least meet her privately on the weekend, right? Guo Xiaoqing laughed. That is, according to what you said, your best friend has a special relationship with Sophia. Then why haven't we seen them making an appointment to visit Park Hill? Ha ha. While several people were talking and arguing, they were also walking forward. When Guo Xiaoqing's laughter rang out unrestrainedly, the group just happened to pass through the forest path and came to the open space in front of the entrance of the zoo's exhibition. Just right. Kevin and Sophia, who were walking along the main road, met each other head-on. They had a solid encounter. The air froze at this moment. Time seemed to stand still. The bright sunlight shines through the mottled branches and leaves of the trees, illuminating the young boy and girl who are walking here hand in hand. Beautiful and timeless, like a painting. Guo Xiaoqing's triumphant laughter came to an abrupt end. Fong Tinga's calm and contemptuous smile froze on his face. Lily and Su Shanshan were completely stunned and almost thought they were hallucinating. Ethan stared at the two people in front of him, stunned. When he came to his senses, he suddenly felt his blood boiling in his chest. With his heart agitated, he blurted out, Fuck. Chapter 42, School Beauty. Ah, there's a snake, so scary. A cry of oh shit. It finally broke the silence in the open space in front of the mountaintop zoo exhibition. Lily and Su Shanshan also came back to their senses, but they still looked at Sophia and Kevin in shock and disbelief. You guys. When I walked to the entrance of the exhibition at the top of the mountain, I unexpectedly met my classmates. Kevin and Sophia were also subconsciously stunned, but then he reacted and quickly explained with a righteous look. I'm tired of reviewing at home, so I came to Park Hill to take a walk and get some fresh air. Student Sue just happened to be here too. It's all coincidence. Sophia nodded calmly and glanced at the students in front of her. There's a bit of tacit understanding between my desk mates. That makes sense, doesn't it? Is it reasonable? Lily and Su Shanshan swallowed their saliva and subconsciously moved their eyes downwards, landing on the hands of someone in the campus beauty of Soochow University that were still held together. Then you. Sophia also followed the gazes of her two best friends and looked down at herself, who was still holding Kevin's hand. She explained calmly without blushing. The mountain road is too slippery. Kevin was afraid I would fall, so he held my hand. It rained yesterday. It's just a coincidence. Kevin nodded in agreement. That's right. Reasonable. You're a coincidence, and he is reasonable. You two are playing a double act here? Lily and Su Shanshan couldn't help but have huge question marks in their heads. Ethan nodded excitedly. Reasonable. It has to be reasonable. It's so reasonable. The frustration and anger he felt before were instantly swept away at this moment. Ethan turned his head to look at Guo Xiaoqing and Fong Tinga, who were still in a daze, and felt proud. How about it? I told you so. Now, who is being self-righteous and who is being self-righteous? Guo Xiaoqing and Fong Tinga were really confused at this moment. They didn't know Kevin, but Sophia, the recognized cold beauty of Yunnan Middle School, was very familiar to him, and he recognized her at the first sight. But that's why. They saw the campus beauty of Soochow University appear in front of them, holding hands with a boy. This made them even more shocked and unbelievable, especially Fong Tinga. Looking at the ice goddess in front of him who was so unattainable in his mind, he was actually holding the hand of an ordinary-looking boy. I just felt like the sky was falling. All three views will be blown into pieces. My head is buzzing. How is that possible? No. Why? At this moment, Sophia glanced at Fong and Guo calmly. Who are they? Fong Tinga suddenly came back to his senses. He was immediately nervous and excited when the school beauty goddess asked him a question. He was trying hard to think of the right words to introduce himself elegantly and appropriately. But Ethan next to him got there first. Monitor, They are from class 11 next door. This is Guo Xiaoqing. As for the other one, at this point, Ethan glanced at Fong Tinga and smiled. It doesn't matter. He's busy hiding from Batman. Fong Tinga was stunned at first. Then he reacted and his face turned red with shame and anger. You. Lily glanced at Ethan in a chastising tone. Ethan, stop talking nonsense. Ethan chuckled. Oh, I was just kidding. Brother Fong, you are a generous person, so I'm sure you won't mind. Say that. Ethan was already feeling extremely happy. Ranji's previous rhetoric was really useful in attacking people. It felt so good to get revenge on the spot. Ha ha ha. Su Shan turned to look at Sophia. Since it's such a coincidence. Sophia, do you want to go shopping together? I haven't counted all of them. It would be unnatural to try to find other reasons to refuse. Sophia nodded slightly, with no change in her mood on her face. She nodded calmly. Good. You don't need to buy a separate ticket to enter the zoo. So the group walked through the entrance unhindered and soon saw a number of iron cages of varying sizes placed in front of an open-air platform, specially surrounded by iron railings. A variety of animals can be seen in each cage. Owls, foxes, gray wolves, various rare birds, and even a giraffe. After all, it's just a small zoo tour, and most of the exhibits are birds. Lions, tigers, elephants, and the like are not seen. But for residents of small towns like Yunnan, it is already quite rare. Like Lily and Su Shan couldn't help but scream in amazement, and they were even more fascinated by some of the cute little animals. Even Guo Xiaoqing, who was as proud as a little princess, couldn't help but jump for joy and kept walking forward, looking around. Sophia was still following Kevin, walking side by side. After getting together with the main group, it became inconvenient to continue holding hands. The campus beauty of Soochow University appeared to be indifferent on the surface, but she felt extremely sorry in her heart. She didn't look at the animals much and kept glancing at someone's hand. Fong Tinga didn't even bother to look at the animals. He also couldn't help but keep looking at Sophia and Kevin. With his outstanding IQ as the study committee member of Class 11, he just couldn't figure out why Kevin, who couldn't see any way in which he was better than him, would come to Park Hill with him as the school's most icy beauty goddess did. Before he could figure it out, the group has now reached the right corner of the exhibition hall. The iron cage here is placed on a pool, and several lazy golden pythons can be seen crawling out slowly in the pool. Snake, Lily, and Su Shan could not help but look pale with fear. The former stepped back subconsciously in panic and grabbed Ethan's sleeve, half of his body falling into the other's arms. Ethan was also startled at first, but when his crush threw himself into his arms, his face instantly lit up, and he immediately hugged Lily's waist, saying righteously, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." On the other side, Guo Xiaoqing was so scared that she threw herself into Fong Tinga's arms. But seeing how she was actively and proactively rubbing against Fong Tinga's arms while shouting, "I'm scared," it was probably that half of this fear was acted out. Sophia saw several scenes like this. The campus beauty of Soochow University, who is usually as cold as an iceberg, is rarely moved. Turn out to be. Is there another trick? The little man in my heart slapped his thigh and decided not to fall behind others. So the next second, the campus beauty of Soochow University shouted coldly, "Ah," and before anyone could react, he took 2 steps back as if nothing had happened and fell into someone's arms very naturally. A warm, soft, and beautiful girl suddenly appeared in my arms. Kevin. He looked at his school beauty classmate in his arms with a question mark on his face. What's wrong? The school beauty sat at the same table with me. Her heart was not beating, she replied calmly. There's a snake. It's terrible. Kevin looked up at the innocent, harmless, and lazy-looking golden python, then lowered his head to look at the school beauty classmate in his arms with a cool and indifferent expression. A huge question mark slowly emerged. You don't look scared? Chapter 43, everyone was shocked. What indirect kiss? After touring the zoo, the group walked slowly down the mountain. The sky was gradually getting dark. Guo Xiaoqing looked at Fong Tinga and suggested expectantly, "Tiange, let's find a place to have dinner. I know a delicious restaurant nearby. I'll treat you." Her mind is still on Fong Tinga. Fong Tinga nodded after hearing this. Okay, how about we all go together? He seemed to be responding to Guo Xiaoqing, but Fong Tinga couldn't help but secretly glance at Sophia. Sophia came. He was more concerned about Lily, one of the most beautiful girls in Class 10. Wait until Sophia comes. He wanted to stare his eyes into the body of the campus belle of Soochow University and couldn't pull them away. How could Guo Xiaoqing and Lily compare to the fragrance of the icy campus belle of Yunnan Middle School? What's more, Fong Tinga had his own secret plans in mind at this moment. The guy named Kevin looked unremarkable, except for his looks, which was barely outstanding, but compared to himself, he was nothing. He, Kevin, can date the school beauty Sue and even hold hands with her. Why can't I do it myself? It's just a lack of opportunity. Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Sophia. It was obvious that from beginning to end, this icy school beauty was the coldest and most taciturn one. But whenever she is present, she always seems to naturally become the backbone of everyone, making people unable to help but ask for her opinion first. Sophia's expression remained calm. She turned her head slightly and looked at Kevin. What do you think? Fong Tinga and Guo Xiaoqing were stunned when they heard this. I'm a little confused as to why this Soochow University campus beauty seems to want to seek Kevin's opinion. Kevin didn't feel anything strange and scratched his hair. Me? I think both are fine. The words haven't finished yet. By Ethan's urgent shout. No, you don't think so? Suddenly everyone's eyes turned to Ethan in surprise. In front of everyone, Xiao Zhao looked righteous and dignified. It's getting late. I think we should all go away. Go to bed early tonight. You have to go to school tomorrow. Such an impassioned speech didn't seem like something that could come out of Ethan's mouth. But the next second, Xiao Zhao turned his head and looked at Sophia again and instantly changed into a fawning and flattering look. Squad leader, you think what I think is right? Sophia looked at Ethan and nodded slightly. You're right. The tone is still light and clear. The little man in my heart nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This kid has learned his lesson. He thinks it's good this time. He will continue to think so next time. Got recognition from the campus beauty of Soochow University. Ethan instantly became more excited and beaming with joy. I heard it all. All right, everyone leave now. Go back to your own homes and your own mothers. Lily glanced at Kevin and Sophia thoughtfully, then smiled. Okay, let's disperse then. Several people from class 10 said so. Even though Fong Tinga and Guo Xiaoqing from the next class felt disappointed, they had no right to object, so they simply said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Ethan did not forget to pull Kevin aside and whispered in a low voice. Brother Ann, come on. As a brother, I will always support you. At the end, he did not forget to clench his fist and give a cheering gesture to someone, then turned around and slipped away before Sophia's eyes swept over him. Kevin looked puzzled. What refuel? Why is classmate Zhao acting so weird today? Seeing that everyone had left, the school beauty deskmate came back and her eyes fell on Kevin. Let's go eat. The question was very natural. But didn't you just say that Ethan was right? Kevin was puzzled and subconsciously touched his pocket. If he had to eat another meal, his pocket money would not be enough. The next sentence from a school beauty's deskmate came over lightly. It's my treat. Someone suddenly perked up. Let's go. Eat. According to the school beauty's deskmate, Kevin paid for the tickets when we visited Park Hill just now. So it's only natural that I should treat you to dinner as a reward. Reasonable. Sitting at the dining table in Lao Qian's fried skewers restaurant, Kevin nodded with a look of satisfaction. The school beauty's deskmate is indeed a top student. He always speaks in an organized and convincing manner. The Lao Qian fried skewers restaurant that the two chose is located on Park Road at the foot of Park Mountain. It is an old store that has been open in Yunnan County for more than 10 years. The main business is fried skewers of all kinds, including lamb, beef, tofu, cauliflower, and broccoli. Everything can be fried. Because the ingredients are fresh and a unique sauce recipe is authentic. So business has always been prosperous. Today is Sunday, and there are many customers coming to Lao Qian Fried Skewers restaurant to eat skewers. Almost every table in the hall is full, and many of the customers are students from junior high schools and high schools. Kevin and Sophia found a table in the corner and sat down. It immediately attracted almost half of the attention in the store. Everyone was amazed at Sophia's cool and charming temperament, especially when the campus beauty of Soochow University took off her pink baseball cap, revealing her bright and beautiful face. Countless boys and men in their teens, 20s, 30s, and 40s all gasped in surprise. This, so beautiful. The next second, everyone's eyes turned to the person sitting opposite Sophia. I was instantly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. This kid, how can I be so virtuous? A handsome guy who had no idea that he had become the public enemy of all the men in the store did not feel any psychological burden at all at this moment. He called the waiter over, briefly asked the school beauty's desk mate for his opinion, and then quickly ordered dishes according to the menu. Just wait happily for the food to be served. Not long. A large plate of fried skewers was brought up by the waiter. Kevin couldn't wait to start eating, and he ate heartily. Of course, he didn't forget to greet his school beauty classmate. "You eat too." Sophia, who was sitting opposite, was obviously much more elegant in her movements. She picked up a fried skewer, tasted it, relaxed her brows, and nodded. "It's delicious indeed. A familiar taste in memory." Sophia had just finished one skewer, but the handsome guy across from her who was wolfing down the food had already started his third skewer. The male customers who were secretly glancing over here were filled with grief and indignation. What a bastard. In front of a beautiful woman. Can't you pay attention to your manners when eating? And soon, a scene that completely broke the hearts of all the male customers was played out. When eating the second skewer of beef, Sophia frowned suddenly, quickly put the skewer away, stuck out her tongue and blew out air repeatedly, and fanned herself with her hands, her little face turning a little red. Kevin noticed. "What's wrong?" Sophia frowned. "Spicy." Kevin wondered, "Is it spicy?" "It's okay." Sophia nodded solemnly. "It's spicy. If you don't believe me, try it." Handed the half-eaten skewer in her hand directly to Kevin without changing her expression and very naturally. In an instant, the air in the store seemed to suddenly become quiet. Countless male customers and even store clerks suddenly widened their eyes. "Oh shit, one skewer for two? Indirect kiss?" Chapter 44. Olivia as pride. "Kevin, you are jealous." I saw the fried skewers handed over by the school beauty's desk mate. Kevin was also stunned and hesitated a little. After all, he is not an ignorant kid and has some basic judgment. Two people of opposite sex, eating a skewer of fried food? It seems a little too intimate and ambiguous. Thinking of this, Kevin looked at his school beauty desk mate across from him and asked, "Will it be inconvenient?" He himself doesn't care. The main reason is that he is afraid that the news will get out and people will talk about it, which will have a bad impact on the school beauty and her desk mate. Sophia raised her eyebrows, looking calm and composed. "What's inconvenient? I think it's spicy. If you don't believe me, try it. Isn't it reasonable?" When the school beauty's desk mate said this, her tone was calm and indifferent. There was no sign of anything unusual, and she was completely frank. Kevin also felt that he seemed to be overthinking, and he reflected on himself. Look at the school beauty's desk mate. How pure. You just misunderstood. What indirect kissing? The pure and innocent school beauty goddess has never even thought about such a thing. Eat. So Kevin readily reached out and took the fried skewers. "Okay, I'll try." Take a bite and smack the flavor. "It doesn't seem spicy." Sophia's expression remained calm. "Really? Then you should eat more." The tone remained calm and natural, and people still couldn't hear any clues. Little did she know that the little person inside her was already smiling and taking out her little notebook, writing down something with great joy. Indirect kiss. Get it? We had dinner at a skewer's restaurant. Sophia stood up to pay the bill, while Kevin came out and waited at the door. When I walked out of the store, it was completely dark. The lights are coming on. Park Road is bustling and brightly lit at night. The streets are lined with various small stalls, and the stall owners are shouting at the top of their voices, calling out their wares to passers-by. There is an air-cushioned trampoline in the square at the foot of the park across the street, and many families are having a lot of fun playing on it with their children. The familiar atmosphere of hometown life. Just looking at it brings peace of mind. Kevin showed a slight smile. As a reborn person, sometimes he is not in a hurry to seize the opportunity and stand out. Just like this, I leisurely relive the leisurely and comfortable childhood days. It has a unique flavor too. It was in such a peaceful and warm atmosphere that something discordant and unexpected suddenly forced its way in. When Kevin was admiring the bustling night scene in front of him, not far ahead, a familiar female voice suddenly sounded. "Kevin, it is indeed too familiar." Whenever the name Kevin is heard, trouble always follows. Kevin frowned and looked up. As expected, what I saw was Olivia and a boy walking toward me side by side. Olivia, who went out on the weekend, was obviously dressed up carefully. She wore a beautiful and exquisite little dress, a pair of black leather shoes, and her hair was permed and slightly curled, making her look like a real little princess. The boy next to her was a fat guy, just over 1.7 meters tall, and weighed at least 160 kilograms. He wasn't ugly, but he had 2 pimples on his face. Only his outfit was obviously expensive. The pair of brand-name sneakers on his feet cost at least 3,000 yuan, which was definitely extremely rare among high school students of this era. When you see each other, Kevin was stunned. Compared to Olivia, the fat man next to her also impressed him. After graduating from the college entrance examination in his previous life, he went to deliver a gift to Olivia in the heavy rain on her birthday and ran into Olivia kissing a rich second-generation guy. That rich second generation is this fat guy, Sun Ming. When I saw Kevin standing alone at the door of Lao Qian's fried skewer shop, Olivia felt surprised, excited, and delighted. This weekend, Sun Ming from Class 4 next door asked her out for dinner and a movie. According to her aesthetic taste, a fat man like Sun Ming was not attractive at first. However, his family was rich, he was extremely generous, and he was willing to spend money on her, so he had always been at the top of her investigation list. She dressed up specially at home, even wearing the expensive little skirt given by Sun Ming, and came out to have dinner with Sun Ming. Unexpectedly, and Kevin ran into him. This is what hit her gun. For Olivia, the last time she was rudely mocked and ridiculed by Kevin at the school gate was the biggest humiliation she had ever experienced. Especially being a bootlicker who had been fawning on her and obeying her every word in the past. Now he suddenly changed his attitude and became so cold towards her. It made her feel like there was a fire of anger in her heart that she had nowhere to vent. I have been tossing and turning at home for the past few nights, unable to sleep, and feeling so angry that I'm looking forward to the opportunity to take revenge on Kevin. Now, the opportunity has come. As she and Sun Ming walked in front of someone, Olivia pretended to be surprised. What a coincidence, you're out shopping too. Without waiting for Kevin to answer, she took the lead and continued to speak with a smile. That's right, I forgot to introduce myself. This guy is Sun Ming, and he's from Class 4 downstairs. Should I say, I guess I'm your boyfriend. As she spoke, Olivia took the initiative to hug Sun Ming's arm affectionately in front of Kevin. These words and actions, Kevin couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Even Sun Ming, who had his arm hugged, was a little surprised and happy. He had been pursuing Olivia for a while, but never had the chance to further confirm their relationship. He also thought that he would have to wait until her birthday and spend a lot of money to buy some expensive gifts before he could get this woman. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly took the initiative to admit it in front of others. Sun Ming did not hesitate. He pulled out his hand and put his arm around Olivia's waist, pulling her closer to him, then smiled at Kevin. That's right. I'm Ling Shan's boyfriend. Nice to meet you. Olivia was held in Sun Ming's arms, seemingly intimately, but in fact she was secretly observing Kevin's expression. Seeing Kevin's surprised look, Olivia felt even more happy with her revenge. How about it? Are you jealous or upset? You, Kevin, always say that you don't care about me. Now, I have a boyfriend. Even if you want to regret and apologize and beg me to change my mind, it's too late. Olivia felt more and more pleased in her heart, but she was not satisfied with it yet and decided to stab Kevin in the heart again. Then she suddenly smiled sweetly at Kevin. Kevin, well, aren't you going to bless us? Chapter 45, seeing you two together makes me feel sweeter than eating honey. Olivia misunderstood. Kevin was indeed a little surprised, but not because he was jealous. It was because he remembered that in the previous life, Olivia and the rich second-generation Sun Ming were in love, which should have happened around the time they graduated from the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, in this life, the relationship between the two was determined in advance. See this with your own eyes. Kevin just felt this feeling in his heart. I am so relieved. Hearing Olivia asking me to send her some blessings, why would I hesitate? Kevin immediately looked at the two people in front of him with a sincere face and spoke from the bottom of his heart. I wish you two a happy marriage and stay together forever. Please don't come out and harm others. A green tea female sea king. One is also a veteran in the love field, relying on billions to get close to people. These two are truly a perfect match made in heaven. After they are tied up to death, neither of them will come out to cause harm to other innocent boys and girls. It is simply God's mercy that he has eliminated two major evils for Yunnan Middle School. Sun Ming and Olivia were both stunned. The former hadn't yet figured out what Kevin meant. The latter could hardly believe his ears. How so? Isn't Kevin jealous when he sees her and Sun Ming together? She had personally announced that Sun Ming was her boyfriend. Kevin had liked her for so long. How was it possible that he didn't look hurt at all? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This guy must be just pretending to be tough. Convinced of her own judgment, Olivia sneered in her heart, but on the surface she smiled even sweeter and even took the initiative to lean into Sun Ming's arms again and said to Kevin with a smile, "Don't worry, Sun Ming, and I will be fine." Then, she changed the subject and pretended to be worried. "But you're still alone like this. Seeing how sweet we are, you must feel bad, right?" Kevin was stunned when he heard this and waved his hands righteously. No. Seeing you two together makes my heart sweeter than eating honey." Olivia, after several attempts, I failed to see someone's defense break. Olivia couldn't pretend anymore, so she just tore off her disguise and sneered at Kevin. "Kevin, stop pretending. I just want to tell you that when Olivia, look for a boyfriend, it has to be someone like Sun Ming. Don't you keep saying you look down on me? It's a pity that I'm already in a relationship, and you're the only one who's still single. Even if you regret it, it's too late." Olivia seemed to remember something and pretended to be in a daze. "Oh, by the way, I remember you had a school beauty as your desk mate, right? Last time I heard you say that the campus beauty of Su Jun University seemed to be very familiar with you. Why did you come out alone today and didn't ask her to accompany you?" Kevin glanced towards the fried skewer shop. "Oh, she's paying the bill." Olivia burst out laughing when she heard this, and she did not even try to hide the mockery and pity on her face. "Kevin, are you still being stubborn? The campus beauty of Su Jun University is just kind-hearted and has spoken up for you once or twice. You are so self-indulgent that you think you have some special relationship with her? She paid for you. Why don't you just say that you two have already talked about it?" As she spoke, Olivia hugged Sun Ming's arm and shook it coquettishly. "Ming, aren't you right?" Sun Ming suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Kevin with a hint of mockery, as if he was looking at a clown. "Are you the one who competed with Su Jun for the school beauty at the school canteen a few days ago? Dude, you're a pure clown." Suddenly, the footsteps came from far away. Olivia and Sun Ming subconsciously turned their heads towards the sound. The scene they saw immediately afterwards made them freeze in place, as if petrified. An icy school beauty, dressed in a fresh and bright sporty style that had never been seen in the school, and wearing a pink baseball cap, walked out of Lao Qian's fried skewer shop leisurely. It seemed that he had just paid the bill and put his wallet away casually. Come to someone's side. As if no one was around, he reached out and hugged someone's arm naturally. "Aran, what are you doing?" Just this one word, Aaron. It was almost like 100,000 tons of explosives exploding violently in the ears of Olivia and Sun Ming. The two of them were blown so hard that they were dizzy and confused. Then Sophia glanced casually, as if she had just seen the two people standing in front of Kevin. She frowned slightly and gave Kevin a reproachful look. "Didn't I tell you that? Keep you away from questionable people." Kevin understood immediately and sighed. "No way. The dirt keeps sticking to me and I can't get rid of it. Dirty things." These three words, like a knife, stabbed directly into the chest of the beauty in Class 7 who did not want to reveal her name. The campus beauty of Su Jun University nodded in understanding and spoke softly. "I've paid the bill. Let's go home. It's not good to get into trouble. Speaking of." Then he took Kevin's arm, and the two of them turned around and left leisurely. He had no interest in Olivia and Sun Ming at all. Sun Ming, who was standing there in a daze, was dumbfounded, looking at the backs of the two people who left like that. The rich second generation, who had come to his senses, stared with wide eyes. No, that was really Sophia? The icy school beauty really went out on a date with someone this weekend, and she even offered to pay for it. Mr. Sun, a rich second generation who usually conquers girls by paying the bill himself, felt that his three views had collapsed. At this moment, I was so in awe of that person that I wanted to become his disciple right there and then. What a master. Seniors, open a class and teach it. Olivia next to him also came back to her senses at this time, and her sweet and lovely face was almost distorted because of shame and shock. How is it possible? How come the beautiful schoolgirl from Yunnan Middle School keeps appearing next to Kevin? Everything that happened before can be explained by other reasons. But if we go out to eat fried skewers together in casual clothes on the weekend, it seems that the only thing that can be proved is that the relationship between the two is indeed unusually close, being forced to make such incredible judgments. At this moment, Olivia felt a mixture of shock, shame, and anger. Even, there's also a trace of something that she herself probably wasn't aware of, like the panic of a little girl having her favorite toy snatched away from her hand. She held Kevin's arm in a very intimate and natural way, and they didn't stop until they reached the corner of the intersection. Sophia slowly let go of someone's arm and withdrew her hand. He looked up at Kevin with a calm and composed expression. Don't get me wrong. Before he finished speaking, someone immediately understood. Don't worry, I understand. My desk mate helped me. I was just doing what was right. I definitely don't misunderstand. Sophia's heart curled her lips slightly. Why was the little idiot thinking so quickly at this time? It was okay if it was just a misunderstanding. At this time, a black Maybach drove quietly not far away. When Kevin saw the Maybach logo, he was stunned for a moment, as if he remembered something and looked puzzled. This car looks a little familiar. Chapter 46 Ari, I don't like casual girls. 2 days ago, after evening self-study, Kevin and Ethan rode their bikes home together. At that time, classmate Xiao Zhao was very frightened and kept saying that he felt a car was following them. Kevin didn't take it to heart. But at this moment, when he saw the black Maybach approaching, his heart suddenly moved, as if he vaguely felt some familiarity. The last time I went home, I seemed to have seen this car on the way, including when I arrived at my doorstep later. I felt like I had seen this car in the temporary parking lot in the open space of the doorstep. Seeing Kevin's thoughtful look, Sophia's eyelids twitched slightly. Kevin looked up at his school beauty desk mate. Is this your car? Sophia pretended to nod calmly. Well, what's wrong? Kevin scratched his hair. Nothing. He looks familiar. I felt like he was following me when I went home last time. Sophia looked calm. Really? There are a lot of Maybachs in Yunnan, and they all look the same. Then he glanced at Kevin and replied calmly. Besides, who would follow someone in a car? You've watched too many spy movies. It's just a coincidence. Kevin thought about it again and nodded suddenly. Reasonable. It was getting late, so the two said goodbye briefly. Sophia got into the back seat of her Maybach, closed the door, and watched someone outside the window walk away leisurely and breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Joe, the driver in the front seat, looked at his daughter through the rearview mirror. Miss Sue, are you going home? Sophia nodded and said, The Maybach is about to start. Suddenly, a clear and gentle voice came from the back seat of the car. Uncle Joe, next time you come out on the weekend, you don't have to pick me up. I can go on my own. In the front driver's seat, Uncle Joe paused for a moment, then responded calmly and steadily. Yes. At the same time, Sophia couldn't see. Uncle Joe in the driver's seat had his pupils trembling violently. Uncle Joe returned home that night. Olivia tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. I couldn't help but replay the scene in front of Lao Qian's fried skewer shop, where Sophia hugged Kevin's arm and turned away affectionately. An indescribable feeling, like a cancer attached to the bone, slowly grows and climbs up to my heart. It's so uncomfortable that it makes me feel dizzy, gnashing teeth in hatred. There is also an indescribable jealousy and unwillingness. That Kevin, it's obviously mine. It's like a little girl suddenly loses her toy. It may not be that beloved, but as long as it is taken away by someone else, the feeling is unbearable. Moreover, there was a kind of panic that Olivia herself was unwilling to admit. Because if the person competing with me for the toy is the recognized school beauty goddess of Yunnan Middle School, my class 7 beauty, it seems that there is really no competitiveness at all. Olivia tossed and turned in bed for a while, and finally sat up suddenly, quickly took out her exquisite small Nokia flip phone, and logged into Penguin. Kevin's profile picture in my friend list, hesitated for a long time, edited the text repeatedly, and finally made up my mind to send a message. Are you asleep? Almost in an instant. A message came back within seconds. The moment she heard the beep beep message alert sound, Olivia couldn't help but feel suddenly excited and surprised, even a little proud. Sure enough, Kevin still has his own thoughts. Have a look. This reply speed is seconds. Then, when she couldn't wait to open the chat window again, a line of cold and ruthless words came in her eyes. Sending failed. Please add the other party as a friend first. Olivia was stunned for a moment. New Monday. During morning self-study, the head teacher, Time Yinchuan, was at the podium, announcing that the second mock exam would start on Tuesday. With a stern face, he warned everyone in the class that they must perform well this time. When saying this, Time Yinchuan glanced at someone in the last row of the fourth group in the classroom. Kevin looked calm. Everything that needs to be reviewed has been reviewed. No pressure. After the second class in the morning, we had another exercise. On the playground, a large group of people from the 3 grades of the school stretched their arms and legs to the melody of Dancing Youth, and at the same time admired the elegant and graceful figure of the school beauty sitting next to them in the queue. Morning exercises are over. He turned around and was about to follow the group back to the classroom. Kevin was stopped by a familiar female voice behind him. Kevin, wait a minute. I turned around and saw Olivia hurried over from the 7th class queue. Her pretty face was red with anger. She came up and asked, "Why did you block my friend? Blacklist?" Kevin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and corrected. "It's not a blacklist. Yes, it was deleted." "You?" Olivia was furious and then stomped her feet. "I know you are angry that you want me to be jealous. I admit that you did it. Now, can you stop making trouble?" A question mark slowly appeared in Kevin's head, and he looked at Olivia in front of him like a psychopath. How does this woman manage to be so confident? Olivia saw the expression on Kevin's face and thought he was still upset about what happened yesterday, so she slowed down her tone. "What I said yesterday was just a joke. I'm not in a relationship. I'm just having fun with Sunming. So you don't have to worry. Let's just go back to the way we were before, okay?" There was a familiar hint of coquettishness in her tone as she spoke. Kevin listened seriously. How can that be possible? I don't like girls who are so casual. Kevin turned around and left, ignoring Olivia, who was stunned. Olivia came back to her senses and chased after him angrily, blurting out, "Could you please stop being so childish? That's Sophia. We were just playing around with each other." Kevin stopped. "Olivia again. You too, don't you? It's just a casual play anyway. Why shouldn't I play with her? Student Sue has good grades, looks good, and speaks nicely." Olivia suddenly felt familiar with this, and her expression suddenly changed. "You, stop talking." But someone didn't stop as usual and continued to speak. "It's not like you. He's short. She doesn't look good." Second explosion kill. Olivia ran away with her face covered and seemed to be crying. Unimportant. Kevin shook his head and was about to leave when he heard another voice calling. "Kevin, I saw my school beauty desk mate, Zheng Qingqing, walking towards me coldly, saying casually, 'Let's go to the store.'" As she spoke, the campus beauty of Su University stretched out her hand naturally, raised her wrist, and gestured to someone to hold it. Kevin turned around and looked at the huge crowd of students on the way to the canteen. His expression was clear. Understand, there are too many people to squeeze through. So, in front of many stunned looks from all around, he held the hand of the school beauty and his desk mate with righteous indignation and squeezed towards the canteen. Classmates help each other. Reasonable. Chapter 47, They Envy Our Deskmate Relationship. Hold hands and go to the store to buy snacks. It seemed like quite reasonable behavior to Kevin. But in the eyes of the students of Yunnan Middle School, it meant something completely different. Especially when it was noon, the Soochow University beauty casually invited Kevin to have lunch together, and her tone was calm and confident. "Take me to the commissary in the morning. I'll treat you to lunch at noon." It's a give and take. That makes sense. Purely moved by the words treat from the school beauty's deskmate, someone agreed without even thinking twice. The scene of the two eating lunch together at Allen Restaurant on the roadside outside the school was seen by more classmates. Like the wind blowing through the wheat fields and the roaring sound like the tide, it caused a stir in all the student circles, big and small, in Yunnan Middle School. They're Yunnan Middle School's iceberg school beauty. "Are you dating a boy?" And they held hands in public. Soon, the incident at the convenience store entrance after morning exercises last week was brought to light. I got to know more details of the gossip, and even heard that the then campus beauty of Soochow University actually stood up to protect the boy and announced, "He is my flower protector." The forum of Yunnan Middle School, and even the chat groups of each grade and class in the school, were in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe it. Someone has uncovered the identity of the person involved. "Kevin, what the hell? Haven't you heard of it? Who is this great man?" I learned that Kevin was just an ordinary boy from the 10th class of liberal arts, who was just a desk mate of the campus beauty of Soochow University, and his grades were even at the bottom of the grade, and he had no special skills. Countless people were even more puzzled and heartbroken. Some people don't believe it. Someone found out about Kevin's best friend, who was said to have a very good relationship with him. A classmate named Ethan, who did not want to reveal his name, looked mysterious. It is unspeakable, unspeakable. I am such a tight-lipped man. How could I tell you that I saw with my own eyes our class monitor, Sue, and brother Rand going to the canteen together every day, dash. You two even plan to go to Park Hill to visit the animal exhibition together on the weekend? This kind of thing has to be kept secret. Keep a low profile. The students who were asking for the news were stunned when they heard it, and were even more shocked when they came to their senses. Same news and gossip. The news also reached the ears of Su Jun from class 33 of senior high school. When Su Jun's followers were filled with righteous indignation, they stood up for Su Jun. Su Jun looked calm and smiled casually. Fine. It's all just hearsay and nonsense. How could a girl as outstanding as Su be interested in that kind of stuff? As for Kevin, as he spoke, the handsome boy who was a top student in the liberal arts class, and even in the third year of high school, paused. There was a cold light in his eyes, and he made a light-hearted judgment. Just a clown. The two parties at the center of the gossip storm seemed unaware. It's time to eat. It's time to go back to the classroom together. On the way back, Kevin noticed that many people in the school seemed to be secretly looking at them. But I just thought that the other person was envious of me for being able to sit at the same table with the school beauty. This is normal. As for the explanation given by the school beauty's deskmate, it was even more simple. Maybe he's jealous of the good relationship between us deskmates. Don't worry about it. Kevin nodded in agreement. Reasonable. The last class on Monday afternoon is physical education. Similarly, it is also the last physical education class for the students in Class 30 of senior high school in their entire high school career. After the second mock test tomorrow, with only 1 month left before the college entrance examination, the school actually has no other formal courses and all preparations are left to the students. On the small playground, the physical education teacher, who usually changed classes due to illness and cold, also seemed very open-minded and waved his hand. It's the last physical education class. Do whatever you want. However, although I know that the most important thing for you next is to prepare for the college entrance examination. But as a physical education teacher, I still want to tell you that while preparing for the competition, it is also important to exercise a healthy body. At this age, your physical condition is at its best. After giving a long lecture, the physical education teacher turned around and left in a cool manner. The students in Class 10 were left looking at each other in bewilderment. After a moment, they dispersed. The boys were playing basketball, volleyball, or turning around to grab a seat at the ping pong table. Most of the girls went to the canteen to buy snacks. A few people simply turned around and prepared to go back to the classroom to review for a while longer. Kevin was alone and had nothing to do. My best friend Ethan came over stealthily at some point. Brother Ran, how's the progress? Kevin nodded. Good. I have reviewed everything that needs to be reviewed. Ethan rolled his eyes. I didn't ask that. I meant, how far have you and our school beauty class monitor progressed? When he said the last half of the sentence, Ethan looked around carefully and lowered his voice deliberately. Which step? Kevin was confused, then calmly said, It's a very normal relationship between classmates. Ethan gave a thumbs up, with an expression of understanding that said, I understand, written all over his face. Understood, keep a low profile, right? As expected of my brother Ran, he does great things quietly and waits until the very end to announce it. Shocking everyone. Absolutely amazing. Kevin's forehead was black when he heard this. What a mess. He was still finding it strange as to why classmate Xiao Zhao had suddenly changed his personality. It seemed as if he was particularly looking forward to him and his desk mate, the school beauty, becoming a couple. He sat at the same table with the school beauty, and that was clearly the purest friendship between classmates. Hold hands, eat together, go to the park or the mountains, etc. Isn't that just coincidence and reasonable? In my previous life, I did secretly have a crush on the school beauty who sat next to me. But in this rebirth, I really didn't think about that kind of thing. After all, she is an icy school beauty and has always been cold and aloof. It's not like I was reborn. How could he be interested in me so casually? Thinking of this, Kevin gave Ethan a special warning. Don't spread it outside. Student Sue and I are just ordinary desk mates. Nothing special. The two were talking at this moment. Girls from Class 10 came back one after another after buying snacks and drink from the canteen. There were boys from the class playing basketball on the small playground over here. When they saw the girls from the class coming back, they approached them with a playful smile and talked to them, asking the girls to share a drink with them to quench their thirst. The boys and girls would joke around with each other, and if they had a good relationship, the girl would actually bring an extra bottle for the boy. Any boy would receive this kind of treatment. They would be cheered by other people around them, and the girl would blush a little and be shy, while the boy would be radiant and full of energy. Then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Sophia walked over with 2 bottles of drinks in her hand, looking calm. The bright and attractive aura of the cold school beauty immediately attracted everyone's attention. In full view of the public, the campus beauty of Soochow University walked up to Kevin leisurely, raised her hand, and casually handed Kevin a bottle of ice Sprite. I just happened to buy an extra bottle. For you. Suddenly, The entire small playground was silent. Chapter 48. Drink water and show off. Basketball is thrown at you. The small playground was completely silent. Students from Class 10 and even other classes who were also taking physical education classes couldn't help but look over. His eyes were fixed on the campus beauty of Su Jun University and the bottle of ice Sprite in her hand. My eyes were wide open. At this moment, countless boys couldn't help but swallow their saliva, thinking that if this bottle of Sprite was given to them by the school beauty Sue, how glorious and proud would that be? Ethan, who was eating dog food very close to the front row, looked at Kevin with a resentful look on his face. He didn't need to say anything. His expression was written on his face. Hey, buddy, the school beauty, Sue even took the initiative to coincidentally bring you a drink in public during physical education class. Are you still just an ordinary desk mate here? Who would believe that? Someone was completely unaware, and after hearing the school beauty's desk mate's explanation in such a light tone, he nodded in understanding. Reasonable. Then he took it, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a sip. After drinking the cold Sprite, I suddenly felt refreshed. Cool. At this moment, Sophia also opened her can of iced watermelon juice, took a sip, and narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, revealing a somewhat comfortable look. Kevin put down the Sprite and looked curiously at the can of watermelon juice in the hand of the school beauty's desk mate. This brand seems to be a foreign brand. He had seen it in a grocery store in his previous life, but it was sold at a very high price, and he himself had never drunk it. Noticing Kevin's gaze, Sophia raised her eyebrows slightly, picked up the watermelon juice in her hand, and gestured to Kevin. Want a drink? A sentence. All the students around, led by Ethan, were stunned by what they heard. My brain hasn't reacted yet. What does it mean? The campus beauty of Su Jun University wants to help Kevin buy another bottle from the canteen? Next second, a scene that completely shattered everyone's worldview and caused the world to collapse took place. Sophia looked calm and handed the can of watermelon juice she had just taken a sip of towards Kevin. Try it. Be brief and to the point. Kevin seemed a little embarrassed. That's not good. I've already drunk your Sprite. Sophia looked calm and composed. It's okay. We are all sitting at the same table. It won't cost me anything if I give you a sip. Who said there won't be a piece of meat lost? It's like stabbing a knife in our hearts. At this moment, countless boys who saw this scene were going crazy and roaring in their hearts. This is the drink that school beauty Sue drank. How can you let others continue to drink it? This is an indirect kiss. Kevin thought about it and felt that it was right, so he gladly took the watermelon juice. However, he didn't put the watermelon juice to his mouth, but tilted his head back and poured a mouthful of it into his mouth. When the boys present saw this scene, they felt relieved and relaxed. Not bad, not bad. There was no real indirect kissing. You have some sense, you know your limits, little brat. But the next second, Sophia glanced at the ice Sprite in Kevin's hand and raised her chin to indicate. Let me have a sip of yours, too. The air was dead silent again. Ethan, who was almost used to eating dog food at close range, couldn't help but tremble inwardly at this moment. Is it possible to show off in such a fancy way? Why did he feel that this Su Jun University campus beauty was determined to complete this indirect kiss today? The other boys around were almost tearing their eyes out when they saw this. How dare you, little bastard? If you dare to hand over the Sprite, we will. Then Kevin handed over the Sprite generously. Reasonable. Then, in a dead silence, with countless eyes watching, Sophia took the Sprite bottle, slowly brought it to her lips, and took a sip. Met it. Click. In that instant, I don't know how many boys' hearts were broken. Sophia took a sip of Sprite and calmly handed the bottle back to Kevin. Thanks. Kevin, you're welcome. As he spoke, he took back the Sprite and returned the watermelon juice to the school beauty's desk mate. Right at this moment, accompanied by a sudden whistling sound that broke through the air, a strong wind came from behind. Ethan, who was standing closest to the two and right next to Kevin, didn't even have time to react. He only saw a round black shadow whizzing towards him and about to hit Kevin on the back of his head. The students from other classes who were a little further away had already recognized the true appearance of the black shadow and couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. Suddenly, Kevin turned around suddenly and stretched out his arms like lightning to meet the dark shadow. Bang! There seemed to be a dull sonic boom in the air. With the place where his palm touched the black shadow as the center, a layer of noise suddenly spread out in all directions. Wait until the sound waves dissipate. Everyone looked towards Kevin in shock. Kevin caught the basketball steadily and held it firmly with one hand. A loud and shaking sound suddenly sounded like a tide. Including Ethan, all the classmates around him showed expressions of disbelief and shock and looked at Kevin with wide eyes. Catch the ball with one hand, and it was like someone was sneaking up on him from behind. What the hell is this reaction? So handsome. At this moment, only Sophia's expression suddenly tightened, and she looked at Kevin. Fine. Kevin shook his head. It's okay. He turned his wrist and casually held the basketball that had just flown to him in his hand. He raised his head and looked at Su Jun, who was walking towards him not far away. Just now, not only hit yourself, even the school beauty's desk mate was within the attack range and could easily be injured by mistake. So, first time, Kevin's expression suddenly turned cold. Don't you have eyes? The person who just passed the ball over was the handsome guy from class 33 of senior high school. Su Jun. Today's class 33 of senior high school also has the last physical education class in the afternoon. Originally, Su Jun was playing basketball with a few of his classmates. I turned my head inadvertently and saw Kevin and Sophia not far away, especially when I saw Sophia taking the initiative to bring a drink to Kevin. It immediately made him feel furious. Without even a thought, he raised his hand and threw the basketball towards Kevin. Cruel and heavy. He originally thought that if he hit Kevin on the back of the head, even if it didn't hurt him, it would at least make him suffer and make him look bad in public. But he never expected that Kevin would react so quickly. He turned around in an instant and caught the basketball with one hand. This made Kevin the center of attention again. But none of the plans worked. Su Jun has come up with another plan. With a nonchalant look on his face, Su Jun walked towards Kevin with a casual smile. Excuse me. My hand slipped just now, and the ball was thrown off target. Ethan reacted at this moment and couldn't help getting angry, shouting, Is this called a slip of the hand? You were aiming at the back of Rand's head when you hit him. You obviously did it on purpose. Do you know how serious the consequences would be if you smashed it just now? Su Jun spread his hands and smiled indifferently, but didn't hit it either. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Kevin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I can't tell. You can play a little ball. Challenge me a game. Do you dare? Chapter 49, The School Beauty is Jealous. Who did you learn to play basketball for? Su Jun no longer concealed his true intentions and directly challenged Kevin to a fight. Hearing this, many students present couldn't help but change their expressions. They all know Su Jun's basketball skills very well. This top student from class 33 of senior high school not only has top academic performance, but his basketball skills are also as good as his academic performance. I joined the school team in my second year of high school. Although I didn't play as a starter, I was able to secure a rotation position and represented the school in many county-level competitions. Even though they cannot compare with those truly professional sports students, they're more than enough to deal with some ordinary students. Ethan got anxious when he heard this and quickly grabbed Kevin. Brother Rand, don't agree to him. This Su guy is deliberately trying to bully people. Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Jun in front of him without saying a word. Kevin with a playful and mocking expression. Certainly, if you're scared and admit it in public, I have no problem with that. Having said that, he was actually deliberately provoking her. He didn't want to bully people on purpose. And he knew clearly that in front of everyone, especially in front of Sophia, Kevin was bound to lose face no matter he agreed or not. So, esto provoking me. Ethan glared at Su Jun, then continued to hold Kevin and turned to look at Sophia anxiously. Squad leader, please try to persuade Brother Rand. He was worried that he couldn't persuade her, and that this matter would only be useful if the campus beauty of Soochow University spoke up for her. However, at this moment, Sophia glanced from Kevin to the basketball in Kevin's hand, as if she was recalling something deep in thought. Then she looked up at Kevin and spoke softly. Are you sure? No disuasión. But it seems more like asking and confirming something. Kevin raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Let's try it. Ethan. After coming to his senses, Xiao Zhao got anxious on the spot. My buddy is trying to persuade you, but you two are just singing the same tune as if nothing happened. You're really going to get beaten to death by Su. But before Ethan could speak again in a hurry, Sophia nodded and said calmly, Okowo, I'll cheer you on. Kevin simply said, and turned to look at Su Jun. One-on-one, huh? Yes. An understatement in one sentence. Just finalize it. Even Su Jun himself was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Come. Small playground with basketball area. Half court. The one-on-one match is played according to American rules, With an 11-point system, a 3-dribble limit, and the winner is determined in one game. At least dozens of students gather at the edge of the field to watch the game, each of them holding their breath and looking nervous. In the first round, Kevin held the ball first, beyond the 3-point line. Su Jun looked at Kevin, with a mocking arc on his lips. "I'll let you go first." As he spoke, he threw the basketball in his hand to Kevin. Kevin caught the ball and smiled at Su Jun. "Thanks." The words fell. There were almost no signs. Suddenly, Kevin stood up, raised his arms, and made a standard and cool jump shot. It was so fast that Su Jun didn't even have time to react and turned his head hastily to look. The basketball drew an arc in the air and went into the net with a swish. Goal. 3 points are effective. The basketball fell back to the ground with a thud, and Su Jun was stunned. Ethan was stunned. What the hell? Dozens of students in the entire venue suddenly burst into shock and exclaimed, and amidst the exclamations, one after another, Sophia, who was standing on the sidelines with a cool and indifferent expression, raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a look of understanding. "Try to calm yourself down and refocus." Su Jun picked up the ball with a serious face, turned around, and came to Kevin again. "Come again." As he spoke, he passed the ball to Kevin again. Kevin nodded again and said casually, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaned forward slightly, took a step forward to the left, and dribbled the ball for the first time, as if he was trying to break through. Su Jun, with his nerves highly concentrated, reacted instantly and immediately prepared to intercept to the left. But at the same moment, his body's center of gravity shifted to the left. Kevin suddenly stopped, took a step back with the ball, and instantly retreated outside the 3-point line. Directly shake the opponent's center of gravity. Another clean jump shot. The basketball once again drew a beautiful arc in the air and went into the net in front of all the spectators and classmates. Swish. Another 3 points. Scored 2 goals in a row. The whole playground was in an uproar. Ethan was so excited that he almost jumped up and yelled at the top of his voice. "Brother Rand is awesome." Su Jun's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Got cheated. This kid has such an accurate touch. What a sinister plot. Amidst the excitement, Sophia on the sidelines curled up her lips into a smile. Really, others don't know Kevin's basketball skills. But she had read someone's diary in her previous life and found out some of that person's little secrets and skills in the diary. It turns out that Kevin has loved playing basketball since he was a child and was even selected for the county's U11 youth training team when he was in elementary school. Although I focused on my studies after entering junior high school, but I never gave up this hobby. When he reached high school, he had fewer opportunities to play basketball because he had no friends due to his introverted personality and he was struggling academically. However, when he was in a bad mood, he would still go to the school playground alone to play ball and practice shooting, especially after falling in love with Olivia. Whenever someone was rejected or wronged by this green tea beauty in class 7, he would go to the playground to play basketball to vent and relieve his sad emotions. In other words, thinking of this, Sophia suddenly became expressionless, with the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. For that Olivia. Someone goes to practice almost every day. Between the fields, Kevin, who was waiting for Su Jun to pick up the ball again, suddenly started. "I feel a chill on my back. Are you murderous?" For Kevin, it's not just the basic basketball skills he acquired in elementary and middle school, or the fact that he still touches the ball frequently after entering high school. Even in college, when he has nothing to do, he will enjoy playing for a long time alone. After so many years, the physical or other technical skills have not been developed. There is only one skill that is worthy of praise. Even if I had faced some professional players on the court in my previous life at university or after entering society, I could have fought them off a few times. That's a shot. His 3 points. Very accurate. His eyes fell on Su Jun, who was picking up the ball with a gloomy face, and Kevin's mouth curled up slightly. And that is the confidence and capital he uses to win this duel. Chapter 50. The school beauty protects her husband domineeringly. A kick that shocks the whole audience. On physical fitness and various ball skills, Kevin didn't think he could gain much advantage over Su Jun from the high school team. Want to win. And the win was clean and beautiful. It all depends on his trump card 3-pointer. More importantly, because the opponent underestimates him, his tactical plan can be implemented more easily. The first goal was completely unexpected for the opponent, who was caught off guard and the ball went into the net calmly. On the second ball, he pretended to break through, but actually suddenly stopped and retreated, making another 3-pointer. Now to the third ball. Kevin continued to hold the ball, looking at Su Jun in front of him, whose expression had become extremely gloomy and ugly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, he moved. He pretended to jump, then immediately lowered his body and dribbled forward. Su Jun immediately stepped forward to block again. A moment. Kevin stopped suddenly, as if he was going to step back. A cold light flashed in Su Jun's eyes. Do you think I will be deceived? It must be another 3 points. Just as Su Jun suddenly stretched out his hand and jumped, ready to give Kevin a stunning block. But I only saw Su Jun jumping high up. Kevin in front of him suddenly lowered his body again and dribbled the ball past him like lightning. The stadium shook and screamed. Su Jun, who was in midair, felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his mind was dizzy and dark. Grass. Got cheated again. Kevin dribbled the ball to the basket easily this time, made a leisurely 2-step layup, and threw the ball into the net. Going again. 2 3-pointers and a layup. The score has reached 8-0. At this moment, the students from Class 10 who were watching the game were shocked and ecstatic. On the other side, Su Jun and his followers from Class 13 were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. Their Jun brother is on the school team. Kevin from Class 10 actually scored 3 goals in a row. He was totally unstoppable. It's just like Chun Chun is being fooled. There were still 3 points left. The entire stadium suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe, and opened their eyes wide for fear of missing any details. Kevin again. At this moment, Su Jun stood in front of Kevin, leaned down and stared at Kevin, his eyes starting to turn red. Can't lose. In front of so many people. If he loses to the guy in front of him, Su Jun's reputation in his grade, and even in Yunnan Middle School, will be completely lost. In this moment, Kevin S.'s expression remained calm and composed. Suddenly, he pretended to jump again, stared at Kevin with his mind racing. He was absolutely certain that this was another insidious fake move by Kevin. The real killer move must be hidden behind it. However, next second, his pupils suddenly shrank as he saw someone actually stand up and make a long throw so calmly. You thought I was on the 5th floor. Actually, my buddy is in the basement. Really voted. In a hurry, Su Jun jumped up and stretched out his arms to try to stop it. But it was too late. Just by looking at the standard wrist press and the arc trajectory of the ball, it is almost certain that this 3-pointer will be a hit. In despair and anger, he watched Kevin about to fall back to the ground. At this moment, a hideous and cruel dark emotion suddenly flashed through Su Jun's heart. Kevin is about to land. Su Jun suddenly stretched his legs and pushed his feet forward. Swish! The basketball goes into the net. Perfect 3 points. 11-0. A complete victory over the shaved head in a one-on-one duel. Suddenly, thunderous cheers and applause broke out in the stadium. But at the same moment, Su Jun and Kevin landed on the ground one after another. By Ethan, were suddenly shocked and anxiously discovered that Su Jun's right foot just hit the place where Kevin fell. Brother ran, "Be careful!" Ethan shouted anxiously. Kevin S.'s reaction was faster. The moment he realized the other party's sinister intention, he forced himself to adjust his center of gravity before landing. Bang! Landed. Kevin temporarily shifted his center of gravity to his right foot and tried his best to reduce the downward force with his left foot, but he still couldn't avoid stepping on the instep of Su Jun's outstretched right foot. He staggered and took 2 steps back, but still stood firmly. There was an uproar on the court. By Ethan, rushed over anxiously. Is Bro okay? Then a group of students from Class 10 glared at Su Jun. What's the meaning? Stepping foot. You can't beat the dirty one, right? Su Jun's followers from Class 13 also came over, but they also saw with their own eyes the obvious stepping motion that Su Jun had just made. So at this moment, everyone looked at Su Jun with some complicated and strange emotions. Unexpectedly, the glorious image of the big brother that we have always admired seems to have collapsed a little. Su Jun's face looked grim. He felt a little regretful after he stepped on the step just now. Not only did it seem disgraceful, but the most hateful thing was that he didn't let Kevin really suffer any loss. But on the surface, he still denied it with a cold smile. Who plays dirty? Stop spitting blood. I didn't mean it. Besides, isn't he fine? While saying this, Su Jun felt secretly resentful in his heart. If only he could cripple this kid for a few days, at least he would be able to vent his anger. Hearing Su Jun's stubborn defense, Ethan and the other boys in Class 10 became even angrier. Lily and some other girls in Class 10, who originally had some admiration for Su Jun, now looked at him with disgust and hatred. This Su Jun, The surface looks bright and beautiful. I didn't expect it to be this kind of person. Ethan hurried to Kevin's side and said, "Brother Ran, are you okay?" Kevin waved his hand, looked up at Su Jun, and smiled. "Forget about losing. Isn't it embarrassing to lose all my face?" The calm and peaceful comments were like an invisible slap in the face. Bang! It hurt so much. Su Jun's expression suddenly became even uglier, and then he sneered. "I don't know what you're talking about. You just won the game by luck. Do you really think you're a big shot? Let's go." After saying that, Su Jun turned around and told his followers to leave. "Stop." Suddenly a cool and pleasant voice sounded. There were footsteps. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice, and the crowd parted. Sophia walked up with a cold expression, completely ignoring the other people around her, and walked straight to Su Jun. Seeing the ice goddess so close, Su Jun's heartbeat quickened a little, and he tried to show what he thought was a gentleman's smile. Clear. The words have not been finished. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of everyone, the campus beauty of Soochow University raised her slender legs. The shoe surface kicked Su Jun hard on the shin bone of his right calf. Bang! Su Jun, who had no time to react and had never expected this scene to happen, immediately hugged his leg and screamed in pain, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Sophia just looked at him coldly and uttered 2 words. "Despicable." Then she turned around, came to Kevin. She stretched out her cold and penetrating little hand and held his, her tone cold. "Let's go." Chapter 51, School Beauty. "If it hurts, just tell me, and I will be gentler." In full view of the public, someone was just taken away by his school beauty deskmate. There was total silence on the court. No one has yet recovered from the shocking scenes that have just occurred. Too much information. First, Kevin showed his amazing basketball skills. He won 11-0 in a one-on-one match and even shaved the head of Su Jun, who was from the school team. Then Su Jun maliciously stepped on someone and injured him, and the campus beauty of Su University actually stepped forward and kicked Su Jun hard. Finally, holding Kevin's hand and walking away together, the students in class 10 finally came back to their senses. Someone smacked his lips and spoke cautiously and hesitantly. "What our squad leader did just now. Isn't it a bit? What do you mean by domineering and protecting your husband?" After these words were spoken, even Lily and other girls who were on good terms with Sophia and knew her cold personality couldn't help but hesitate and nodded slowly. Ethan on the side snorted. "What do you mean a little? Be more confident." As he spoke, Ethan looked at the backs of Sophia and Kevin leaving in the distance, his eyes shining. That's the domineering husband protecting. The other side. Several of the 13th class's followers also gathered around Su Jun, asking carefully about his well-being. "Is Junji okay?" Su Jun reluctantly put down the calf he was holding, but the pain in his face bone was still piercing, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch twice, and his expression became even uglier. "Fine." Several younger brothers looked at each other and said hesitantly, "The attitude of Miss Su just now. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this." As soon as he said this, Su Jun's face became even gloomier, and he groaned. "Stupid woman, you've been bewitched by that guy named Lin. What's the point of winning a basketball game? Tomorrow's second mock test will be the real test." At this point, the school team star who had just had his head shaved by someone on the court finally seemed to have regained his confidence, and a sneer appeared on his face again. "Wait until the results of the second mock exam are released. I wonder if he still has the nerve to speak so loudly in front of me." The words were spoken with great pride and dominance. After saying, he turned around and left with full momentum. Suddenly, Su Jun took a deep breath again. "Yes, head on bone, head on bone. It hurts so much." Holding hands with the school beauty and deskmate, we walked on the tree-lined path on campus. Looking at the school beauty sitting next to him with a cold and indifferent face, Kevin couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" The school beauty's deskmate spoke in a light tone and concisely. "Infirmary." As he spoke, he glanced at his left foot again. "Did you just twist it?" Kevin was stunned for a moment, looked at his left ankle, and nodded honestly. "I just reacted and didn't dodge. My school beauty deskmate, does it hurt?" Kevin admitted honestly, a little bit. Sophia raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded. "Then I'll help you walk." After saying that, before Kevin could react, Sophia was already close to him. With a very natural movement, he put Kevin's left arm behind his back and on his shoulder, while at the same time he stretched out one arm and hugged him around the waist. "Kevin." Suddenly, Our skin touched, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Suddenly, half of the school beauty's desk mate's body was almost pressed against him. Even through the school uniform, one can feel the breathtaking curves of her body and the soft touch that almost makes one lose their minds. The mature man in his 30s blushed and became flustered. No, I can go by myself. But the next second, the school beauty's desk mate turned her head and looked over. The two were very close to each other. Eyes met. I saw the school beauty's desk mate frowning slightly. Obedient. His tone was as cold as ever, but also carried with it the unquestionable authority of a squad leader. Looking at such an extremely beautiful face, which is delicate and charming, it is only 20 centimeters away from me, and those beautiful eyes were staring at him without blinking. Kevin immediately lost his confidence and cooperated obediently. All right. The bright sunlight shines down. Through the leaves, tiny spots of light are scattered all over the ground. On the tree-lined avenue, the girls supported the boy and walked side by side. The glasses of passers-by and classmates were shattered. Arrived at the infirmary. The medical teacher in charge is not here. Sophia helped Kevin sit on a chair nearby and turned to look for the medicine box. Kevin sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Pat your chest. My heart was pounding really hard just now. In my 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I have such close contact with the campus beauty who sits next to me. It is so ambiguous. The hug at the observatory last time doesn't count. It was just an expression of gratitude between classmates' friendship. A moment. Sophia took a small bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray from the medicine box and pulled a chair to sit in front of Kevin. Lift your feet. Still concise and to the point. Kevin had just asked his school beauty classmate to help him walk all the way, so he didn't feel comfortable asking her to help him anymore. I'll do it myself. Sophia's expression remained calm, and she just glanced at Kevin. Lift your feet. Just this one glance. Kevin cooperated obediently by lifting his left leg and rolling up his trouser leg slightly to expose his left ankle. Sure enough, it has become a little red and swollen. The school beauty's desk mate frowned and commented lightly. That Su Jun is too much. The surface tone is light. Sophia's inner little person was already furious. That kick just now was not strong enough. Let Uncle Joe come next time. Then Sophia put Kevin's left calf on her knee without any hesitation, picked up the spray, and sprayed it on his ankle twice. It feels cool to the touch. Sophia put the spray bottle aside, lowered her head, reached out her hand, and used her fingers to gently rub circles on Kevin's sprained ankle to help dissolve the liquid medicine and absorb it. While carefully massaging the ankle, Sophia spoke calmly without raising her head. If it hurts, tell me. I'll be gentler. Kevin felt no pain. I felt the school beauty's desk mate's white, slender, green jade fingers gently rubbing my ankles. The force is gentle and just right. And watching the school beauty classmate lower her head, concentrating on applying medicine and massaging herself, a strand of hair falling on her forehead could not cover her exquisite and beautiful face. Suddenly, Kevin had an epiphany. My school beauty desk mate said to me, "Isn't that great?" After all, he is a mature soul in his 30s in 2 lifetimes. No matter how slow you react or how late you realize it, you can still sense that the school beauty sitting next to you in this life treats you differently. A cool school beauty. How could one easily give such a considerate and meticulous massage to a member of the opposite sex by applying medicine with one's own hands? Unless a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Kevin felt his heart skip a beat. Looking at his school beauty classmate who was still lowering her head and concentrating on massaging his ankle, Kevin swallowed and spoke carefully. That are you. Chapter 52, Jealousy. It makes people split apart. The sunlight shines through the window into the infirmary. The air is quiet. There were tiny dust particles coated with a faint light, floating in the air. The delicate and moving face of the girl who was concentrating on applying medicine and massaging with her head down was also dyed with a layer of light and soft golden color, which made her even more intoxicated. The atmosphere quietly became somewhat charming and ambiguous. Kevin spoke subconsciously. Are you? The school beauty's desk mate stopped what she was doing, raised her head, and looked at Kevin with clear and bright eyes, waiting for the next words. Kevin, does your family own a massage parlor? Your techniques are pretty good. The air froze for a moment. Sophia felt a question mark slowly appearing in her head. What is this little fool talking about? Little did he know that at this moment, the Q version of the mini-man in Kevin's mind was patting his chest violently, with a look of shock on his face. Almost. I almost asked the truth just now. But at such a close distance, he met the gaze of the school beauty and his desk mate, and saw that pair of bright and beautiful eyes staring at him without blinking. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy. The soul of a mature man in his 30s was rarely so confused. That's why I had to change my words at the last minute. My school beauty desk mate probably didn't notice it, right? Sophia's face in front of him with a guilty conscience. No changes can be seen. Without answering such a strange question, Sophia lowered her head again and continued to massage Kevin to dissolve the drug. At the same time, she said in a light tone, I don't like that Su Jun, and you just helped me teach him a lesson. So, I owe you a favor. I'll help you apply the medicine. That's my reward. Don't get me wrong. I see. Someone suddenly realized, and at the same time, the little man in his heart patted his chest in gratitude. Fortunately, I didn't ask the question just now. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? As expected, the school beauty desk mate still had the cold and aloof look he was familiar with in his previous life. How could she have any thoughts about a random desk mate like him? As a reborn person, I still need to be calm. Don't be too self-indulgent. Kevin heaved a sigh of relief and felt at ease. Just at this moment, I heard the school beauty desk mate ask casually, That's right. You're a good basketball player. Who are you training for? Feeling relaxed, Kevin stretched his legs comfortably while letting his school beauty classmate help him massage and answered without thinking, blurting out casually. No one. Practice when you're feeling down. But come to think of it, it's all thanks to Olivia from class 7, huh? Hiss. Suddenly, I took a breath of cold air. Someone's eyes suddenly widened, and he sat up straight, looking at the school beauty desk mate in front of him with a confused look on his face. Sophia withdrew her hand as if nothing had happened, and said in a calm tone, as usual, Oh, I accidentally pressed too hard. Excuse me. After evening self-study, school is over. Kevin packed up his desk and picked up his bag to leave. He found that his school beauty desk mate had followed him. You sprained your ankle, and it's inconvenient for you to walk. I'll help you. Still concise and to the point. After saying this, the school beauty desk mate once again naturally prepared to put Kevin's arm around her shoulders and stretched out her other hand to hug his waist. Kevin quickly stopped it. No, I'm much better now. I can walk alone. The main reason was that after the evening self-study, there were too many people on the way from the classroom to the bicycle garage. I walked over with the support of the cold school beauty and her arm around my waist. This little sprained ankle is nothing. But Kevin estimated that he would be killed by the angry and jealous eyes of various classmates along the way. The school beauty's desk mate raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded. Then she stretched out her hand towards Kevin. Then lead him away. Kevin. The school beauty's desk mate looked nonchalant. There's no light in the corridor. I'm afraid of the dark. It's reasonable for classmates to help each other and hold hands. That's not so reasonable. But Kevin thought the school beauty and his desk mate had helped him to the infirmary in the afternoon, and she was afraid of the dark at night, so it was only right for him to hold her hand and help her in return. Okowo. Kevin nodded. Just as he agreed, a cool, soft little hand reached into his palm and took it in return. Walk. So the two of them walked hand in hand in the dim corridor. Sophia remained calm and indifferent on the surface, as if nothing had happened. But the little man in my heart smiled like a little fox with eyes curved. Hug the waist or hold hands. Little Kevin's advantage. I have to take advantage of it anyway. They walked hand in hand and side by side along the way, which unsurprisingly attracted the shocked, jealous, and envious gazes of countless classmates. If looks could kill, Kevin suspected that he would have to be reborn 100 or 80 times along the way. After finally reaching the underground garage, Kevin quickly let go of the hand of the school beauty and his desk mate and ran into the garage. When he pushed the bike out, Kevin stepped on the pedals and tried it out, frowning slightly. The sprained ankle still hurts a bit, and I can't use any strength. Sophia was still waiting on the side, and now she noticed the look on Kevin's face. Still hurts? Kevin nodded, then shook his head. It's okay, I can ride it home. It should be fine after one night. Boys are all tough. The idea of parents raising children this era is that girls should be raised in wealth and pampered, while for boys, there's only one principle. Just keep them alive. Kevin has been through many bumps, falls, sprains, and bruises since he was a child, but he has always been energetic. But Sophia frowned. How can that be possible? After thinking about it, she made a decision. Stop riding. Get in my car. I'll ask the driver to take you home first. Once the campus beauty of Soochow University made a decision, he opposed it with an unquestionable attitude. So after a moment, at the gate of Yunnan Middle School, countless students who were about to leave after school were stunned and shocked to see the ice goddess in their minds. The campus beauty of Soochow University came to a black Maybach with a boy pushing a bicycle. Put the bicycle in the trunk. Then the two of them sat in the back seat of the Maybach together openly. The car door slammed shut. It broke the hearts of countless boys. Kevin's best friend Ethan happened to see this scene, and he was so excited that he boasted to the classmates passing by. "Did you see that? That guy's my best friend." Kevin ran brother. Also seeing this scene was Olivia, who was walking out of the school with some of her best friends. Several girlfriends couldn't help but be shocked. The one who got into the Maybach, was that Kevin? He and Sophia. Are they really together? But doesn't he like Ling Shan? Olivia looked so ugly that she couldn't speak. She gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and turned away. "What does it have to do with me? Go home." Inside the Maybach, Sophia, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Uncle Zhou, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, and said in a calm tone, "Uncle Zhou, send him home first. Classmate, we're on the way. Please help me." Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat responded calmly, "Yes." Kevin and Sophia in the back row can't see. The pupils of the knowledgeable Uncle Zhou's eyes trembled violently. Uncle Zhou. Chapter 53. All the students in the school are eating melons. Kevin, who is he? Go home from school in a Maybach. This is the first time I have received such treatment. Kevin, who was reborn, felt it was new and fresh. He didn't feel awkward at all. He got in the car, looked around, and looked out of the window. Of course, I also did not forget to politely say hello and thank the driver, Uncle Zhou, in the front driver's seat. "Uncle Zhou, I'm in trouble. This is such a nice car. Is this your first time giving it to someone else?" Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat was still in shock. Hearing this, he sighed and nodded in agreement. Yes, he's been in the Su family for so many years. But this was the first time I saw Ms. Su actually using her own car to send other boys home. But that's not all. Sophia, who was sitting next to someone in the back row, took over the conversation with a simple sentence. "No, I've sent quite a few people along the way. You're not the first one, so don't misunderstand me." Really, Kevin was surprised and curious. He didn't expect that this usually cold and aloof school beauty desk mate would take the initiative to let other classmates give her a ride. Uncle Zhou in the front driver's seat also reacted instantly and immediately changed his words and nodded vigorously, his expression solemn, as if he was swearing in to join the army. "Yes, yes, yes. Ms. Su is usually kind to others and is especially nice to her classmates. When I have nothing to do, I ask other students to give me a ride." Kevin nodded in understanding, looked at Sophia, who was standing beside him with a calm and composed expression, and thought that it seemed that he knew too little about his school beauty desk mate. A bit self-indulgent. Shame on you. Maybach is driving on the road. Looking at the scenery speeding by outside the car window, Kevin was in the back seat, looking for something to talk about, and he chatted with Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat. "That's right. Last time my classmates and I rode our bicycles home, and I seem to have seen a Maybach that looked similar to yours, Uncle Zhou." He then made a joke. "My classmates thought we were being followed at the time." Laughter rang out in the carriage, but the air in the car seemed to suddenly freeze for a moment. Uncle Zhou's hands gripping the steering wheel were slightly stiff. Sophia, who was sitting next to someone in the back row, remained calm and commented calmly, "It's just a coincidence. Many people in Yunnan drive Maybachs." "Uncle Zhou, aren't you right?" In the front driver's seat, Uncle Zhou straightened his back instantly and said firmly, "Yes, yes, yes. There must be at least 100 or 80 of them. If you throw a stone randomly, you can hit 3 or 5 of them." The laughter was forced to be hearty, hiding the guilty conscience. "I see." Kevin suddenly realized again and nodded. The journey was safe and sound, except for the Su family's special driver in the driving seat, whose heart rate soared to 180 miles per hour. The vehicle speed is steady. Get Kevin home safely. The Maybach stopped in the open space in front of Kevin's house. Kevin opened the door and got out of the car. He politely thanked Sophia and the driver, Uncle Zhou, and prepared to close the door and leave. But before closing the door, someone looked at the place where the Maybach was parked and vaguely seemed to remember something, with a puzzled look on his face. "Why? This car, this location. Why do you look familiar?" The harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze again. Sophia, who was the female president of a listed group in her previous life, perfectly demonstrated her strong psychological quality at this moment. A faint glance at Kevin. Talk casually. Illusion. You think too much. Goodbye. After saying that, he pressed the window button without changing his expression, and the window slowly moved up. Uncle Joe in the front driver's seat also let out a forced, hearty laugh. Yes, yes, yes. This must be your illusion, Kobayashi. Let's go now. See you next time. Ha ha ha. The car windows were completely closed. Next second, I heard the Maybach engine start, accompanied by a low roar. The dark and deep Maybach seemed to be on fire, and it disappeared in an instant. Kevin was left alone, still in a daze and confused. Is it an illusion? At the same moment, inside the Maybach back on the road, Sophia, who was sitting in the back seat, was thinking about the confused look on someone's face just before she closed the car window. The corners of his mouth could not help but slightly curl up. Little fool dot. Then she seemed to think of something and looked towards the front driver's seat. Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe in the front driver's seat suddenly came back to his senses. Exist. Sophia spoke calmly. Smile more naturally next time. Uncle Joe was sweating profusely. Yes. The next day, Tuesday, Union Middle School welcomes the second model exam. Kevin, sitting in a row at his desk, looked at the first subject test paper handed out by the invigilator. His eyes swept across the questions on the test paper. It seems like an extremely familiar and kind old friend. Kevin smiled. Pick up a pen. At this moment, his aura changed from being restrained and calm to being as vigorous and sharp as a sword unsheathed in an instant. Showtime. Start. A 2-day second mock exam. Students in the liberal arts class take Chinese, mathematics, and English, as well as a comprehensive liberal arts course which integrates politics, history, and geography. It was all over by Wednesday afternoon. Under normal circumstances, after the second mock exam is over, it also means that the subject review courses for all senior high school students have been completed. The teacher no longer continues with formal classes. Give the students time to review and organize their own work. For most high school students, finishing the second mock exam is like breathing a sigh of relief. The whole person can relax. There is enough time to think carefully about how to allocate the last month before the college entrance examination. But this time, for many senior students of Yunnan Middle School, the end of the second mock exam does not mean relaxation. Quite the contrary. When the second mock exam was over, in the following 2 days, the entire senior year of Yunnan Middle School seemed to be shrouded in a strange atmosphere with undercurrents. Because of a certain piece of gossip in the past few days, it has spread quietly throughout the entire grade and even the entire campus as if it had wings. Su Jun from class 33 of senior high school and a guy named Kevin from class 30 of senior high school to compete for the campus beauty Sophia. Let's make a bet on the ranking of the second mock test. Whoever loses will have to give up the competition for the school beauty. I even went to the playground to run naked. Who is Su Jun? He is a handsome and smart guy who is well known in the entire Yunnan Middle School and the idol in the eyes of countless girls. In every major exam, he consistently ranks among the top 5 or even top 3 in his grade. But who is this Kevin? I've never heard of it. He's basically just a passerby who doesn't know how to live or die and is trying to fight against a rock with an egg. Some people talked about this bet with great relish, some sneered at it, and some were curious and looking forward to it. It's in this atmosphere. Time passes slowly. It was Friday morning. Countless high school students were completely cheered up because this is the day when the second mock exam of Yunnan Middle School will be announced and the results and rankings will be announced. Chapter 54. The storm is coming. The school beauty is suddenly looking forward to it. Come to school on Friday morning. There are no more morning reading and homework checking sessions. The students of Class 10 entered the classroom and sat in their seats to study or whisper to each other from time to time. There were also many hidden glances, constantly secretly looking towards the back row of seats in the 4th group of the classroom. I could vaguely hear some of the conversations among my classmates. Keywords like grade ranking, Su Jun, bet, and Kevin. It's obvious. Su Jun and Kevin over Sophia at the store entrance last week had also spread throughout the class early on. Today is the day to reveal the truth of the winner. However, Kevin and Sophia, the parties involved, seemed extremely calm and composed at this moment. Even a little too calm. He looked completely nonchalant, as if it had nothing to do with him. Everyone sat in their seats and ate breakfast attentively. The classmates could even see their class monitor, the campus beauty of Soochow University, naturally giving 2 of the dumplings she bought to Kevin. Someone took it as if it was a matter of course and continued to eat it without any hesitation. This scene, In the eyes of the students in Class 10, even though they have become accustomed to seeing this in the past week or two, they still feel shocked and unbelievable every time they see it and feel a little envious and jealous. But think about it. Kevin in advance again. After all, the bet between him and Su Jun was about to come to an end. One is the recognized tail end of Class 10, and the other is the academic idol of Class 13, which is famous for the liberal arts grade. No matter who looks at it, it is impossible for Kevin to think that he has any chance of winning. Thinking of this, the students in Class 10 looked at Kevin with a little more sympathy. This is probably before the end, the final tranquility, as the school bell rang. The first class this morning was English class, and Lao Kai walked in. The students of Class 10 under the podium suddenly sat up straight and looked at Lao Kai eagerly with nervous and expectant expressions. When Lao Kai saw the gazes of his classmates, he smiled and raised his orchid finger. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? You want to know the results of the second mock test, right? Don't worry. The papers of each subject are almost at the same level. They have just been graded and are waiting for statistics. The earliest he can come out will probably be around noon. As soon as these words came out, the classmates in the class were all shocked by the regret. Seeing that his classmates were listless again, Lao Kai smiled again and spoke mysteriously. However, I can reveal some information. I heard that in the second mock test, 2 students in the entire grade got extremely high scores in English. One 148, another one, full score 150. Besides, they're all from our liberal arts grade. Suddenly, the students in the class were startled again. There are 15 classes in the arts and sciences, and the second mock exam has the same paper for the 3 subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English. This time, the English paper is definitely not easy to take. Even if a top student can usually score 130 points in a single subject, he or she will probably have to drop 5 to 8 points this time. The students in Class 10 discussed and compared answers privately after the exam. The estimated score of David, the English class representative, was only 127 points. But is there anyone who can score 148 or even full marks? What level of talent is this? Suddenly, many students turned their heads and looked towards the last row of the 4th group, and their eyes saw the beautiful figure of their class monitor, the campus beauty of Su University. Then the students in Class 10 suddenly realized what was going on and began to speculate and discuss quietly. These 2 super high scores. It is very likely that school beauty, Su will take one. But who the other one is hard to say. Under the gaze of classmates, Sophia sat there with a calm expression on her face. As if inadvertently, he turned his head to glance at Kevin beside him and raised his eyebrows slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a barely perceptible smile. If she hadn't taken the initiative to find someone to check the answers to the test papers for each subject during evening study yesterday. So at this moment, she was probably making all kinds of guesses like other classmates. But after checking the answers last night, there is no need for any speculation. Even those truths that seem unresolved or firmly believed to be true to outsiders. Here with her, the dust has settled. Now, she only has one relaxed and happy thought in her mind. I'm really looking forward to it. Waiting for today's second mock test results ranking. The moment it was actually announced, the first English class ended quietly. Lao Kai sat leisurely on the podium for 40 minutes, analyzing and answering questions for some students who came up to ask questions. As the bell rang, she gracefully raised her index finger and walked away leisurely. The classroom was once again filled with noise and uproar. Most of the students have no intention of reviewing at this moment, and are just looking forward to the announcement of the second mock exam results and rankings. Sitting in the row in front of Kevin, and Sophia even took out a deck of playing cards from somewhere to pass the time. The atmosphere in the class was noisy and chaotic. And just at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Yo, Kevin, are you still so leisurely? Kevin looked up from his seat and saw David, the English class representative, approaching him. He spoke in a familiar, sarcastic tone. Kevin looked at David and asked with concern. Batman hasn't caught you yet, Dash. David, I almost choked and a mouthful of blood got stuck in my chest. Then he took a deep breath, looked at Kevin, and sneered. Pretend, keep pretending. Now, everyone in the grade knows that you, Kevin, are so ignorant that you dare to bet with Su Jun from Class 13 to compare grades. The rankings for the second model test are out today. When the time comes, I want to see who is the clown. Ethan from the next group got angry and stood up. David, what do you mean? Brother Ran is from our Class 10. He is competing with Su Jun from Class 13, but you are still supporting an outsider, right? David sneered. What do you mean by insiders and outsiders? The exam is all about grades and ability. He overestimates his own abilities and brings disgrace upon himself. If he loses, it will not only bring shame to him, but also bring disgrace to our entire Class 10. If you ask me, that is a heinous crime that is unforgivable. The words were so passionate and powerful. Kevin looked at David with a curious look on his face. You know, so many idioms. Are you going to get into Peking University? David almost lost his temper again. He was furious. You. Then he threw his hands in anger and turned to leave. I don't want to bother with you. When he was shaking his hands, he accidentally dropped the playing cards of two classmates on the table in front of him onto the ground. Kevin helped pick up the card from the floor, looked at David, and said earnestly, "Have a look. You're in a hurry again." Then he kindly handed over a playing card. "Hey, you lost your ID card. Hand over a king." David was so angry that his lips were trembling. You. Before he finished speaking, Sophia, standing beside him, handed Xiao Wang over with a calm expression. "And a copy." By Ethan, the students around him were shocked and then burst into laughter. David's face turned red with shame and anger. As the bell rang, he turned around and ran back to his seat. Second lesson. Third lesson. As each subject teacher entered the classroom, students looked anxiously in anticipation, but the answer they got was that they had to wait a little longer for the results and rankings to be announced. It was not until the last period of the morning that the teacher, Taimianshin, came in and said with a stern face, "The ranking of the second mock test results will be announced before the first class in the afternoon. And the school will directly post the ranking banner on the honor roll at the entrance of the teaching building. The time has been set. The curtain is about to rise. It seems like a storm is coming. Chapter 55, everyone is here. The fun begins in front of the honor roll. As time goes by quietly, the announcement of the second model test results rankings by our class teacher, Time Yinchuan, is getting closer. Everyone's mind became increasingly nervous, expectant, and restless. Even among these people, a large majority are not nervous about their results this time. I just wanted to watch the show with a strong desire to watch the show. The soul of gossip is burning fiercely, looking forward to it eagerly. I just want to see the announcement of the second mock test results rankings. As the two protagonists of the most recent scandal, Kevin and Su Jun's performance, especially the former. As the time approached, students from the arts and even science classes in the third year of high school began to discuss more and more excitedly. The list will be announced soon. I heard that Su Jun from Liberal Arts Class 13 asked the teacher for answers and estimated scores after the test. Guaranteed minimum of 635. Given the difficulty of this exam, a score of 635 will definitely put me in the top 5 or even top 3 in the liberal arts year. It might even threaten the ranking of Miss Su. Kevin in Class 10. I've never heard of him. He used to be the last one in his grade, ranked in the bottom 10%. We're done for this time, huh? Except for ordinary passers-by who are just here to watch the fun. There are also those who have dealt with Kevin and had intersections with him, and they're also gloating over his misfortune. For example, was Xiaoqing and Fong Tinga from Class 11. Last weekend, I went to Park Hill and unexpectedly met Kevin and Sophia. Naturally, I was very impressed by someone, but I also didn't take it seriously. When gossiping with a few close friends, Guo Xiaoqing still looked like a little princess, with a look of contempt and disdain on her face, and curled her lips. That Kevin, I've seen him before. He's just a little handsome, but he's nowhere near Tinga, let alone Su Jun. I don't know what drug he gave Sophia to trick her into going to the park with him. This time, just wait for your embarrassment. Fong Tinga, a class committee member and also a top student, was reserved and proud when talking to his classmates and friends. I can only describe it in 2 words. Ridiculous. I estimate my score to be 620 this time, so I should be able to make it to the top 15 in the liberal arts section. Su Jun's estimated score is 635, which is definitely the top 2. That Kevin, I think he can have a 420, thank God. Various opinions and comments came flooding in. At noon after school, Ethan, Kevin's best friend, couldn't sit still anymore and rushed over to Kevin to report the situation. Brother ran. Something terrible is happening. The whole class is talking about you and Su Jun now, and they are all pessimistic about you. Many people are just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Kevin nodded. Oh, then I'll go eat. Ethan almost fainted after hearing this. Brother, it's already this time, and you're still thinking about eating? Then Sophia stood up and walked over, saying to Kevin calmly, Let's go eat. What are we having today? Kevin instantly perked up. You're the one who's in charge. Ethan. Sophia turned her gaze to Ethan. Her eyes narrowed slightly. You want to eat too? Ethan shuddered, shook his head violently, and smiled ingratiatingly. How can I do that? I don't want to. Then you can leave. Okay, squad leader. I'll take my leave now. Noon. Allen restaurant at the school gate. It was still the rich lady and the school beauty who treated me to dinner. Since he didn't have to pay for the meal, Kevin had a very good appetite and was eating with relish. Sophia, who was sitting opposite, took a few bites, then propped her chin with one hand and began to admire Kevin's eating style, and suddenly asked, Are you sure? Kevin didn't even raise his head, continued to eat, and replied vaguely, Invincible. Although he spoke lightly, he was still calm and confident enough. Sophia also heard this and raised her lips. She stretched her body comfortably and smiled sweetly. Okowo. Then later, I'm just waiting to see the show. This smile is like flowers blooming and glaciers melting. It was so stunning that the students who were eating at the other tables nearby were almost stunned. They dropped their chopsticks on the ground and forgot to pick them up. Kevin looked up inadvertently and happened to see this brilliant smile. I was also stunned. Compared with the usual cold look of the school beauty deskmate, such a smile is breathtakingly beautiful and brilliant. Coming back to his senses, Kevin subconsciously exclaimed, You look prettier when you smile like this than usual. Now it was Sophia's turn to be stunned. After reacting, this cold female CEO in the previous life suddenly felt shy and flustered, and her face suddenly blushed. What are you talking about? Kevin also reacted, blushing and explaining in a hurry. Nothing. I was just talking nonsense. The storm is coming. The war is imminent. The two boys and girls are having a little pink bubble flirtation here. If others saw this, they would probably curse with envy and jealousy. He is truly not a human being. But it happens. The two of them seem to take the coming storm lightly. The more relaxed he seems. Victory is in sight. Finish your meal leisurely. Kevin and Sophia walk back. It seems at the time when the second mock exam results ranking will be announced, as our teacher time Yinchuan mentioned, is not far away. Enter the campus through the school gate. When passing by the entrance of the teaching building, the two found that a large group of people had gathered near the honor roll not far away. Sophia raised her eyebrows slightly, showing a surprised look. Have the results been announced? Kevin walked closer and found that the honor roll was still empty and the new second model test ranking list had not been posted yet. The students gathered here probably knew that the time was almost up, so they waited here in advance. I want to wait for the first-hand fresh information. Kevin didn't plan to wait. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the classroom with the school beauty, suddenly, two voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. Kevin. Kevin stopped and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then the crowd parted and a man and a woman walked out. The man is tall and handsome, and the woman is sweet and cute. For Kevin, they're all familiar old acquaintances. Su Jun, Olivia. I didn't expect that the two of them would get together and come at this time. Su Jun looked at Kevin with a condescending look on his face and sneered. Why? You know the results are going to be announced soon. Did you come here specially to see with your own eyes how badly you lost? I'm telling you, today is the day when you, Kevin, will be ruined in Yunnan Middle School. Olivia on the side also looked at Kevin with undisguised satisfaction in her eyes and a condescending and proud attitude. Kevin, I don't even know who gave you the courage to compete with classmate Su Jun. Before, I was considering whether to give you a chance to pursue me again. But now it seems that there is no need for this. Someone like you. Not only am I not worthy of being Su Jun's rival, besides, you have no qualifications to pursue me at all. Chapter 56 Kevin. Sorry, you only have 1 point. A top student in class 13. A beauty from class 7. Su Jun and Olivia came one after the other. In such a public place, people were being ruthlessly and contemptuously mocked at the same person. It does have enough lethality. This even caused the students who were watching nearby to look at Kevin with a bit of pity and sympathy. This guy is so miserable. He offended two school celebrities, Su Jun and Olivia, at the same time, even being ridiculed and humiliated in public. It is estimated that this matter will soon spread throughout the Yunnan Middle School, and he will be completely disgraced. However, at this moment, before Kevin could speak, a cold voice came. Kevin has me. Why would we need to pursue anyone else? Along with the voice, footsteps quickly approached from afar. Everyone was shocked. and looked up. Sophia walked straight towards me through the crowd. He had such a strong aura, and his eyes swept around calmly that no one dared to look him in the face. Sophia's eyes finally fell on Olivia, and a cold, mocking arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Give Kevin a chance to pursue again. Not qualified yet. Who do you think you are? A sentence. It was like a loud thunder, making the heads of the students in front of the honor roll buzz. They couldn't believe their ears, even though I had heard the rumors many times before. But they also didn't expect that this usually cold and arrogant Soochow University beauty would actually take the initiative to come forward and defend a boy with such a clear stand and a firm attitude. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he sounded so fierce and merciless. Ew. Olivia's face suddenly turned red when she heard this, and she felt anxious and angry. But these words came from Sophia's mouth. As the other party's school beauty, whether in appearance or other aspects, I am really suppressed by others. I want to refute, but I am powerless. Su Jun, who was standing aside, looked at Sophia's strong attitude in defending Kevin, and a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Kevin, sneered, and said, "Kevin, is this all you have? Except hiding behind a woman and letting Sophia protect him. What else do you have?" As soon as Su Jun said this, Olivia was immediately enlightened. So she immediately avoided a direct confrontation with Sophia, turned her head and looked at Kevin, snorted coldly, and said, "That is, Kevin, you have the guts to speak for yourself." The spearhead was directed at Kevin again. Kevin nodded happily. "Oh sure, I'll just say what I say." Olivia suddenly felt something was wrong because of his calm and nonchalant look. But before she could think it through, Kevin had already looked at her and put on a serious expression. "Let me explain it to you again. I'm not interested in you. Just think about it. Classmate Sue is my desk mate. She is also the school beauty. She is pretty, and her grades are good. If I were to give a score, it would be at least 9. If I were to chase her, it would be her. Why do I have to chase after a 3-point girl like you, right?" The tone is sincere and genuine. But when these words were spoken, the students around them were shocked. Olivia's mind went blank after hearing this. She couldn't believe her ears. Her cherry lips couldn't stop trembling. "What did you say?" I'm a 3-point girl." She is Olivia, the most beautiful girl in Class 7. Even if her looks are not as good as Sophia's, she is definitely in the top tier of Yunnan Middle School. One day, someone commented on her as a 3-point girl in public. At this time, Olivia's best friend, Ava, stood up from the crowd and shouted at Kevin with anger on her face. "Kevin, why are you so disgusting? Who are you to give a grade to our Lingshan? Are you worthy?" Kevin turned and glanced at Ava. "You get 1 point. Wow." An even louder uproar broke out among the crowd. Ava was stunned when she heard this. Then she reacted and blushed. I only got 1 point. This is so funny. I don't care how many points you give me. Do you think I care? You can give me whatever points you want. I don't care what you think anyway. You are a pretty average person. Ha ha. This is really funny. You are so pretentious. Do you know that?" After breaking the defense, he started talking nonsense. Kevin was too lazy to pay attention to her and turned his eyes to Su Jun. "As for you, does your leg still hurt?" Another caring greeting. This instantly reminded many people present of the one-on-one scene on the court a few days ago. This time it was Su Jun's turn and his face suddenly turned red. Ew. But he was obviously calmer than Ava. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and sneered at Kevin again. "Kevin, stop pretending here. No matter what, I'll say it all. Today's second mock test results ranking will reveal the truth. Since you're all here, that's great. Let Sophia take a good look at it. What kind of clown is the person she chose?" Olivia also sneered and looked at Sophia. "That's right. Sophia, I admit that you are prettier than me and have better grades. But unfortunately, your vision of men is far worse than mine. You can't choose anyone else, but you chose someone like Kevin. I can only feel sorry for you, even if you're the school beauty. Hang with him, Kevin. I can only be dragged down and become a laughing stock." Just at this moment, a boy ran over in a hurry, shouting, "It's out! It's out!" Everyone looked over and saw the boy running over, his face full of excitement, looking straight at Su Jun. "Brother Jun, our class's results are out first. I just saw in my old class. You got 634 points in the second mock exam. Year level. Third." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sudden burst of shock and exclamation among the crowd. Everyone looked at Su Jun with amazement and admiration. He is worthy of being the top student in Class 13. This result is indeed excellent. Su Jun showed a bit of reservedness on his face and said modestly, "Really? That's a little worse than I expected. I originally thought that I could strive to be in the top two." The boy who came to report the news turned his eyes to Sophia and showed awe again. "When I was in the teacher's office, I heard that it seemed that school beauty Sue's test paper had also been found. The total score is 643, second in the liberal arts grade." The crowd was shocked again, and everyone turned their eyes to Sophia in amazement and envy. Sophia only raised her eyebrows slightly and seemed not surprised by such a result. She looked at the boy. "So, what about number one?" The boy shook his head. "I don't know about that, but it seems that the rankings for the entire year have all come out and will be announced soon." As he spoke, the boy suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed towards a place not far away and said excitedly, "Look, the teacher is here to post the grade list." Everyone immediately looked in the direction the boy pointed, only in the sunlight. At the entrance of the administrative building not far away, a middle-aged male teacher was walking hurriedly towards the honor roll, holding a large poster of grade rankings in his hand. Chapter 57, The Bright and Beautiful Sky. The top student in the grade who shocked the whole school. A middle-aged male teacher holding a poster of grade rankings hurried over from not far away. This means that the final ranking results of the second mock exam will soon be revealed. But this is for some of the people standing in front of the honor roll at this moment. It doesn't seem to matter anymore. Su Jun's eyes fell on Kevin, with undisguised contempt and a calm and mocking look of a winner. "Kevin, do you understand now? How big is the gap between you and me?" Total score, 634. Ranked third in the liberal arts class. Such an achievement is as solid as a rock in front of him, enough to make him proud and conceited. But Kevin just glanced at Su Jun, looking puzzled. "What's the hurry? My results haven't come out yet, have they?" This time, before Su Jun could say anything, Ava, who was extremely resentful of Kevin, started to laugh loudly. "Do we still have to wait?" Student Su Jun ranked third in his grade. "How many points can you get this time when you always lag behind in the exam? Even if I give you an extra 100 or 200 points, you can't catch up with them." Su Jun chuckled and waved his hands, as if he was sure of victory. Very generous. "Phoenix, the bet was already made. He doesn't need to score higher than me. As long as he can get into the top 10 in his grade, I'll lose." As he spoke, he looked at Kevin again, with a teasing look in his eyes like a cat playing with a mouse. "But you don't really think. Can I pass the exam?" Olivia also returned to her proud little princess look at this time, looking down at Kevin with contempt. "Kevin, at this point, what else can you hold on to? If I were you, I would just admit defeat and apologize to classmate Su Jun right now. Maybe he can even go easy on you and save you from making a fool of yourself." Kevin laughed and shook his head. "I know you are anxious." Before he finished speaking, a cold and pleasant voice took over. "But don't rush." Sophia, who answered the call. Kevin was stunned and subconsciously looked at his school beauty deskmate. Sophia was also stunned after she finished speaking and subconsciously turned to look at Kevin. This sudden and subtle tacit understanding caught both of them off guard. Olivia saw this tacit understanding. It suddenly made their jealousy and anger burn even more fiercely. "Isu Yun snera. Ok. Then let's take a look together. Let you give up this idea completely." Olivia also sneered. "Right? Someone is determined to make a fool of himself in public. You can't blame anyone else. It's this moment." The middle-aged male teacher had already walked over, looked at the large group of people gathered in front of the honor roll, and waved. "Make way." The students retreated like a tide. When the middle-aged male teacher came forward with a huge poster of the grade rankings and started to prepare to post it, they surrounded him again like a tide. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare breathe. I tried hard to open my eyes wide and try to see the specific ranking of the grades on the poster, for fear of missing any details. The honor roll lists the top 50 in liberal arts and the top 100 in science. The middle-aged male teacher took a brush dipped in glue and slowly put up the poster from bottom to top. So, the students gathered in front of the honor roll tried to open their eyes wide, and the first ones they saw were the 50th, 40th, and 30th of the liberal arts department. Go further up. Little by little, I reached 20th place, 15th place, top 10. For example, Fong Tinga, the student committee member of class 11, was ranked 16th in the liberal arts grade. David, the English class representative of class 10, ranked 34th. Go further up. 9th place, 8th place, 7th place. Someone's name is never on the list. At this time, the students around the honor roll could not help but look at Kevin, with an expression of as expected or gloating and regret in their eyes. Su Jun felt more and more in high spirits. His entire chest seemed to be filled with a strong sense of revenge. His eyes fell on Kevin, and he laughed mockingly. How about it? Now that you've seen it, have you given up? I'm willing to accept the defeat. Tonight in the playground, all the students in the entire grade are waiting to see you take off your clothes and perform. Haha. Kevin curled his lips. Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Olivia next to him burst out laughing, and her laughter was also full of gloating and pleasure. What are you waiting for? Only the top 5 are left. You didn't make it into the top 10. Do you really think you have the ability to make it into the top 5 in your grade? Ava laughed loudly and echoed. That is, Kevin, why don't you just say that you scored higher than Su Jun and Sophia this time? Maybe you were the one who is the first in the grade. The words haven't finished yet. But suddenly, not far away, I heard a roar that was so earth-shattering. Brother ran? Whoosh. Everyone was startled and subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. But I saw Ethan rushing toward the honor roll from the teaching building in a hurry. Brother ran. Ethan rushed over with sweat all over his forehead. He was exhausted and out of breath, but his face was flushed as if he was extremely excited. He reached out and grabbed Kevin's shoulders tightly, his voice trembling. I saw the results from Taimi and Shin. Your ranking. Yes, yes. Hearing such an excited and trembling tone and looking at the extremely excited look on Ethan's face. Sudden, a bad warning sign instantly arose in the hearts of Su Jun, Olivia, Ava, and others, like overgrown weeds. In full view of the public, Ethan took a deep breath and shouted excitedly at the top of his voice. He's number 1 in the grade. In an instant, it was as if the whole world had frozen and stood still. The sky was bright, and the bright sunshine at noon shone on the campus of Yunnan Middle School. At this moment, in front of the honor roll, the middle-aged male teacher had just finished posting the top of the grade ranking poster. Third place, Su Jun, total score 634. Second place, Sophia, total score 643. At the top of the ranking list, a line of words was clearly printed. First place, Kevin, total score 648. Ava froze for a moment. Olivia's face was completely frozen, as if she was petrified. Su Jun's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme in disbelief, and his brain exploded as if the whole world had collapsed. But at this moment, Sophia just turned her head and looked at Kevin. Recalling the shock, disbelief, and delight I felt after comparing the test answers with someone last night, a smile could not help flowing in her eyes. This little classmate, it really was given to everyone, including her, a huge surprise that I never expected. Kevin looked at Su Jun and spoke calmly. It seems tonight is your show. Chapter 58 Parents. Who is classmate Su? Please come home for dinner. After all, Su Jun didn't have the face or courage to fulfill his promise. At noon, when he learned about the shocking ranking results in front of the honor roll, the expression on the face of his class 13 academic master changed from blue to red countless times, and he was completely defeated and shouted at the top of his lungs. How is that possible? I don't believe it. In the end, he fled in a panic under the gaze of everyone. He asked for leave and did not come to school for evening self-study that night. In the following month, he never came to school again. It was as if he had completely disappeared and dared not show up. Ethan, who had specially called a large group of people to go to the playground to watch the performance that night, quite regretful. This kid named Su. How dare you lose and not admit it? It's the same as the last time we played basketball. You have no sense of responsibility at all. A criticism with righteous indignation. Kevin looked at his best friend and asked, Did you make a bet with me too? Oh, is that so? You must have remembered it wrong, Brother Ann. Ethan denied it without changing his expression and immediately changed the subject. But having said that, Brother Ran, you really did an amazing job this time. It's not just our senior year. The whole school is talking about it. It is said that the liberal arts class has a new top student in the grade. 648 points. You scored almost 300 points higher than your last mock exam. Brother Ran, how did you do it? If you have such a review method, can you teach me? Kevin didn't feel surprised. He even took it for granted. This was the result of countless hard work and sweat he put in after studying countless mountains of books and piles of exercises in his previous life at university. Just a second model. It's no problem indeed. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud, so he just said lightly, Nothing. It's mainly due to classmate Su's efforts. Sophia happens to think so too. She was of course well aware that she hadn't given Kevin any counseling. And at first she felt puzzled. After all, in her previous life, her desk mate had never achieved such amazing results. The diary I read through never mentioned whether someone was hiding his incompetence. So, what exactly caused this change? The only unexpected variable is the butterfly effect. It was Sophia who was reborn, and his attitude towards the little classmate next to him also changed. Therefore, the clever little brain of the female president of a listed company in the previous life turned and immediately came to the conclusion. Little Kevin must have exploded with the encouragement of her love. That's why my grades improved so quickly. That must be it. It's guaranteed. What else could it be? Little Kevin was not reborn again. With this self-evident thought in mind, the campus beauty of Su Jun University wrote a note and pushed it to someone's desk during evening study that day. There were only 4 words on the note, written in a flourish and concise. How do you thank me? Kevin. 3 question marks were quickly written on the note, and it was returned to him. Sophia curled her lips inwardly when she saw this. The little guy was shy and was embarrassed to admit that it was all thanks to my love encouragement, right? It's okay. I continued to write on the note and pushed it back confidently. Olivia, a lesson this afternoon. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Kevin thought about it. I think this is not wrong. This afternoon, in front of the honor roll, even if he was alone, he could still teach Su and Shin a lesson when the results were announced. But he stood up because his school beauty desk mate was there. This takes the slap in the face effect to a higher level. Later, Su Jun broke through the defense and fled first. Olivia and her best friend Ava were left standing there after they recovered from the shock. They seemed to want to force a smile and say a few words to smooth things over. As a result, the school beauty's desk mate glanced at him coldly. Aren't you guys going to leave yet? One sentence, and it was an instant kill. Olivia and Ava fled in complete embarrassment, not even daring to say a word. Coming back to his senses, Kevin wrote on the note and pushed it back. How do you thank me? Sophia wrote quickly and returned the note. Promise me 3 conditions. Hiss. Kevin gasped and was shocked. How could such a cool and aloof school beauty with such a delicate cherry mouth make such excessive demands? Woman, your name is Greed. No, one at most. Okay, then my condition is that you agree to 3 more conditions. The notes were passed back and forth, with countless bargaining details written on them. The final compromise was to agree to 2 conditions. The specific content has not yet been decided. Just know it first. But as long as the school beauty's desk mate asks for it, someone must meet it unconditionally. During the second period of evening self-study, the head teacher, Tai Myinchuan, walked into the classroom, his face flushed and full of joy, and he directly announced that their class 10 had performed very well in the exam this time. Especially when his eyes fell on Kevin, he praised him endlessly as if he were looking at a rare treasure. A sword is sharpened by grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Kevin was amazing this time. He gave me a huge surprise. Have a look. As long as you work hard, miracles will happen. Tai Myinchuan was extremely happy. Not only because a top talent suddenly appeared in the class, but more importantly, the top 2 students in the second model test were in their class, which surpassed their old rival class 13 by a lot. This time in the teacher's office, he met Wu Jinda, the head teacher of class 13, with whom he had always been at odds, and this made him feel very proud. After praising Kevin for a long time, Tai Myinchuan finally added, Of course, you did so well in the exam this time, Kevin. I also have to thank Sophia for her tutoring and help, which was very helpful. It's not just Tai Myinchuan, the class teacher, who thinks so. The classmates in the classroom also nodded in agreement, looking at Kevin with jealousy and envy, and looking at Sophia with admiration and yearning. After all, no normal person would think that Kevin could jump from the last place to the first in his grade purely by himself. Of course, this is all thanks to the help from top students like the campus belle of Su Jun University. If Miss Su came to tutor me, maybe I can do it too. Many students think so. As for Tai Myinchuan's praise, Sophia looked calm and indifferent, neither arrogant nor impatient. It's okay, teacher. It's my duty to help my classmates. I don't need Kevin to thank me specifically. These words won praise from Tai Myinchuan and his classmates. She is worthy of being the campus belle of Su Jun University. This enlightenment, so selfless. Kevin, who had just signed an unequal treaty unconditionally, twitched his mouth slightly when he heard this. You're selfless. Can you be selfless and withdraw that unequal treaty? I returned home from school that night. As soon as he entered the house, his parents rushed over with excitement and gave Kevin a warm hug, pinching his face and rubbing his head. Good boy. You are worthy of being my son. You really make your parents proud. It turned out that Taimianshin, the class teacher, was so excited in the afternoon that he couldn't help but call Kevin's parents in advance to inform them of the good news. The parents couldn't believe their ears. I was overjoyed only after repeatedly confirming with the class teacher. He invited his son to sit at the dining table and prepared a large and sumptuous midnight snack to celebrate. Watching Kevin eat, the two elders couldn't help but smile happily and kept praising him. Until the end, Mother seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, Kevin, your teacher said that you did so well in the exam this time, thanks to the help of a classmate named Sue." "Who is classmate Sue? Please come home for a meal sometime. Mom will make a nice meal for you, so you can thank her properly." Chapter 59. Focus on your studies first. Don't rush into love. Invite the school beauty classmate home for dinner? No need to. Kevin's mind, he rejected it immediately. He and the school beauty have a clean desk mate relationship. But in high school, if a boy invites a girl home for dinner and meets her parents, it would probably be a big problem if it got out. It's also not good for the reputation of the school beauty's desk mate. Certainly, in addition to this thoughtful and considerate. At this moment, someone is still a little upset about the unequal treaty that the school beauty desk mate forced him to sign during evening study. I promised both of your conditions, Sophia. Isn't this thank you sincere enough? That's enough packaging. Thinking of this, Kevin waved his hands at his parents. No, my desk mate is a very nice person. He gives without asking for anything in return. When I said this, I couldn't help but think of the unequal treaty, and I felt a little annoyed. If you want to thank me, just go and thank me. The parents nodded, then reacted and showed surprise. Where's my desk mate? Such a good classmate. You must get along well with each other. You don't even have to treat me to a meal. You could just bring him to us when you have time, so we could get to know him. Speaking of getting along, for Kevin and Sophia, as well as for all the senior students in Yunnan Middle School, the time we have left to spend together is limited. The second model is over. There are only 30 days left until the college entrance examination. Saturday morning, the class teacher, Taimianshin, announced to the students. For the next month, for those who want to review at school, classrooms or lecture halls, study rooms, and libraries are all open all day. If you want to review at home, it depends on your personal wishes. The school doesn't force it, but the teachers will stay in the classroom or office, and you can come and ask questions at any time. Having said this, Taimianshin paused. He glanced at the students in class 10 below the podium, and his expression relaxed slightly. This is the last month. I have told you everything that needs to be said too many times. There is a limit to what teachers can do to help. There's only this last stretch left. It's up to you to sprint forward. His tone was not as serious as usual, but it was more sincere and open-hearted. The lecture ended. After class, Taimianshin even called Kevin to the teacher's office. Kevin alone in private. Looking at my own student who used to be the last in the class, but now has amazing results in the second mock exam and shocked the entire grade. Taimianshin opened his mouth. I felt so mixed up for a moment that I didn't know what to say. Finally, he calmed down and spoke in a gentle tone for the first time. You did very well in the second mock exam this time. It's a result that even I, the class teacher, didn't expect. But you must guard against arrogance and try to maintain this momentum. The final college entrance examination results are the key to determining your life. So, don't let this gift go to waste. Don't let your parents down. More importantly, don't let yourself down. It's rare to hear such earnest advice and persuasion, although it seems to be just a familiar old tune. But when Kevin heard it at this moment, he felt somewhat moved. I could feel that this serious, bald, middle-aged man in front of me was sincerely sharing his life wisdom and experience with the students. But the next second, as if thinking of something, Taimianshin suddenly changed the subject and said in a nonchalant tone, "So the most important thing for you now is to study hard and prepare for the exam. As for some other things, relationships, love, and so on, no hurry. We can get along well first and encourage each other to study. If you really want to develop something, it's not too late to talk about it after you finish the college entrance examination and graduate." The feeling of being touched just a second ago suddenly disappeared. Looking at Taimianshin in front of him, a huge question mark slowly appeared in Kevin's head. What the hell? What is love? I didn't understand. The head teacher has finished the announcement. The following days were a time of complete liberation and freedom for the students in Class 30 of senior high school. Most of the students still choose to stay in school for the last month to review. After all, the atmosphere is better, and it is easy to relax and be lazy when staying at home. Kevin thinks so too. But if you really want to consider the review atmosphere, then the classroom is no longer the first choice. After all, although many students from Class 10 also stayed in the classroom to review. But after all, there is no teacher supervision. The atmosphere in the classroom became much more relaxed. Some students even started eating snacks and chatting with other students after working on the test paper for a while, which easily distracted other students who were still reviewing. The best place to review in Yunnan Middle School is the large classroom. When Kevin made this decision, I unexpectedly got a piece of news from the school beauty's desk mate. "You're going to the lecture hall too?" Kevin looked at the school beauty classmate in front of him with surprise. The latter nodded calmly, as if nothing had happened. Are you going too?" Kevin nodded obediently. The school beauty's desk mate raised her eyebrows slightly. "What a coincidence. That one, please." Kevin didn't think much about it and readily agreed. "Sure. Ethan also said he wants to go. We can go together." Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly. "Ethan, he said he wasn't going." Kevin was stunned. "Really? I just asked him, and he said he wanted to review with me." The campus beauty of Soochow University looked nonchalant. "Well, he changed his mind at the last minute. If you don't believe me, you can ask again." After a moment, Yes, I changed my mind." Student Xiao Zhao, who had just returned from the toilet, spoke righteously and decisively. "I don't think a place like a lecture hall is suitable for me, so it's fine for me to stay in the classroom by myself. Brother Ran, you and the squad leader should go alone." Kevin looked suspiciously at his best friend, who looked so righteous in front of him. Then I looked at the school beauty sitting next to me. She was as cold and indifferent as ever, as if it had nothing to do with her. I can't see anything wrong with it, but it always feels weird. Never mind. Kevin shook his head and made a decision. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 60. Eating spectators in the front row. I am deeply in love with the school beauty. The large lecture hall is also the auditorium of Yunnan Middle School. It is large enough to hold 300 to 500 people, enough to accommodate an entire grade of students. There were quite a few senior high school students coming over to study, but they all sat with an empty seat between them, quietly not disturbing each other. Sophia went to the school canteen to buy drinks. So Kevin came over alone to find a seat and reserve one. I entered the classroom, looked around, and quickly found a seat in the corner. Kevin walked over. He put away his and the school beauty's desk mates' school bags separately. As soon as he sat down, he was about to take out paper, pen, textbook, and test paper. I saw a fat man sitting in the front left seat turn his head and whispered to me, "Hey, buddy, do you have a red pen? Lend me some." Kevin nodded. "Yes." He took the red pen and handed it over. The fat man took it with a grateful look on his face. "Thank you very much." After use, hand it back. As they borrowed and returned the money, they started conversation. This fat guy is from Class 6 of Senior Grade 3, and he is very outgoing. In order to facilitate the conversation, he simply sat in the seat right in front of Kevin and started talking nonstop. When the topic turned to recent gossip, the fat man lowered his voice with a mysterious look. "Dude, are you from the liberal art class? Kevin from Class 10, right?" Kevin nodded. "Oh, I have an impression, but I'm not familiar with him." The fat man looked very proud and patted his chest. "It's okay if you're not familiar with it. I know. Ethan, you know him, right? He and Kevin are best friends." Kevin couldn't help but look the fat man up and down and asked cautiously and hesitantly, "Are you Ethan?" "Wrong." The fat man waved his hand with a proud look. "I'm Ethan's best friend." Then he became alert again and approached Kevin's desk mysteriously. "So what I heard here is first-hand gossip. Ethan and Mr. Could told me personally that Kevin and school beauty Sue have been desk mates for 2.5 years and have been deeply in love with each other. And it's not just school beauty Sue who's a top student. Kevin is also a top student. He has been hiding and pretending to be low-key because he couldn't bear to snatch the first place from Sue, the school beauty, and deliberately let her do it. Kevin, awesome dot. Wonderful dot. 6. The fat man continued to talk excitedly. This time, it was Su Jun from Class 13 who was ignorant of the consequences and walked into trouble. They are a young couple in love, tender and affectionate, and he is a monster who has to come here to oppose and break up their relationship. If this isn't courting death, what is it? So Brother Ran was so angry that he gave up pretending and easily got first place in his grade this time. I also heard that Kevin and school beauty, Sue, discussed it privately. Now that it has been exposed, they simply don't hide it anymore. After the college entrance examination, the two of them will directly announce it. Then they will be the condor heroes of our Yunnan Middle School, leaving a legendary story for the school and finally disappearing from the world. At the end, the fat man was so moved that he held his hands to his heart with a look of longing. That's so sweet. When can I find my little dragon girl? Kevin couldn't stand it any longer. How could this rumor spread so outrageously? This must be corrected. So he coughed and said seriously, "You heard wrong. Kevin and Sophia are just ordinary classmates with a very pure deskmate relationship. They're not in love." The fat man was immediately unhappy when he heard this and glared at Kevin. "What's wrong? Are you Mr. K's best friend, or am I Mr. K's best friend?" Kevin, in a sense, it seems like they're both. Good job, Ethan. It seems that I was too soft-hearted and shouldn't have let this kid go. I should have made him run naked on the playground, like Su Jun. Just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the front door of the lecture hall. Kevin and the fat man subconsciously looked up in the direction of the voice. I saw a beautiful figure walking in from the door in front. The girl was holding 2 bottles of drinks in her arms and was wearing a plain red and white loose school uniform. She has a slender figure, graceful curves, an exquisite face like a painting, and her skin is as white as jade. She has a sense of coldness and aloofness, as if she is out of touch with the world. Her eyes are bright, yet deep and tranquil like autumn water. Her black hair is tied into a neat ponytail behind her, which makes her look fresh and elegant. Although she is wearing just ordinary clothes and outfit, she seems to have a unique charm. The moment he appeared at the door, he attracted the attention of all the students in the classroom, and they could no longer look away. The school beauty of Yunnan Middle School. Sophia. The fat man was stunned. Then he reacted and became excited again. "I'll go. School beauty, Sue." As he spoke, he stared at Sophia and excitedly pulled Kevin's arm. "Brother, we made a lot of money this time. I heard that Miss Sue is studying with Kevin now. School beauty Sue is in the lecture hall, so Kevin must be here too. The Condor heroes are here. We're the front row to watch the show." Kevin glanced at the fat man sitting right in front of him and nodded. "Really? Pretty front row." The fat man was puzzled when he heard this. "What do you mean?" Then he noticed Sophia was walking towards him and Kevin, and he was so excited that he almost shook. "I'm coming over here. Here we go. School beauty Sue and Kevin are going to sit here. Brother, look for them quickly. Kevin might be nearby." Kevin looked down at himself. "Keep the change, please." "Found it." The fat man was stunned for a moment, and finally turned to look at Kevin and said stupidly, "Huh." Immediately, under the gaze of almost all the students in the entire classroom, the campus beauty of Soochow University came to the back row in the corner. Then leisurely, in front of a crowd of stunned eyes, sit down next to someone. I handed over a bottle of ice Sprite. Kevin took it naturally. "Thank you." The entire lecture hall suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. All the classmates recognized Sophia's identity as the school beauty without any difficulty. Then I saw someone sitting next to the campus beauty of Su University. It is natural to instantly connect the previous gossip and draw conclusions. For a while, the low uproar and surprise sounded like the tide, rising and falling one after another. The rumors are actually true? This Soochow University beauty and that Kevin, really together? Let's study together in the lecture hall. The fat guy sitting in the front row with the best seat to watch the show almost turned into a statue when he saw the Condor heroes in front of him. There were only 2 words whistling around in my mind. Wow, shit. Chapter 61. What you envied but could not get, I will give you. The noise and excitement in the lecture hall continued for a while. Finally, it gradually stopped and calmed down. But there were still students who couldn't help but secretly turn their heads over. He looked towards Kevin and Sophia in the back corner. Kevin and Sophia didn't care. Everyone took out textbooks, paper, and pens from their school bags and prepared to start studying. There is only one thing that is an eyesore. Kevin sat in the front row. A fat guy was sneaking around like a mole, turning around and looking at the two of them. Kevin glanced at the fat man and was about to speak. The school beauty sitting next to him had already taken a step forward. She raised her head and looked at the fat man. She asked in a calm tone, "Sitting so close, will it affect your classmates' review?" The school beauty took the initiative to talk to me. The fat man was so excited that his face was flushed, and he waved his hands vigorously. It's okay. It doesn't matter. I don't feel anything. It's a rare opportunity to eat melons up close. How can I miss it? Sophia's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of danger in her deep eyes. No, you think. The tone remains light. But the fat man was suddenly shocked and felt his hair stand on end. There is murderous intent. The fat man changed his words instantly. Oh, yes, yes. I think. It's a bit inconvenient. Then I'll sit back. Sit farther away, haha. With a dry laugh, the fat man moved instantly and sat back in his original position far away. It's finally quiet. Sophia turned to look at Kevin, raised her eyebrows slightly, and smiled lightly. Let's start studying on our own. Studying in the lecture hall does create a strong learning atmosphere that makes people immersed in it unconsciously. Time passes silently. Before I knew it, I had been studying for more than an hour, accompanied by the bell for the end of get out of class ringing outside. The students in the lecture hall also put down their pens one after another, stretched their bodies, and took a short break. Kevin also put down his textbook, paper, and pen, rubbed his temples, and felt a little tired. Sophia turned around and looked over. Tired? Kevin nodded. A little bit. Sophia took out a pair of headphones and a small and exquisite iPod from her school bag. He gestured to Kevin. Listen to music? Kevin was slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. Okowo. Immediately, before he could react, the school beauty's desk mate had already reached out and put an earphone on his left ear in a very natural manner. Then put the other earphone on your right ear. A pair of headphones. The two of them listened separately. I heard a soft and pleasant female singer's voice, soothing and melodious. Kevin was suddenly a little dazed. Looking at the school beauty classmate who was sharing headphones with me, the girl's delicate and beautiful profile was pulled along the other end of the headphone cable. At this moment, his heart was slightly touched. Memories of the previous life came flooding back like a tide. It actually makes people slightly distracted. The school beauty's desk mate tilted her head and looked over. What's wrong? Kevin suddenly came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. No, nothing. He hastily turned his eyes away and pretended nothing happened. But he didn't see it. At this moment, the school beauty desk mate was looking at him. Listening to the music, Sophia looked at Kevin with warmth and tenderness in her eyes. She knows, because I read the diary of a little fool in my previous life. The 18-year-old boy once saw other young couples sitting together and listening to music with headphones while studying in the last month before the college entrance examination. There is envy and a little jealousy. So I wrote down my grumblings in my diary, but with an irresistible yearning. But this life, he doesn't need to envy others, because she is here. What you didn't have in the past, and what you envied others for will be made up for. She made up for it. The next day, I still walked to the lecture hall and continue my self-study, sitting in the corner seat in the last row, just like when I used to attend classes and study in the Class 10 classroom. The boy and girl sat side by side at the table, doing their own exercises and writing their test papers in tacit understanding and concentrating on reviewing. Put down the paper and pen from time to time, take a break and chat. Or during class breaks. The girl took out her iPod and earphones, and, as usual, she naturally gave half of them to someone. The two of them shared the moment, listening to the music and relaxing. Kevin was daydreaming. Sophia, on the other hand, rested her chin on one hand and quietly admired Kevin's profile. The corners of the girl's mouth occasionally curled up into a hint of a smile, although it is very shallow. But when someone accidentally captures and discovers it, one feels extremely shocked and unbelievable. The campus beauty of Su Jun University, known as the Iceberg Goddess. It actually seems that she has a close relationship with the boy next to her. The days passed one by one. Kevin gradually adapted to the atmosphere of studying in this lecture hall, just like he adapted to having the school beauty sitting next to him. Drink together, listen to music, and chat. Deskmate. This makes sense. Someone naturally thinks so, but something wasn't quite right. For example, Kevin discovered that at some point, the number of students studying in this lecture hall seemed to have increased a lot. There were plenty of empty seats in the classroom. Each person sits in one seat, with an empty seat in the middle. Later on, it became more and more crowded, and they were all crowded in the front row, so their corner in the back row was still empty and quiet. No one disturbs. It seemed that no one dared to disturb. Kevin didn't know that the news had spread quietly. Kevin, the top student in the second mock test in Class 10, is reviewing with the campus beauty of Su Jun University in a lecture hall. The two of them just sat together. It really was like they were in love. What do you mean by like? That means you're in love. More and more people came here with the intention of finding out gossip. Sitting in the front row seat, he doesn't look like he is going to review seriously. He always turns around stealthily and peeks into the corner of the back row to look around. Kevin became more and more suspicious. I asked my school beauty classmate next to me, "Are those people looking at us?" The school beauty's desk mate raised her eyebrows slightly. "Really?" Then, Sophia looked up. There was no expression on his cold and attractive face, and his eyes swept forward with a chill that could freeze a person into ice chips. Wherever the sight passes, all the sneaky students in the front row immediately shuddered. I immediately turned around and buried my head in reviewing seriously, not daring to have any small thoughts or movements. Then Sophia retracted her gaze, turned to look at Kevin, and spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. "You're wrong." A bigger question mark slowly appeared in Kevin's head. Question mark. Life goes on. Occasionally, Kevin would go back to class 10 from the lecture hall. Met up with my best friend Ethan and had a quick chat. Ethan mentioned that recently many of his classmates have been pairing up as boys and girls to find a place to review together. The tense and stressful atmosphere as college entrance exams and graduation approach. The original clear distinction between boys and girls was also broken, become bolder and closer. He also said that some boys took advantage of the opportunity to review with girls and bravely confessed their feelings and succeeded. After graduating from the college entrance examination, we will be together officially. Ethan couldn't help but show an envious look as he said this. When will Lily and I be able to succeed? Lily is the Chinese class representative of Class 10. She's also Sophia's half-best friend. She's also very pretty and has a good temperament. Kevin thought about it and wondered. Lily every day recently. That's pretty good. Ethan was dejected. What's the good of that? I wanted to ask her to study alone with me, but she didn't agree. Kevin wakes up. So, it's a group of people? Ethan grabs his hair. Not really. It's just the two of us. She said she called other people, but they happened to be busy and didn't come. Kevin looked at Ethan, and a question mark popped up in his head. You haven't come for so many days in a row. By chance, it's just the two of you. Ethan said confidently. Yes, Lily said it herself. It's just a coincidence. It makes sense. Then he lowered his head and looked sad. Brother Rand, tell me, Lily just doesn't want to be alone with me. Does she really not like me? Kevin, he looks at his best friend as if he were an idiot. How the hell is this reasonable? It just happened to be here. With this kind of brain, even if you pulled a steel bar over to him, he would break it. Faced with such a close friend, someone suddenly felt a strong sense of superiority in terms of IQ. After a moment, the school beauty's desk mate packed up her textbooks and notes and walked over with her school bag. The two left together. On the way to the bicycle garage, Kevin shared Ethan's little story with his classmate, the school beauty. Schadenfreude and spit out contempt. This guy's a top straight man. So stupid. The school beauty's desk mate looked indifferent, nodded slightly, and did not comment. Walked to the garage. Kevin pushed out his bike, and the two walked out of the school side by side. At the school gate, Kevin looked around but didn't see the familiar black Maybach. Where's your car? Sophia acted as if nothing had happened. Oh, my car just happened to break down. If it's convenient, please give me a ride. Kevin showed a look of understanding. Is that so? Then he nodded generously. Okay. Classmates help each other. Reasonable. So Sophia then leisurely sat sideways on the back seat of someone's bicycle, and then naturally put her arms around the person's waist. Kevin got on the bike and pedaled, carrying the school beauty and her desk mate. The car drove forward steadily in the summer night breeze of Yunnan. While riding his bike, he still talked to the school beauty desk mate behind him with relish. What did you just say? Yes, Ethan is a straight guy. What kind of coincidence is this? It's just that Lily is just taking advantage of me. Ha ha ha. Sit sideways on the back of the bicycle. The moist and warm evening breeze blew across her face. Sophia reached out to smooth the hair that had been blown up by her forehead, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Yes, pure straight man. It's really easy to grasp. Chapter 62. Oh shit, the school beauty unexpectedly meets her parents. This was the first time Kevin rode his bike to take his school beauty classmate home. But it wasn't the last time. The next day, in front of the bicycle garage. The car hasn't been repaired yet. I guess I'll have to trouble you again. The school beauty's desk mate said this with a calm and cold expression. Day 3. My car just happened to break down again. I'm sorry to bother you again. The school beauty's desk mate apologized verbally, but her tone seemed to be righteous, and there was no trace of apology in her voice. Day 4. Uncle Joe is sick. The school beauty is on the same desk without changing color. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day, Kevin didn't think anything of it. Anyway, it just seems like a coincidence, but there's nothing unreasonable about it. I ride my bike to take my school beauty deskmate home every night, and I am familiar with this route. He also discovered that. It just so happened that the villa community where the school beauty's deskmate lived, called Coral Garden, was quite close to a vegetable market that his parents often went to. What if my parents see me riding a bike with you someday? Maybe they think I don't know how to fall in love. Kevin was riding a bike with his school beauty classmate on the way home. He made a casual joke. Sophia's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said thoughtfully, "Yes, that's really too dangerous." Kevin laughed. "Don't worry, it's not a coincidence." Then, the next night, at the Kyoto vegetable market, not far from Coral Garden, a middle-aged couple came out carrying plastic bags of vegetables, chatting as they walked. "Have you bought the ribs? Kevin will be home soon. I'll make him some pork ribs and taro soup tonight." The parents are talking. Suddenly, the mother stopped and stared blankly at a figure riding a bicycle not far ahead. "Old Lin, is that our son? It seems like the back is..." "And carrying someone?" Kevin didn't expect it either. It could actually be such a coincidence. To go to Coral Garden, where the school beauty's deskmate lives, you just have to pass by the entrance of the Kyoto vegetable market. It was also just right. Today, his parents suddenly felt like taking a walk late at night, and suddenly thought of turning a corner to buy spare ribs at the Kyoto vegetable market, preparing to go home and reward their son. The two just happened to collide with each other. Then the following bloody scene happened. At the corner of the intersection in front of the vegetable market, the parents were carrying plastic bags filled with pork ribs. My own son, who sits at the same table with the school beauty on a bicycle. Meet head on. Kevin hurriedly braked and stopped the bike just in front of his parents. Sophia, who was sitting behind him, failed to stop the inertia and happily threw herself on someone's back. With a smile on his face, he hugged his deskmate's waist. Ouch, how could I be so careless? However, before she could pretend to be magnanimous and express understanding to someone, suddenly, she became acutely aware that the muscles in Kevin's back, whom she was hugging, seemed to stiffen and tighten a little. Sophia was slightly stunned, and at the same moment, Kevin had braked, his hands still on the handlebars. He raised one hand with a somewhat stiff look. Facing the parents in front of him, who were also in a daze, he smiled dryly and said, "Hello, Dad, Mom. What a coincidence." The air froze slightly at this moment. Lin Guizheng and Zhao Shuqin looked at their son on the bicycle in front of them stupidly. The father swallowed subconsciously. "Yeah, what a coincidence," while continuing the conversation. However, his gaze had already followed his wife, and he briefly glanced over his son. Then, their eyes slowly fell on the incredibly beautiful girl on the back seat of the bicycle. Zhao Shuqin, who is usually eloquent and can talk for 10 minutes without stopping when lecturing her husband and son, couldn't help but stutter a little at this moment. "Who is this?" The question was asked cautiously and carefully. It was as if he was afraid that his son had done something illegal or kidnapped girls. Kevin quickly explained, "Oh, this is my classmate. Her home is nearby. I'll take her home." Obviously, speaking the truth. Kevin always felt awkward and guilty when speaking in front of his parents. And at this time, Sophia had also come to her senses and realized the situation. "Get out of the back seat of the car, quickly." The girl took a deep breath, bowed slightly to her parents, then raised her head and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I'm Kevin's deskmate, Sophia. Just call me Sophia." The tone is gentle, the manners are elegant, and the manners are polite and calm. With that almost impeccable sweet smile, she is simply impeccable. In her previous life, she was the female president of a listed group in Southern Province, a phoenix in the business world who was decisive and resolute in her actions. He is always cool and cold in dealing with people, whether partners or employees. If you're lucky enough to see this sweet smile on Sophia's face at this moment, I guess my eyes would pop out of my head, and I might even wonder if I was hallucinating. Even the old father of the president of Suda, who is also famous in the business community of Southern Province, came. If you see this scene, all of them must be filled with grief, anger, sadness, and jealousy. This girl, she has never smiled so sweetly to her father. Even Kevin, who was standing by, was almost stunned. I could hardly help rubbing my eyes, wondering if I was hallucinating. What the hell? No. Is there something wrong with the way it is opened? Where's the cool and aloof school beauty deskmate? having been desk mates for 2 lifetimes. When had he ever seen this campus beauty from Soochow University smile so sweetly? But I don't know. Even though such a smile has caused someone next to him to be stunned. At this moment, Sophia was still secretly regretting. The little man in my heart was so upset that he slapped his thigh. What a pity. If I hadn't concealed my identity as a reborn person. She should just call her parents now. Chapter 63. Note, evil in mind. I am dying of laughter. Sister, I am 100 Ghost Parade at night. Although I don't know what the school beauty's desk mate is thinking at this moment. But this moment is more than just Kevin. The parents in front of them were also confused by the polite greeting from the pretty little girl who got off the back of the bicycle. Oh, you're so polite. Hello, Sophia. While busy greeting people politely, both parents couldn't help but look Sophia up and down in front of them. An ordinary plain school uniform. It looks elegant and graceful when worn by a young girl. She is slender, graceful, and her conversation shows that she has been well educated. What's more, she is extremely beautiful, with a sweet smile on her delicate face, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The more I look at it, the better it looks. The more I watch it, the more I like it. Suddenly, Mother Zhao Shuqin reacted. My desk mate, Student Su? The key words are keenly captured. The mother immediately showed a look of surprise and joy. Are you the classmate Su that our homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, mentioned? The one who tutors our Kevin? The father next to him also reacted and suddenly realized. That's right. Kevin also said that he did so well in the second mock exam, all thanks to the help of his desk mate. Sophia smiled sweetly again, with shyness and modesty in her smile. Uncle and aunt praised me. In fact, Kevin himself is smart, hardworking, and diligent. I just spend my own review time every day to accompany him and helped him a little bit. It's mainly due to his own efforts. Kevin was confused again. What the hell? Isn't that right? The first 2 sentences are true, humble, and polite. But in the second sentence, you were being polite, but why did it seem like you were taking all the credit for yourself? Later on, it was you who came to me to ask questions, okay? And Kevin couldn't help but look up and down at the school beauty sitting next to him with a big puzzlement in his eyes. Why does this sound? Does it feel like the school beauty's desk mate is deliberately trying to show off in front of his parents? Why does she have nothing better to do than to try to please my parents? It's not like the daughter-in-law is meeting her parents. Kevin was completely puzzled and had 1,000 question marks in his head. But the parents were already moved by what they heard. What I said, it's so pleasing to the ear and goes straight to the heart. As a parent who doesn't like to hear others praise their children, parents knew very well what their son's previous academic performance was. I did so well in the exam this time. Naturally, most of the credit goes to the classmate Sue in front of me. What's even more rare is that this pretty girl in front of him is so humble even though she has helped her son so much. What a great girl. This child is so sensible. Feeling emotional, the father turned to look at his son and made a prompt decision. So, you should count out a classmate Sophia. Mother nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes, thank them very much. Kevin. Oh shit, are these my biological parents? The school beauty, sitting next to him, waved her hands and lowered her head slightly, looking embarrassed. Uncle and aunt are so polite. No need to thank me. Thank you so much. I should be the one thanking Kevin. It seemed quite natural and smooth that the name was changed from the original Kevin to the more intimate Kevin. The girl even had a slight blush on her face. After all, at school, it was Kevin who always took care of me. Hold my hand and take me to the store to buy snacks. And he held my hand and walked with me at night. Take me to the observatory to look at the stars. When other bad boys bullied me, he stood up for me and said he would be my protector. Recently, he has taken the initiative to send me home every night. Good people and good deeds are listed one by one. Be specific and detailed. Absurdly detailed. Kevin's mouth opened wider and wider as he listened, almost forming an O shape. My whole mood seemed to be in disarray and completely Spartan. Wow, Groove. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. What is this school beauty's desk mate talking about? Although it seems to be the case at first glance, if you think about it carefully, it's totally changed. Didn't you take the initiative to suggest sending you home? Watching the stars at the observatory was clearly a coincidence. Also, I go to the canteen to buy snacks and walk at night. Why did you emphasize holding hands? The parents were almost stunned when they heard this. They turned to look at their son and almost doubted whether this was their son. Our Kevin and this little girl. Is the relationship so close? I saw the strange looks from my parents. Someone quickly said, "Mom and Dad, don't misunderstand me. Classmates Sue and I are just desk mates. Try to be upright." The parents nodded hesitantly. Oh, desk mate relationship. Children nowadays have such good relationships with their desk mates. Although they said this, the two elders' eyes were still moving back and forth between Kevin and Sophia, and their expressions became more and more strange. Kevin couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted with a cough. "Well, what? It's getting late. I'll take classmate Sue back first." The Soochow University beauty next to her raised her eyebrows slightly, showing a caring look. "No rus. I can chat with my uncle and aunt for a while longer." Still chatting about what? If we continue talking, there will be big problems. "Aha! Classmate Sue, you are so polite. Come on, come on." Kevin laughed dryly and quickly reached out to grab the hand of the school beauty's deskmate and pulled her onto the back seat of the bicycle. At the same time, he quickly got on the car and stepped on the pedal. He turned around and ran away in a hurry. "Mom and Dad, you go home first. I'll be back soon." The parents were left behind, still in a daze as they watched their son driving away with the school beauty and his deskmate. After coming to his senses, my father suddenly took a breath. Kevin just took the initiative to grab the girl's hand. The mother's eyes lit up. My son has really made it. After a moment, the bicycle finally arrived at its destination. Kevin stopped the car in front of the Coral Garden community and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked up and saw his school beauty deskmate getting off the back of the bicycle and nodding at him. "Thanks. Goodbye." Suddenly, it returned to its cool, indifferent, and spotless appearance. It was as if nothing had just happened. Kevin, if he had not just witnessed the scene himself, he would have suspected that the scene in front of the vegetable market was an illusion, as if is to see what someone is thinking. The school beauty deskmate spoke lightly and explained, "Uncle and Aunt are very nice. I was just trying to be polite. Don't misunderstand me." Kevin's mouth twitched. "I don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid that my parents will misunderstand that I'm in a premature relationship." The school beauty's deskmate looked at Kevin with a clear and pure gaze. "What's puppy love? We just have a very pure relationship as deskmates." As she spoke, the school beauty's deskmate paused and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Unless you have something wrong with yourself. Are you hiding something?" Facing the clear and indifferent gaze of his school beauty classmate, Kevin suddenly felt a little guilty for some reason. Then he quickly puffed out his chest. "Of course not." The school beauty's deskmate nodded slightly, her expression calm and composed. "That'll do. Neither have I." Kevin had a confused and questioning face, and after a long while he nodded and said, "Reasonable, but I don't know." At the same moment, Sophia's heart has already transformed into a succubus, leaning lazily and comfortably on the throne. Sitting with legs crossed, the posture is casual and elegant. He placed his chin on his knee with one hand, his expression half smiling. The eyes are more charming and enchanting. "No boast. Laughing to death. Sister, I'd am 100 demons parade at night." Chapter 64, Don't underestimate the bond between you and your deskmate. Go home that night. Kevin was inevitably taken to the dining table by his parents and sat down for a long interrogation. And someone had just experienced the enlightenment of the school beauty's deskmate, and now felt that there was nothing to hide, and answered with righteousness. "Nothing really. She and I are just ordinary classmates, with a very pure deskmate relationship. Besides, I'm still a high school student. My mind is full of studying. How can I fall in love too early?" The parents looked at each other. High school students can't fall in love too early. But then again, isn't it almost time to graduate from the college entrance examination? The mother made the decision. "Well, then you can invite Sophia to your home and have her dad cook a good meal. They have helped you so much. It's only right that you should thank them." Kevin was about to open his mouth. The next second, he was interrupted by his father, who was quick-witted and said, "Aren't you classmates who can hold hands and look at the stars together? We have such a good relationship. Please come home and be my guest." That's reasonable, isn't it? Kevin was confused. Why did this set of words sound so familiar? Seeing that her son was speechless, the mother took advantage of the opportunity to add, "Unless you have something to hide." The old mother's words hit the nail on the head. Someone had just prepared himself mentally and claimed that he had absolutely nothing to hide. But now he was provoked like this, and his eyes widened immediately. "Who said that? I don't. Please, please." Reasonable. So the matter was settled. He watched his son sneak back to his room in a panic. The parents looked at each other again, smiled, and clapped their hands. Well done, old man. You're not bad either, old woman. Hmm? Lin Guozhang. Who are you calling an old woman? Zhao Shuqin raised her eyebrows and instantly became furious. Time passes day by day. As the college entrance examination draws closer, the time seems to pass faster and faster. There's a countdown on the upper right corner of the blackboard in Class 10's classroom, and every day a student is responsible for erasing it and writing new numbers. 20 days, 15 days, 10 days. The air on campus was gradually filled with the sadness of parting, accompanied by a heavy atmosphere of tension and pressure. In such an atmosphere, even the usually optimistic Ethan became serious and spoke less. No more laughing and gossiping. He also began to study hard all day long, and even took the initiative to ask Kevin questions. During the break, he and Kevin mentioned that they wanted to take the exam to go to Hangzhou. With my grades, I can't catch up with Lily, the class representative. But I want to work hard and get into a university in the same city as her, not too far away. This way at least I'll have a chance to be with her. When he said this, Ethan looked extremely serious. An 18-year-old boy. When talking about plans for the future and goals, there is always an immature and childish tone. Rational and objective analysis is not important, but the power of love becomes the driving force that drives him to strive for progress. Kevin did not try to persuade Ethan to be more rational and think seriously about his future. He also did not remind his best friend that even if they were admitted to the same city, they might not be able to be together. After all, even if it's for love, this is still a motivation. It is worth encouraging. In casual conversation with his best friend, Kevin could hear his confusion and fear about the future. Not just Ethan. This mentality also exists in many other high school students. Kevin is the exception. As a reborn person, he has no pressure or burden facing the upcoming college entrance examination or the future after graduation. The calmness of a reborn person allowed him to enjoy the last intense and fulfilling time of his 3 years of high school. Review and prepare for the exam step by step every day. After getting tired of studying in the classroom, I would go to the playground to run laps in the evening. Facing the cool evening breeze, I ran round and round, and finally I was sweating all over. I breathed in the fresh air greedily, and I felt refreshed and extremely energetic. The school beauty's deskmate followed beside him as usual, with a calm but very natural expression, and handed him a bottle of soda at the right time. Kevin tilted his head back and gulped down a big gulp. The coolness went down my throat, and I felt refreshed. Sitting lazily on the steps of the playground, looking up at the night sky, Kevin chatted with the school beauty next to him. You know, when I was little, I thought Yunnan County was my whole world, and I couldn't imagine myself leaving it. But after I graduated from the college entrance examination, went to university, and moved to another city, maybe we'll find out. It turns out that the sky in a small county is only this big. You live and grow here, but you will eventually leave, and your connection with your hometown will gradually decrease and fade, until the classmates, friends, and relatives you once knew will slowly and inevitably drift away from you. There will always be someone there for you, but no one will be with you forever. The school beauty's deskmate was sitting next to him, listening quietly to Kevin's seemingly endless chatter. After hearing the end, the girl nodded slightly. Perhaps there will be. Kevin turned his head and looked over, raising his eyebrows slightly with curiosity. For example, the school beauty's deskmate looked calm and composed. Like your parents. She paused for a moment, as if nothing had happened. For example, this moment, the summer night breeze seemed to stagnate slightly. The air is quiet. The cicadas in the bushes not far away were chirping louder and louder. Kevin was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the school beauty sitting next to him in front of him in a daze. Sophia remained calm and composed. Don't underestimate the bond between you and your deskmate. The lines are inexplicably childish. The icy school beauty goddess of Yunnan Middle School actually said it so naturally. But it has a flavor that seems unquestionable. Looking at the school beauty deskmate in front of him, Kevin also laughed. Reasonable. June 6th, the last day before the college entrance examination. In the classroom of grade 30, the head teacher Tai Mianchen walked in and walked up to the podium. Sophia, the class monitor, shouted, "Stand up." Come Su Jun. The whole class stood up in unison and bowed deeply to the middle-aged man on the podium. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Even though I have taught graduating classes countless times and experienced such scenes countless times. At this moment, Tai Mianchen still couldn't help but feel excited and relieved, His eyes were red, and he tried to calm down. He glanced at the young faces in the audience and spoke loudly. 3 years of hard study. Now let's test our talents. Classmates, tomorrow draw your sword. There was a thunderous response from below the podium. June 7th, sitting in the college entrance examination classroom. Even after being reborn, Kevin could still feel the chilling and cold atmosphere in the air, which made him get goosebumps and tremble. Take a deep breath. Kevin's eyes was burning fiercely and suddenly boiling. Let's get started. In a blink of an eye, the most stressful and nerve-wracking 2 days of the college entrance examination passed quietly. Wait until you finish the last English subject. Walk out of the examination room. I breathed in the first breath of fresh air outside and heard the cheers of celebration from my fellow candidates coming from not far away. Kevin suddenly came to his senses and realized that the college entrance examination was over. His high school career is coming to an end. The most tense moment has passed, and all that remains is carnival and celebration. The graduation dinner for Class 30 of senior high school is scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight. And his best friend Ethan had come over at some point and secretly revealed the news to Kevin. At the graduation party tonight, he is preparing to confess his love to Lily. When he said this, Ethan was full of confidence. A graduation party like this, with everyone drinking some wine, is the perfect time to confess your feelings. The next second, he came up to me with a gossipy look on his face, winking. Brother Ran. How about you two? Chapter 65 School Beauty. Sister has a strategy. I just want to ask you how you lose. Kevin scoffed at his best friend's suggestion. Also what? When it comes to confessing love at graduation, most people end up dying violently. If you really like a girl, you would use alcohol to give yourself courage. He was so drunk that he told the girl, I like you incoherently. For most girls, this is not a plus. Not to mention, who are you confessing to, buddy? Olivia? A pure green tea girl, Aquaman, with a dark love history. She has long been eager to completely cut off all ties with him in this life. As for the school beauty desk mate, there is nothing more to say. We all have a pure friendship as classmates with nothing to hide, and it is open and upright. Isn't it just that we held hands and went to the store together, looked at the stars together, and went home together after school? It couldn't be more reasonable. Only people with impure thoughts would think there is a problem. However, even when facing his best friends, he looks righteous and awe-inspiring. That night, in the hotel box of the graduation dinner, I saw the campus beauty and my desk mate walk into the box. The heartbeat of a certain reasonable man suddenly skipped a beat. That night, the graduation dinner of Class 30 was held at Yuntian Pavilion on the side of Yunnan Avenue. Well-known local hotel. We specially booked a large private room with a comfortable and elegant environment for large tables, which can accommodate all 10 classes of students and teachers of each subject. Before coming to tonight's dinner party, the students made some special preparations. The boys even dressed up in front of the mirror at home, and some even put on hairspray to look mature, as if they had suddenly become adults after graduation. As for the girls, needless to say, of course, take off the plain and inconspicuous school uniform that you are required to wear at school on weekdays. One by one, they rummaged through their wardrobes at home to find the clothes and skirts they thought were the prettiest, and then put on makeup and carefully put on makeup. When beautiful girls came to the hotel box in gorgeous clothes, the boys from Class 10 who arrived early almost popped their eyes out. Oh shit, are these still the girls in their class that they are familiar with? Is this Zhang Shuya, who has a tough personality like a tomboy? How did she suddenly become like a lady from a noble family, with such an outstanding temperament? Is this Li Cece, the history class representative who always wears a pair of high-power glasses and looks as rigid as an old scholar? After putting on contact lenses and a pretty white dress, she looks pure and lovely, like a completely different person. Her looks are no less than those of the beauties in other classes. The boys in Class 10 were all stunned. During the 3 years of high school, we could have eaten so well. I originally thought that the ugly duckling, they're all white swans. And when one of the students exclaimed, the squad leader is here, everyone's eyes instantly turned towards the door of the box. Accompanied by footsteps, under the gaze of countless people, Sophia walked in, different from other girls in the class. The campus belle of Soochow University did not dress up in any special way tonight. She is also unlike some bold and ostentatious girls in other classes who simply put on high heels and black stockings, deliberately dressing themselves up to be sexy and mature, getting rid of their student temperament and turning into an adult look. Sophia simply changed out of her school uniform. She chose a white, slim-fitting shirt with a beige sweater on the outside, a plaid skirt on the lower body, a pair of small leather shoes, and knee-high black socks, which set off the slender curves of her calves. After removing the refreshing ponytail, her long hair fell behind her shoulders, softening her cold temperament a little. The whole person looks fresh, clear, bright, and charming. If you say, Sophia used to have a cold temperament like an iceberg, which made people afraid to approach her. Then tonight she is like a fairy who has come to the mortal world, with a more friendly and neighborly air, which makes people's heart beat faster. The boys in the class were stunned. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes fixed on the squad leader, unable to move away. Ethan was also stunned, almost drooling. Fuck, the squad leader looks so good tonight. Brother ran, if you don't do anything, be careful the monitor might be snatched away. Kevin didn't respond, because at this moment, he was also staring blankly at the school beauty classmate standing at the door of the box. I heard what my best friend said and wanted to refute him, but when the words came to my lips, I found that I couldn't say them. After a long while, he swallowed hard and calmed himself down. Don't talk nonsense. She and I just have a pure friendship as classmates. Ethan looked at his best friend with disdain. He said nothing, but the expression on his face said it all. You can cheat your friends, but don't cheat yourself. But Ethan was right about one thing. Seeing the campus beauty class monitor tonight, many boys in the box couldn't help but feel moved, and their little thoughts began to stir. High school classmates for 3 years. They all graduated. It wouldn't be too much to say a few more words to the monitor or to bravely express your true feelings, right? It doesn't matter if you get rejected. What if the squad leader agrees? Isn't it a great profit? However, this thought has just occurred to many boys. Someone was eager to try and stood up diligently, ready to wave to the school beauty class monitor to sit at his table. Sophia just raised her eyes slightly, and her cold gaze swept over the boys. Just this one glance, accompanied by a light and clear hum. It instantly gave all the boys who had ulterior motives a chill on the spot. Everyone finally mustered up the courage. Suddenly, it disappeared completely. I just got scared. The class monitor is still your class monitor, an iceberg school beauty. Most people can't resist her. Then, Sophia glanced across the box, and her eyes quickly locked on Kevin. He took a step forward and walked towards Kevin and Ethan. Come closer. Sophia glanced at Ethan, who was sitting next to someone. You sit here. Ethan suddenly got a start and jumped up as if a spring was installed on his butt. No. I'm sitting next to you. Squad leader, you sit down, you sit down. He was so knowledgeable and servile that he was like a dog. He gave up his seat in an instant and ran away without any brotherhood. Sophia just sat down next to Kevin without hesitation. Then she finally turned to look at Kevin and raised her eyebrows slightly. How about it? Kevin had been looking at his school beauty classmate, and now he hastily came back to his senses, a little flustered. Huh? What's going on? Noticing someone's panic, Sophia smiled, but her tone was calm and composed. Does what I'm wearing tonight look good? A sudden straight ball. Kevin paused for a moment, then tried to pretend nothing had happened. Oh, it's pretty. Although he pretended to be nothing, Kevin couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Because in fact, the outfit of the campus beauty's deskmate tonight, with its fresh, bright, gentle, and generous girl next door style, just happened to fit his aesthetic perfectly. That's why he couldn't help but stare at it and lose his mind. After hearing Kevin's comments, Sophia nodded as if she didn't agree or disagree. Thanks. I'm just wearing whatever I want. The tone was equally understated, full of aloofness. But at the same time, the little person inside her was looking very proud. Little thing, I specially came here according to the aesthetic preferences you wrote in your diary. Use the strategy guide to play the game. Just that's how you lose. Chapter 66. The school beauty blocked the wine. She fell into Kevin's arms. When everyone was present, the food began to be served. Waiters were carrying plates of steaming dishes in their hands, and they kept going in and out of the box like butterflies, wandering in front of the tables. Soon, several large tables were filled with sumptuous dishes. The class life committee member was still trying his best. He waved his hand and took out the class funds and ordered a few boxes of beer for each table, plus a few bottles of white wine, specially reserved for subject teachers and class teachers. The girls from Class 10 gathered in groups of 3 or 4, eating their meals and talking to each other in low voices, with bursts of playful and cheerful laughter emanating from time to time. The boys couldn't wait to pick up the bottle caps, hold the bottles and glasses, and start shouting and toasting in circles. The atmosphere in the box quickly became lively and noisy. Until today, the classmates were surprised to find out that. It turned out that the old man in history class was so energetic after drinking white wine, and he spoke witty words all the time, which was much more exciting than usual in class. The female political teacher, who always had a stern face, could actually smile, and her eyes and brows were gentle when she smiled. So kind. The effeminate old Kai has an unfathomable alcohol tolerance. He drinks one cup after another without his face turning red, but his fingers are raised high. Time Yinchuan, the class teacher, was the one who received the most toast from his classmates. At this moment, his face was slightly red from the alcohol, and he stood up unsteadily, holding up his wine glass, and was unusually generous. The college entrance examination is over. I am here to wish you all a bright future. Eat and drink well tonight. Be safe, but you must have fun. The whole box suddenly erupted in cheers. After the students at each table finished circling their own table, they began to stand up and walk around, shouting and toasting from table to table. The boys and girls started drinking together, cheering each other on. It's getting more lively. Many boys in the class wanted to find the class monitor, the campus beauty of Sophia University, to toast them, but they were afraid of Sophia's aura, as cold as an iceberg, and did not dare to approach her easily. Then they glanced. I caught a glimpse of a handsome guy sitting next to the squad leader. I was suddenly envious and jealous. Immediately, a large group of people came over in a line, carrying bottles and glasses of wine. Brother Ran, have a drink. I'll do it first. You can do whatever you want. And me, I'm next. They were all aggressive and looked like they would not stop until they got you drunk tonight. Kevin's alcohol tolerance is not bad, but he can't stand being forced to drink by a group of people. Soon I couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing Kevin start to sway and lose his balance, the boys in the class were overjoyed. This kid is dying. Come on, take him down in one go. But just at this moment, bang, the chopsticks were put down heavily by a fair and delicate hand. Sophia, who was sitting next to someone, stood up suddenly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Sophia glanced coldly at the male classmates in front of her and raised her eyebrows slightly. What kind of hero is it if a group of people drink one? Next, I, your table mate, will drink for him. A sentence. The tone is light and calm, but it almost made the entire box suddenly quiet for a moment. Everyone, including the subject teachers, couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and look surprised. I heard that the beauty from Class 10 of Soochow University has a close relationship with her desk mate. Now it seems that he even took the initiative to block the wine for him. Is the relationship between the two classmates so strong? Only Ethan quietly pouted in the corner. We're still sitting at the same table here. It made me laugh. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere in the box became noisy again. The girls in Class 10, led by Lily, all started shouting and cheering for Sophia. The boys were even more excited as they finally found an opportunity to toast the class monitor. They must intensify their efforts. Squad leader, I'll go first. I'm second. Everyone rushed to it. In the blink of an eye, Sophia had already finished 2 or 3 glasses of beer, each of which she drank in one gulp. The icy school beauty was unusually straightforward and generous tonight. The students watched with loud cheers and applause. Kevin was sitting next to them and inexplicably became the person being protected by the Black Knight. Watching my school beauty classmate drinking one cup after another, I was ready to stand up. Let me do it. Before he could finish his words, his school beauty classmate put her slender white hand on his shoulder and pushed him back, saying in a straightforward tone that left no room for doubt. Need not. Let me do it. Next. Sophia is completely on fire. No longer passively accept toast from everyone, but take the initiative, find the one who toasts you, and drink until you drop. Then continue with the second and third. When 5 or 6 boys were drunk and fell down or ran away. In the entire box, the girl was almost the only one standing calmly. After warming up the drink, he took off his beige sweater and put it aside. At this moment, Sophia was wearing a clear, white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her 2 tender forearms, biting a hair rope in her mouth. She reached her hands behind her ears and casually tied up her cascading black hair, then secured it with a hair tie. The neat ponytail sways behind her head. The whole person exudes a cool and neat aura. Her eyes swept over the remaining boys, and the campus beauty of Soochow University raised her eyebrows slightly, speaking in a calm and composed tone. Who else? The whole place was silent. No one dared to respond. Ethan was stunned. Then he came to his senses and howled at the top of his lungs. The squad leader is awesome. The next moment, the entire box was filled with cheers and praises. Kevin also looked at Sophia as if she were a god. My school beauty's desk. Mate, can he drink so much? Amidst such cheers and praises, Sophia glanced over and noticed Kevin's stunning appearance. The girl's lips curled up slightly. In her previous life, she was the female president of a listed group in Southern Province. The ways of the world, social interactions, over drinking. Although you don't like it, you have to have the ability to protect yourself. My sister has survived countless bartenders in thrilling battles. This is just a small scene, easily taken down. The graduation party lasted from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Wait until the show is over. The students in Class 10, who were still not satisfied, called out to each other and organized themselves to go to the second KTV singing session and continued walking. The largest KTV in Yunnan County is called Chiangui. When the students from Class 10 arrived, the entire Chiangui box was almost fully booked by the senior high school students who were graduating in the same year. Fortunately, there were still 2 rooms left. More than 30 students were separated, and 2 private rooms were just enough. Kevin and Sophia both went to box 504. After entering the box, some classmates started ordering drinks and then ordered 4 or 5 boxes of beer in one breath and rolled the dice and clink glasses. Some students couldn't wait to order songs and show off their singing skills. In a lively and noisy atmosphere, Kevin sat down on the sofa near the door, and when he looked up, he saw Sophia walking in from the door. Maybe it was because he drank a little too much before, for when the school beauty desk mate walked in, it was obvious that his feet were a little unsteady and his body was shaking slightly, just as she was about to cross the aisle between the sofa and the coffee table. One is not careful. I tripped. Seeing that he was about to fall, Kevin quickly grabbed the school beauty's desk mate's hand. Careful. This pull. Sophia's center of gravity suddenly tilted. He fell on Kevin by inertia and pressed him under him. The picture freezes at this moment. The girl used one leg as support on the ground, slightly straightened, and the curve of her calf in black over-the-knee socks was breathtakingly slender, while the other leg just happened to rest between someone's legs. One of the tender white arms passed over Kevin's shoulder and pressed against the wall behind him. The other hand just pressed on his chest. The two were very close to each other, no more than 20 centimeters, a posture that is extremely intimate and ambiguous. Coincidentally, the students in the box subconsciously came here following the reputation. See this scene. The entire box suddenly fell silent and quiet. Chapter 67. Oh no. Both of them were panicked. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became quiet. It seemed as if the air was freezing. Ethan, who was also in box 504, was stunned, and his heart was filled with shock. Damn, its brother ran as expected. Too fierce. At first I thought she was too scared to confess, but she actually had such an exciting scene with the squad leader in front of everyone in this KTV box. It's simply a role model for our generation. Fortunately, Lily next to him was quick to react and immediately pulled Ethan aside, saying loudly, "Why are you just standing there? Keep ordering songs." Ethan suddenly realized, Yes, yes, yes. Come on, sing it." He continued playing the song and started howling like a ghost when he picked up a microphone. The other students in the box also suddenly realized what was going on and hurriedly joined in the fun again. It was as if the 2 protagonists at the corner of the box door were completely ignored as air. Everyone understands it tacitly. Just pretend you didn't see it. The atmosphere in the box became lively and noisy again. But Kevin and his desk mate, the school beauty, were still in an awkward and passive situation, even if the students didn't look here anymore. But the 2 of them still maintained this extremely intimate and ambiguous posture. Sophia just sat on someone, maintaining a wall-dong posture with one hand on someone's chest. The girl is on top. The delicate head is drooped, no more than 20 centimeters away from someone's face. Kevin looked up. He could see the exquisite and beautiful face of his school beauty, which was so beautiful that it could almost captivate everyone. Her pretty face was flushed with red due to the alcohol, which added a bit of breathtaking charm. What's even worse is, because it's so close, I can almost feel the other person's breath, the warm breath coming out. The slightly tipsy smell of alcohol mixed with the faint fragrance of a young girl hits my face. It is more refreshing and intoxicating. I can't help but be distracted. Kevin, a mature soul in his 30s, couldn't stop his heart from beating wildly at this moment, and he could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. He took a deep breath to pretend to be calm, then looked up at his school beauty desk mate. Are you okay? Sophia, who was sitting on someone, seemed calm at this moment and spoke in a light tone as if nothing had happened. Yeah, it's okay. But I don't know. At this moment, Sophia stared at Kevin, who was so close to her, looking at his handsome face and feeling the masculine aura emanating from him. My heart couldn't stop beating faster. She is clearly the soul of a cool and domineering female CEO in her 30s and has seen countless storms. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, but I started to feel a little nervous and even didn't dare to meet Kevin's gaze. Kevin was also trying to find something to say. No, I'm glad you're okay. I was just worried that you'd fall, so I... Sophia nodded in panic. Yes, it was just my desk mate who helped me pull the handle. It was just a coincidence. Kevin, is it reasonable? Sophia, of course it's reasonable. At this time, Ethan had just finished singing a song, and the students in the box burst into applause. The two people, who had just woken up from a dream, separated in a hurry. Sophia hurriedly got off Kevin, sat aside, turned her head away, and did not dare to look at Kevin again for the time being. Kevin also quickly straightened his clothes, looked around, sat up straight, and pretended nothing had happened. Both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling relieved, the excitement in the box continued. Many students began to run back and forth between boxes 503 and 504. Some people came with bottles of wine to drink, some played dice, and some sang. Lily and a few other girls were playing dice and drinking with the boys in the box, and called Sophia over. Soon Kevin was pulled over by Ethan and joined the battle. First we played a game of size. Ethan had good luck in the beginning, and several people in the girls' group had already lost. It's Sophia's turn. Ethan took the dice and rolled out 2 4s and a 5. He was immediately in high spirits. Monitor, it's your turn. Sophia took the dice, shook it, and opened it. 2 5s and 1 6. Ethan calmly, drink. Ethan. He didn't believe it and asked for another round. He lost double this time and had 2 drinks. Then he shook out a 3, 4, and 5. Sophia shakes again and opens the lid. 3 6s. Leopard. The crowd around exclaimed in surprise, and Lily and several other girls cheered immediately. Ethan was drinking again and was not convinced. Comparing size is just luck. You have the ability to play bragging. Result: another 3 losses in a row. The campus beauty of Su Jun University turned into a female gambling god, sweeping across the field and being invincible, knocking down Ethan and several other boys one after another. Finally, Ethan pulled Kevin out. Brother Ran, you're the only one left. Come on. Then, Kevin sat in front of Sophia. The two looked at each other, thinking of the intimate and ambiguous scene between the two of them not long ago. Kevin suddenly felt a little guilty. Sophia, who had just been shaking the dice and killing everyone, suddenly felt inexplicably flustered and took the initiative to avoid someone's gaze for a moment. Let's get started. Still bragging. But at this moment, both of them were obviously not in good shape. Neither of them looked at the dice cup and just shouted 3 4s, and the other one followed directly with 3 6s. This side follows the 4 6s. There are 5 6s over there. They were both playing absent-mindedly, and they had actually called out 10 6s all the way, but they didn't realize anything was wrong. Ethan beside him was confused. Fuck, are you guys playing the same game as us? There are only 6 dice in total. How did you get 10 6s? This made Kevin and Sophia suddenly come back to their senses. Oh, really? Then I lose. I drink. I lost too, so I drink too. So in public. The two of them quickly filled the glasses in front of them, picked up the glasses and drank them all in one gulp, put down the empty glasses, and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Ethan. Lily. The students in the box. ? Chapter 68 Kevin. I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. The night deepens. The atmosphere in the Chiangwei KTV box is still lively. This was the first night of complete freedom after graduating from the college entrance examination. All the students were in high spirits and had a lot of fun. Case after case of beer arrived. The songs are sung one after another. Kevin and Sophia played a few more rounds of dice with Ethan, Lily, and other classmates. There are winners and losers. Anyway, I drank a lot of beer. It did alleviate some of the original embarrassment and panic. But the alcohol that he had managed to suppress at the graduation dinner at Yuntion Pavilion now came back again, making his head dizzy. Not uncomfortable. It's just that people seemed to be light, comfortable, and relaxed. Ethan, who was having a great time, pulled a few classmates to continue playing dice, shouting, "No one will get out alive tonight," and started another fierce fight. Kevin sat aside, leaning lazily on the back of the sofa, squinting his eyes and taking a rest. The jukebox was playing songs through the speakers, and a classmate was holding a microphone and singing Ashen's "Love Until Death" heartbreakingly. I don't know how many times he had to fall in love to be able to sing so heartbreakingly. The other students nearby couldn't stand it anymore and changed the song. The next song is Wu Bai's Sudden Self. The student who sang last raised a microphone. "Whose song is this?" No one responded. Those who were drinking were still drinking, and those who were playing dice were still playing enthusiastically. Kevin sitting on the sofa and called out, "Brother Ran, come and sing one." As soon as this was said, the other students followed suit and said, "Brother Ran, sing one. Sing one." Kevin didn't refuse. He stood up and walked over with a big smile. "Take the microphone." Sitting on a high chair in front of the large LCD screen, I shook my still dizzy head, cleared my throat, and sang along with the accompaniment. "I heard you say that the sun rises and sets. It's hard to predict whether it will be sunny or rainy, and the road is filled with footsteps. The voice is brisk and magnetic, yet also a bit lazy and freehand. It quietly fits in with the casual mood of the song." The classmates were amazed and cheered. Sophia, who was sitting in the other corner of the sofa and had just closed her eyes to rest, suddenly opened her eyes. Kevin, who was sitting in the front of the box with bright eyes. Amid the cheers and applause, Kevin continued, singing with a faint smile on his face, his body swaying slightly to the rhythm of the song. The spotlight beams from the roof of the box fell down. Hit Kevin. Under the light, the 18-year-old boy seemed to be the only protagonist in the box, with a delicate and handsome face, a smile on his lips, a free and leisurely expression, and a charm that made people unable to help but be moved. At this moment, Sophia looked at Kevin's profile not far away, listened to his singing, and found that her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At this time, Lily sat over and curiously saw that her cold and aloof best friend had a strange look on her face. "Sophia, what's wrong?" Sophia came back to her senses, and her embarrassment flashed away. "No, nothing." The attentive Lily had already noticed Sophia's gaze on someone, and a mischievous smile immediately appeared on her face. "Are you moved by watching Kevin sing?" A sentence. She almost made the heart of the icy school beauty of Yunnan Middle School skip a beat, but she pretended to be calm and cool on her face. "No way. I just listen to the music. It's reasonable for classmates to listen to the music and enjoy it together." Sophia. These words were her usual tricks to fool her stupid classmate. But it seemed to have become a shield that the girl hastily used to disguise and cover up in her panic. Some little emotions and little thoughts. Changes are happening silently. "Oh, really?" Lily deliberately prolonged her tone, with a meaningful expression. "Certainly." Sophia appeared calm and composed on the surface, but she was feeling a little guilty that she couldn't hide. "I feel inexplicably dry in the mouth." Seeing the wine glass on the table next to her, Sophia immediately took it and drank it in one gulp, then put the glass down and stood up. "I'm going to the bathroom." After saying this, he left in a hurry, but the back figure seemed a little flustered. Ethan, who had just played a round of bragging with his classmates, turned around and saw the empty wine glass, with a puzzled look on his face. What is the squad leader doing? Drinking by himself? She didn't lose the game either. Lily looked at her bestie, leaving with a smile on her face. "Some people. I'm upset." Kevin finished singing a song. The box was becoming increasingly chaotic. Ethan and his group were playing dice with great enthusiasm, and the drinking contest was extremely exciting. There were also a few microphone masters fighting for the microphone and starting to howl one song after another, heart-wrenchingly. "The noise makes my head buzz." Kevin pushed the door open and came out of the box, go to the open-air balcony outside the KTV to get some fresh air. The summer night breeze blows on my face, bringing a bit of coolness and dissipating a lot of the drunkenness. Before Kevin could enjoy the comfort of being alone, a familiar feminine voice came from behind him. "Kevin." There was a hint of grievance in his tone. Turning around and seeing the person's face clearly, Kevin couldn't help but frown. "Olivia, is this sister haunting us?" Probably the students from Class 7 of Grade 3 were also singing in Xiangui. Olivia was also dressed up tonight, wearing a pink dress and white bubble socks, which made her look even more adorable and charming. At this moment, she opened her big, watery eyes and looked at Kevin with grievance. "I sent you a lot of messages on Penguin. You don't even reply." Kevin looked at the beauty in class 7 like a fool. Because I deleted you. This IQ. I must have failed the college entrance examination. Olivia was choked by this sentence and couldn't speak for a long time, but her eyes turned red. I know I was wrong. Can you please not do this to me? I agree to be your girlfriend. Let's start over, okay? There was a crying tone in his voice. The open-air balcony of the KTV on a summer night is filled with gentle evening breeze. The cute and sweet girl had red eyes, clasped her hands together, and was about to cry. There were guests from other private rooms nearby who also came out to smoke a cigarette and get some fresh air. See this scene. They couldn't help but show some concern and sympathy. Such a girl was so humble and begging to say such words. It will indeed touch the soft spot in many people's hearts. Even the bystanders looked at Kevin with a bit of sympathy and some hostility and accusation. But Kevin clearly saw a hint of pride in Olivia's eyes. How should I put it? Green tea is still green tea. Be more elegant. After all, a dog will always be a dog. Kevin smiled, looked at Olivia, and spoke calmly. You know you're wrong. It's just that I found out that someone is too lazy to pamper you anymore. So I can't bear it. I can't stand it. I can't get angry. But Kevin paused at this point. What does it have to do with me? Olivia, who was stunned and speechless, and spoke sincerely. Seeing you suffer, I feel so good. Olivia's pretty face instantly turned red, and she was so angry that her voice was shaking. How could you do this? Kevin looked puzzled. Why not? We're not familiar with each other anyway. As he thought of something, he looked at Olivia and added, by the way, please stay away from me in the future. I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand. A sudden word, like a thunderclap in a summer night. It fell with a loud bang. Chapter 69, School Beauty. What love song? This is my deskmate's song. Olivia was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. Girlfriend? Since when did you have a girlfriend?